Live on Kojaks
Hey, Kojak's live on Thursday.
Thursday. I mean, we moved this to Friday, and now we put them right back on Thursday.
We're madmen.
But we definitely have good excuses for it. Tonight is the High-Roller event, $1,200 buy-in. Chase, you getting in?
I am not. Now, this is the Cadillac of tournaments with the Cadillac of poker. I'm very happy to be here today. $1,200 buy-in gets you into a $20,000 guarantee. I don't want to spoil it, but I think we may have doubled that guarantee already.
I don't mind spoiling it. How many entries do we have right now?
We have over 40 entries right now. We're running 4 full tables almost.
Yep, that's over $40,000 in the pot already, and there's about a little under an hour left of registration.
Yeah.
So if you are tuned in, listening right now near Kojak's here, you just have almost an hour to come get in on this over $40,000 pot, $1,200 buy-in High-Roller event. We are just had all kinds of stuff going on tonight.
Yeah.
So,
oh, man, it's busy. We got food. We've got celebrities in the house. Mr. Braxton Dunaway, Mr. Daryl Hopkins, Alex Cruz came by earlier today, and, of course, Mr. Rudy Borg, the outspoken man himself.
Yep. We showing a little bit of appreciation to some of our members for their recent success on the international, national, state levels, just massive tournaments, massive results. Our membership I mean, obviously, Braxton with his third place finish, $4 million, but not even counting his incredible. We're over almost $500,000 that our players have cashed in tournaments just this year.
It's crazy.
Minimally, that's just what we know about. There's a lot of people that just go and play, and we don't even hear about it. But they don't mind. They just go and win $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 somewhere in Arizona, and we don't even hear about it. But
very true. No, we've got a high skill cap here in this room right now.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of people in the house here playing the High-Roller event. We are going to be bringing you a 1-2 game. We just we have a couple 1-2s and a 5 on the button going on here at Kojak's, and so we're going to have some cash game fun while we wait for the final table of right here, this $20,000 guaranteed High-Roller event. Like I said, we've already got 40 entries into this tournament, so we've already doubled that guarantee, and there's a little less than an hour left of registration. And then we're going to be getting like I said, into the cash game here. But I do want to mention we are mere days away from the end of summer series right here at Kojak's. Unprecedented here. We're doing some stuff here that's never been done before. Free rolls, obviously, been there, done that, no problem. We're going to have one of those every single day starting Monday, a $5,000 guaranteed every single Monday. Typical that we do, but the guarantee is going to be $5,000, and there'll be some hardware at the end of each one of these free rolls. Tuesday will be a bomb pot tournament. Wednesday, we're going to play a 4-card high-only pot limit Omaha free roll. And then Thursday, a crazy pineapple free roll. All 4 of those tournaments, again, $5,000. And just the normal free rolls that you know here at Kojak's. Then we're going to have a championship flight free roll. That's right, a flighted free roll. 4 flights starting next Friday, a week from tomorrow. Flight A at 1 p.m., Flight B at 7 p.m., and then again on Saturday, 1 and 7 p.m. But it is 4 free rolls in one with a $20,000 guarantee. And that's absolutely going to be crazy. And coming back for day 2 on Sunday for that one. But running alongside those free rolls, we're having our cash game tournaments. And I want to tell you a little bit about the cash game tournaments. The way they're going to work is it'll be just like any other cash game you play here at Kojak's. Hourly access fees, but re-up your chip stacks, buy some more chips if you'd like to, cash out when you want to. You can play as much or as little as you like within these tournament windows. And you can see there the windows are 4 p.m. to midnight. And we're going to do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with 4 different types of games. 5 on the button Hold'em on Monday, 5 on the button pot limit Omaha on Tuesday. That's 4-card high Omaha. Wednesday, 5 on the button Big O, 5-card high-low Omaha variant. And then a big cash game, 25 on the button, no limit Hold'em on Thursday. And then on Friday, we're going to have 3 flights, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday, and 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Sunday. Now, how do you incorporate tournament play into cash game play, you may ask? Well, this is where we get into the unprecedented portion. We will be taking funding from the pots as each hand is played, similar to a casino style collection. And we are going to put all of those monies into a pot as those hours progress. And then at the end of the window of that leg of the tournament, that Monday, that Tuesday, and then from the accumulation of 3 days for the championship, those funds will be paid out in full to the top 12% of net positive winners in cash. So if you, from 4 p.m. to midnight on Monday, if you have the best performance of all the players in the house, you will win first place of a tournament ladder of those funds. So it'll be similar to like a casino, that the casino takes the funding from the pot. That's how they make their money. But we're going to be doing the same thing, but we're putting that into a prize pool to be paid out in a tournament style ladder for cash performance. So pretty interesting dynamic we're going to be doing here next week. So like I said, 7 days of free roll and 7 days worth of cash games. So have events for all types, tournament players or the cash game players. So if you want to just come play cash, just come play cash, just like normal, just like any other day here at Kojak's, but there'll be scheduled games. And you don't have to quit at midnight. You can keep on playing. You can play from 4 to 7. It does not matter how much you play. But if you are in the top 12% of net positive cash winners, you'll be in that tournament payout pool that will be collected from the cash game, 100% right back to the players. It's going to be really neat. We're really excited to see how it turns out. So free rolls every day next week of various types, $5,000 all the way up to $20,000 guarantees, and then the cash game tournaments running right alongside them from 4 p.m. to midnight, and then a little bit longer on the weekends. What we have going here right now is just a 1-2 game. These guys have been playing out in the front for various times, and I went out there and just said, hey, we need to do some live streaming while we're waiting on the final table of this high roller. Who wants to be on stream? And this is the people that said yes. So we've got Carrie. She's got a pretty big stack there, about 1,100 in front of her. And these guys, Paul the Destroyer, I love it. That's the name he chose for the stream today. Raising this one up to 20. There you saw a briefly missed carry. We'll get some chip stacks and names on everyone that's playing there. There's a fan favorite, Basil. He's in on the action. AK, everybody knows him. 8 deuce suited, calling that $20, which is pretty much on par for him. Yvonne in the box, put it out 9 queen jack rainbow flop here. No help to either player. Both choose to check. The ace on the turn does give Paul top pair. And he's going to bet this one out, and AK needing a 10 and only a 10 to take down this one's not going to make that call as Paul bets 20. So let's play catch up real quick with these guys and take a look at some of these stacks and names. Like I said, Carrie, a little over $1,100 in her stack. She is in seat 8. Basil, 623, big stack Basil today for this 1-2. Robin, $572. Oh man, Ederson or Ederson? I got to find that one out. I'll ask Dawson here. Dawson, Ederson or Ederson? Anderson. Did you spell? You forgot an N. Well, there you go. That'll be easier. Tree was a little over $430. Paul, you saw there, drag that pot, $359. Marcus, $227. AK, $156, and number one at $113. So good to see all these guys, and we appreciate each and every single one of them for joining us here on this live stream. Like I said, enjoying some poker while we wait for the high roller to see who's going to take that one down. Like I said, over $40,000 in that prize pool already. Absolutely incredible. Here we see number one, raising it up to 10 with the ace queen offsuit. Call here by Tree and Anderson. AK completing, and Paul coming along as well. A flop of 3-5-3. Anderson having a 3. Nothing much for anyone else. He's going to go ahead and bet this one out, it looked like. Or was he? Let's see where Anderson is sitting. He's in seat 5. So actually that was number one that bet that out. He bet there with that ace queen. And nobody coming along there. So I wonder if that 3 might have been a little bit of a misread there, because I don't think Trips would have laid that one down. We've got quite a few people tuned in early for this live stream. What's up to Moise? It's good to see you. Always here on stream. DJ saying, Rudy, not a celebrity. He split. He doesn't get the accolades, and you can tell him I said it. Hey, man, he won the most money for his event. So you can't deny him that. He was the top money winner of that millionaire maker there at the lodge and had a massive field of thousands of players. And so doesn't bother me if you split it one way, two ways, three ways, whatever it was. That is a heck of a feat and needs to be celebrated as much. It's like Kerry's going to make the call here with the 9-3 suited. Marcus going to raise this one up. New to the stream. And seat number 2. 8-7 offsuit. Basil's suited ace king. Going to 3-bet this one to 25. It's going to be tough for Marcus to come along there. It's kind of a min click back to him, but he can definitely sense that he's going to be some red flags there with the 3-bet out of Basil. Looking to catch some connecting straight cards or an 8 or a 7 to take the lead. And a troublesome flop here. 5-8 king, 2 spades. Marcus flopping middle pair and Basil top. And Marcus is going to check and Basil bet it out. Only 10, kind of a down bet there. And Marcus says, why not? Cheap enough. 3 of diamonds on the turn doesn't improve either player, but Basil's still way ahead with his pocket kings. Marcus is going to do the betting out here, betting 25, and Basil makes the quick call. Queen on the river does bring home the spades. We'll see if either player can represent that. Marcus does check it. Basil's going to check it with the spade hitting on the river and going to show the ace-king and take that one down. So decent-sized pot there, and Basil with the decent stack getting bigger. Have a look here at these seats. We got Tree in seat 1, Marcus seat 2, Basil there in seat 3. Anderson, that'll change to Anderson here in a minute. We're on a 15-minute delay. I've already called it in. Anderson, seat 5. AK, seat 6. Paul the Destroyer, seat 7. I love it. Robin in seat 8. Kerry in seat 9. And number 1 in seat 10. We got some varying stacks here. Kerry has definitely been playing for a few hours today. Like I said, we picked up this cash game from an outer table and decided to put it in here on stream. None of these guys knew they were going to be live, but they all volunteered, and we appreciated it. Give us something to show you guys while we wait for this high roller to come to a final table. It may be a while. It's had over 40 entries, and we'll keep up with some of the entries as the stream goes along. If there's somebody you know playing in it, maybe we can give you an update and see if they're still in it. Tree here is going to raise this one up with the ace-jack offsuit to 15. Basil making the call, pocket 9s. AK gets the AK calling just 15, and Kerry says, I want to play Charlie's favorite hand, 5-3. I don't know where Charlie is. Somebody text Charlie and tell him to come to work. We got way too much going on and having too much fun to not have one of the most fun fun employees here, Charlie. Come on in. Ace 9-4. Basil finds himself middle set here against Tree. As Tree's the one going to bet this one out 35. Let's see if Basil wants to play this one a little sneaky. Looks like he asked his little Superman figurine for some advice. And AK here with the goods, he's going to ship it in. So Basil about to be a huge benefactor of a big maximum value pot. AK goes all in for 130 with his ace-king. Tree makes the call with the ace-jack. And Basil here not going to take any time to ask him to put in the rest of his money. So just in time, if you are tuning in to see Basil rake in a monster. This is going to be about a $700, $800 pot. With the middle set, as we see the Superman go out there, and he stands up in excitement, and as he should be, especially when he sees that Tree and AK are drawing extraordinarily thin, as we both see their percentage outs here. 1% and 2%. Both players holding the ace, ace-jack versus ace-king versus a set of 9s on a 9-4 ace board. 8 on the turn, 3 on the river. Basil shows the bad news, and it's almost an $800 pot. Big, big pot here for Superman Basil. Pocket 9s coming home. Let's see, dealer Yvonne pushing that big pot there to Basil. Well played, well timed flop for him against these two players. Of course, they will reload, This is a cash game. They can come back in no problem, buy some more chips. And Moises sees it. Heck of a hand from Basil. Trip nines on that flop against two players holding an ace. Maximum value. Taking his time dragging in the chips. Savoring the moment. Good tip. Good tip there by Basil for Yvonne. I'm sure she appreciates it. Putting up that set for him. But once again, if you are just now tuning in or shortly, this is what we're here celebrating tonight. We have Chewies out there. I can admit I've never had Chewies before. I don't ever have any time to eat, but I may make it an issue to go myself because I had some of it. It was absolutely fantastic. We got chicken and beef fajitas out there, all kinds of mixings with nachos, a full spread of as we are. Celebrating just Midland poker in general tonight. A lot of the recent success that a lot of our players have had and shown an appreciation to not only them, but each and every one of you for the support and just the great times that we have here at Kojak's. And, of course, the high roller going on right now alongside of this cash game, a $1,200 buy-in, a $20,000 guaranteed tournament, but we are already well past that. 40 entries the last I looked before we started the stream. Let's have a look and see how many we have now. Pull up my handy dandy Poker Atlas here. I hope you have Poker Atlas. Poker Atlas is the best way to keep up with us here and across all the state of Texas. Yep, 40 entries. 40 entries into this high roller. We've got a little bit more than 30 minutes to come get in on it. $1,200 buy-in. 40,000 in the pot right now. Absolutely crazy. Robin raised this one up on the dealer button with a Jack 8 offsuit to $30. Tree makes the call with the Ace 4 of diamonds. Basil with the other Ace 4 of the club variety makes the call as well. And Ball Destroyer wants to see a flop. Jack 8 Queen. Robin raised it up with a middling hand Jack 8 and flops to pair. And Tree, who just rebought to 200, has the nut flush draw. So you're not going to see him fold any time soon. You could even possibly drag Paul around, but Robin's bet big. He bet a pot size bet here of 100. Tree here, yeah, he's going to put it in. He just rebought for 2, so that's going to be the remainder of his stack. Basil getting out of the way, seeing some of Tree's outs going to the river there. Paul here looking at top pair, but it's hard when you see $100 bet. Yeah, he does lay it down. Big lay down there by Paul, knowing that somebody's got to have better than just top pair king kicker. There's an immediate diamond on the turn for the nuts for Tree, and Robin is going to boat up onto the river with a jack. So immediate diamond, and then a full house rivered by Robin. And he's going to show those diamonds. That's a tough river there for Tree. He put it into gamble on that newly purchased 200 stack and turned gin. And then Robin taking it right back with the boat on the river, stacking that $465 pot there. Big pot there. We've had 2 massive pots here, and we're just playing 1-2, guys. This 1-2 is kind of off the rail, which tends to happen whenever you put players on a live stream. They play like everybody's watching. And there are quite a few of you watching. We appreciate each and every one of you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch as we stream on all of our social media platforms. Join the chat. I can see all of them. Some of our regulars already chatting a little bit in the various platforms. As we check in to see if we've had any more of the buy-ins here. We're still sitting at 40 players. So hand number 10 here on the live stream, but these guys have been playing for quite a while. Once again, I went and grabbed these guys and said, hey, who wants to play on the live stream? As we're waiting for the final table of the high roller event here at Kojak's. Moses, we appreciate you, bud. We've got a raise to $6 by Marcus with pocket sixes, a.k.a. making the call with the king five offsuit. Paul the Destroyer is going to 3-bet this one to 36. This is the third 3-bet pot we've seen already here on stream. It's a pretty good sign of a good game. Marcus is going to complete. He's only got 131 behind after putting in the $30 to see a flop. Pocket sixes versus Paul's pocket tens. See if Paul here can dodge a 6 on this flop. As Yvonne's making some change here. Got to get the pot right, as she does. Pocket sixes versus pocket tens on an ace 4-3 board. Let's see if that ace slows down Paul. Marcus does check. Paul reaching for chips and wanting to see where he's at. Looks like he bet 40, 35. And Marcus there not going to be able to call. There's an ace out there. A pair is good to see a flop with. Try to go set mine in there, but that ace is going to scare off the hand. So another pickup there by Paul. Marcus, new to the stream. Appreciate him for volunteering to be on. Got, he said Anderson in seat 5. It's more like 4 there on your screen as we're only playing 9-handed. Believe he's new to the stream as well. We appreciate him being on the stream. Haven't seen Robin on the stream, but I've seen Robin play a lot of poker here at Kojak's, an adept cash game player. And you can see it there as he is sitting there with a little over 800 in this game. Of course, Carrie, fan favorite, employee favorite, customer favorite, all-around favorite here at Kojak's. She's got the basically tied with the largest stack here with Basil. They both got a little over 1,100 in their stack. And she decides to put $2 of that in with the 9-8 offsuit, as we've had a string of calls coming around the table. Looks like Marcus might have raised this one up. He raised it up to 20 with the ace-jack offsuit. Does have the best of it. We'll see if Tree wants to play Charlie's hand. AK makes the call with the ace-10 offsuit. Paul the Destroyer with lots of newfound chips in the last couple hands. King 7 offsuit completes to 20. And Carrie obviously going to see a flop as well. Let's see if Tree plays the Charlie special. Getting great pot odds. He does go ahead and make the call of 18 more. So we're going 5 ways to a $20 pre-flop raise from Marcus. 5-4 King. Paul the Destroyer, top pair. Tree does spike middle pair with his 5-3. Not much else for anyone else. And we'll see if Paul wants to announce himself here. He did bet 50 into this $100 pot. And Tree's going to gamble a little bit. He's trying to spin it back up as he has lost a couple buy-ins on some coolers for sure. And there's an answer. 5 on the turn does give him the lead as Charlie's 5-3 has come home and answered. He's going to shove it all in, and Paul's going to immediately make the call. And so Tree here set for a full double-up plus some, courtesy of Paul's top pair. 10 on the river doesn't change anything. And Tree finally gets a pot to go his way as he gets a full double up, like I said, plus some, a $458 pot with a miracle 5 on the turn. Charlie would be proud. I'm going to text Charlie. Anybody want me to say anything to Charlie in their behalf? He is busy in the world, and we want him here. Tell everyone I text him that his 5-3 hand won. Tell him to come commentate. And Robert getting into the box. And we're going to have a bomb pot. Bomb pots on dealer change. Everyone puts $5 into the middle, 4 cards, Omaha style, 4 card high only. The only switch, there's be There will be 2 boards. You can use any 2 cards and only 2 cards, but must use 2 cards for each board. One board going to one winner, the other board going to another, unless you are lucky enough to have a good enough combination to scoop both boards, which is the goal. Like I said, dealer Robert new in the box. Bomb pot every level change. I'm sorry, not level change, every dealer change. We do have tournaments where we have bomb pots on level changes, the free rolls on Monday on the odd levels, I believe. King, king, 9 on the first board. 5, 10, queen on the second. So now the fun part of bomb pots live on stream, I get to try to figure out what everyone has, as everyone has 4 cards. Marcus here, we immediately seen have a king. And he's going to go ahead and bet it out here, betting the pot. He's got a pair of 10s on the top. I'm sorry, 2 pair of 10s and 5s on the top board. Basil not having much, having to let his go. Anderson lets his hand go as well. AK here with the other last king in the deck. He puts in the call, as does Paul the Destroyer, as he's got Jack High flush draw on one board. Carrie wants to see another card with the Ace 10 for deuce. She's got the nut flush draw on the top board. Not good for Paul if the club does come on the top. Of course, we see top on the screen, bottom on the board, I believe. They're backwards on the board, but the information is still accurate, just in different order, top to bottom. 4 of diamonds on the top and a spade on the bottom, so flush draw does not get there, but that's going to give AK the who didn't have the best king, but now has the best king boat. And Marcus is going to put in his last $40, and he's going to see the bad news that he is behind now. AK makes the call with the kings full of 4s. Can't feel too great. Kings full of 9s is still definitely very much in play, plus whatever comes on the river. Marcus can take the lead with a 10. Carrie and Paul both make the call, both looking for clubs, which won't be good news for Paul. The club comes on both boards. So now, if you're holding king 4, it feels a little bit better. Less odds now for someone to have king 9, as we see kings and 9s on the board. Paul and Carrie here, the ones betting still with chips. Carrie bet 100. And Tree here, not having much left. I didn't see that he was still in there. He had 2 pair, does let it go. Paul let his go as well. So Carrie's going to get half the pot for her 10, 5, 8, Ace 4, Ace High club draw that made on the river. And then on the bottom board, the Kings full to AK. Marcus had trip Kings, but unfortunately for him, AK hits the 4 on the turn. And you see their kings and 9s on the bottom board. A hold'em, that would be just both of them having a chopped kings full of 9s. But bomb pots are Omaha style. Must play 2 cards and only 2 cards, so his king 4 will be superior to the king X of Marcus. See Marcus there throwing tip there to Robert. Might say good night to him, unfortunately. Got his money in decently there. Maybe he'll give it a try later. This is just a 1-2 cash game. Come back in at any time. See players come and go in these cash games all day long. And we're going to be here streaming whoever sits down for you guys until the final table of the whole reason. We have all of the tournament winners recently from major events. We've got Braxton Dunaway in the house. We've got Alex Cruz in the house, Rudy Borg, and Daryl Hopkins, all 4 winning massive events on the national level, the international level, pretty much with the WSOP, and of course the big tournament down in Austin. Braxton Dunaway here, he is playing in the high roller tournament. He won 3rd place in the 2025 World Series of Poker for a $4 million return. Alex Cruz followed behind him with a circuit event win in Choctaw. Nice, believe it. I'll have to look up and see what his winnings were. They were definitely off the charts as well. And then Daryl winning the Big O of that same series, won the Big O championship. And then Rudy taking down the Millie Maker down in Austin. All four of those events, very difficult fields, lots of players, lots of good players, and coming out on top. And all four big winners from right here in Midland. And it's kind of what we're celebrating today is just the Midland poker scene and how fantastic the stock is here. These guys have been playing a long time against each other, honing their craft, playing good tournaments, and taking it to the largest of stages. Basil here with a pair of eights is good, but he can't feel good about it. But he is going to bet it. He was bluffing with the best hand, I think, there. Did he show it? No, didn't show it. I thought he was going to see that he had the best hand anyway. We'll see who joins us from the outer table. We've got a few cash games going on here at Kojak's. Lots of players playing in that high roller. Just had our 41st entry. That's a $41,000 prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. 41st entry, and we have 22 minutes left of registration. Let's see here. I might be completely wrong here, guys. I apologize. Let me take a look here. We may have way more than that left of registration. All right, back with you here. Sorry about that. Had to make a quick adjustment on the computer there. Henderson Basil here involved with this $2 limp here as Henderson raises it up to 15 with the ace-jack offsuit. Does Basil want to make the call here, or is Henderson going to take this one down pre-flop? Basil with the queen-9. Give him a little stare down there, laughing at each other. He lets him get away with that one. Henderson picking that one up. And once again, we are waiting for the final table of our high roller. There you see the new player coming in. We'll get his name and chip stack here shortly. So we got a little technical difficulties there ironed out. All right, we are back. Had to tend to the high roller going on out there. That's right, the high roller. $1,200 buy-in. The registration is about to close for the high roller. Lots and lots of entries. I can pull it up here real quickly. 45 entries into this high roller event. That's a $45,000 prize pool. Great high roller here at Kojak's. You're watching a 1-2 game. We're going to play some cash here on live stream while we're waiting for the final table of the high roller. And starting to see we're on a 15-minute delay, but some of these players are actually getting into that high roll. So we're going to see some movement here at this cash game table. Let's have a look. Carrie's still the big stack, a little over 1,100 in hers. Basil, great fixture here at Kojak's, almost 1,100 for himself. Robin, 860. CCC, new to the table here, sitting in seat number 2. And on down as we are playing $1, $2 poker as we're waiting on the final table here for the high roller. All right, live stream viewers, I apologize. We keep having to step away here from the booth. We have a very large event going on, and short out there. But if you haven't heard, we are hiring dealers, floors, and cage workers here at Kojaks. Have the blessing of being very busy here at Kojaks lately. So if you think you can be a dealer or a cage worker here at Kojaks, please come in and turn in an application. Give us a call. Send us a message on Facebook because we need the help. I'm trying to put on this cash game stream for you guys. We're waiting for the final table of this high roller event we're running right now, and have another look here. We've got 49 entries. They're coming in hot and heavy. It is the break right now, so if you are close, get here quick. You've got about 10 minutes left to get into this almost $50,000 prize pool. Absolutely incredible. These guys here are playing 1-2 for our entertainment while we wait for the final table of that higher rollers. We say 4 players to a flop of ace, jack, 6, rainbow. Gut shots for Paul and Robin. Pair of sixes currently in the lead. There's another board pairing ace. AK ahead with the 7-6. Pair of sixes. Paul and Robin both a gut shot. And Robin playing this like he's got a good hand here. Not just a gut shot, betting 31. Paul's not going to give up either. So they got the best hand to fold there of AK. 6 on the river. AK would have made the bottom full house. Robin's got the best with king high. And that's going to go check, check. And they're going to see that king high is going to win. And you see the shake of the head there by AK as he lays down the best of it. But I don't blame him. Robin betting there like he had the goods. And if he'd have fired one more bullet, he'd have won it outright and might not have had to show those cards, and AK would have felt better about himself. Moises, we definitely do part-time. Either we have some dealers that work just a couple, 3 days a week. We have some dealers that work 4 to 5 days a week. Cage workers always looking for help. We're definitely we'll take all the help we can get here at Kojaks Poker Club in Midland. Speaking of dealers, see a dealer change right now as Crystal steps into the box wearing the old school orange Kojaks polo. I don't even think we can get that color anymore. Most of our dealers now wearing the black polos. So showing off how long she's been here at Kojaks. As she's going to bring out a bomb pot for these players while they're trying to get all that figured out. Let's have a look and see. We've had a few people come and go here on the stream. Tree still in seat 1. Mike, seat 2. Basil, seat 3. Anderson, seat 5. We've got AK in seat 6. Paul the Destroyer, seat 7. Robin still in seat 8. And CCC in seat 9. And the fun part of trying to read bomb pots. We got 4-9-3 up top, queen 9-7 on the bottom. Let's see if anybody's got anything here. Looks like we've got a bet already here out of AK. He's got queen jack 10-7, so top 2 pair or 2 pair on the top board. Not much working on the bottom. Paul the Destroyer puts in the call. Actually, he raised it up here. He's got the nut flush draw on the top board. And a pair of 4s on the bottom. Let's see if anybody else has anything else here. AK, he's got the queen high flush draw. Can't feel great about a queen high flush draw when you're playing a bomb pot. Everyone having 4 cards. The ace of spades is out there somewhere, and all they need is another spade to make that nut flush. So it's kind of hard to come along without the best of it. But actually, let's see what Robin has here. He 3-bets pot to 400. Queen 10 trays. He has the bottom set on the bottom board, top pair on the other, with 10 high of spades. Of course, we can see that that's no good. AK is still going to come along with his anyway with 2 pair on the queens and 7s. And Paul puts the rest of his chips in as well. So here we go, a typical bomb pot fashion. All the chips get into the middle. And now it's up to the dealer. 6 of spades on the top. Didn't come on the bottom for those flush drawers. The other spade comes up top, and a king on the bottom, and those spades. So it looks Looks like AK might survive with his queen 10 making the straight on the top and Robin set on the bottom. Yeah, it looks like Robin and AK are going to be chopping up Paul the Destroyer's money, unfortunately, as Paul had some of the best of the draws out there. And yeah, Crystal's going to be dividing that pot up between AK and Robin. Not very often just a set holds true on a bomb pot, but it did for him. You see Tree joining back to the table. We're on a 15-minute delay, and so we've got quite a few players coming and going. Some of these players are entering into the high roller event. Like I said, 49 entries. There's only 4 minutes left in real time. Maybe we can get one more entry in the next 4 minutes and hit that 50 mark of a $50,000 prize pool. Marcus in the chat saying he played badly, quote unquote. Disagree, sir. Just the cards didn't quite work out for you there. I don't think you played bad at all. Sometimes the cards help out. Sometimes they don't in this game. Don't think had a large enough sample size to say if you played good or bad. We see Mike there joining us in seat 2. A familiar face here at Kojak's, not only in the live stream, but in the room on a regular basis. We love Mr. Moyer around here in that game day t-shirt. And also there's CCC joining us. So we've got a couple other open empty seats. Might see some more players joining us shortly as players are getting into the high roller event. That's what we're streaming here for, the high roller event final table. This is a $1, $2 cash game. We have these going on every day here at Kojak's, and these players were kind enough to come in and give us a little bit of entertainment, something to watch while we're waiting for that final table to make of this high roller. And Marcus, he says, his first time on live, I was glad I was able to play, and that's what I mentioned earlier, first time on here. We appreciated you for jumping on. We do live streams every week, right now on Fridays. This is kind of a special day here because of the high roller. But we have a stream every Friday, different types of games, 1-2s, 5 on the buttons, 10 on the buttons, PLO. Try to do different kind of game each and every week, and anybody can sign up to be on those live streamed games. So we hope to see you back on the live stream, Marcus. Get on the list for whatever game you want to play. Keep an eye on Facebook and here at the room to see what we have available going on. As we see this hand here, Robin's going to 3-bet this one to 36 after Mike raised it up with the pocket 10s. AK came along with the call, and AK is going to go all in for his last 73, and Robin's going to ship in over the top of him here. Tough spot here for Mike, only pocket 10s, but he's going to go with it. So 2 big pots right in a row, one a bomb pot, one just hold'em. Robin putting maximum pressure on Mike, and Mike just not having enough to let it go on the side. And, of course, AK didn't have much left, so he just put it in with his queen jack offsuit. We're going to see that he's going to be the furthest behind here, needing a queen, and only a queen can't catch a jack as Robin has the ace jack suited. But technically, Mike in the lead. Pocket 10s. As Crystal here putting out the first flop. We'll see how many times they're going to run it here, maybe more than once. Deuce 7-9, safe for the 10 so far. Open-ended 9 on the river. They are going to run it more than once. Mike going to take the first one there, pocket 10s. Next board, 3-6-9, lots of low cards. There's the queen for AK to stay alive. 4 on the river, nothing helping anyone else. And so AK catches the 1 of 3 outs he needed on that second board. And so he's going to get a little bit of life back. Of course, you're going to see the Lions' share of this pot go over Mike's way as he had quite a few more chips than AK. That's why you see Crystal there making the pot correct out of Robin's stack for him. And then Crystal here going to chop up the rest of the pot. And AK is still going to be allowed a little over $100 in his stack. Just trying to find an excuse to rebuy here, but didn't get one there as his queen on the second board comes home. And that sounded like that was the end of registration here for the August 2025 High Roller here at Kojak's. 49 entries. $49,000, ladies and gentlemen, for the High Roller pot tonight. 49 players now playing down. It looks like there's 38 left, actually. So 38 of 49 entries. We're going to be playing down to 12%. I may need to take a quick step away to set up the prize pool on that. Have a quick look here. Yeah, it's going to be 6 people paid out of the High Roller tonight. Wow. And if my calculations are correct, you're going to be looking at somewhere around $16,000–$17,000 for first place tonight. Absolutely incredible turnout here for this High Roller. We'll take a look here once the general manager Chase gets all of the math figured out. Once again, bear with us as we are trying to do several things at once here, but we wanted to give you something to watch here and listen to while we get down to the final table here to watch that, around $17,000 prize pool paid out tonight. Absolutely incredible. 49 entries into the High Roller. It's a pot of $49,000. But these guys here are playing 1-2 while we wait for the final table of the High Roller. Looks like Anderson's going to raise this one up with Jack Trey suited, raising it to 12. AK and newcomer to the table, Ted, making the call with a 7-6 suited. Robin making the call. CCC new to the table as well, making the call. And we're going to go, looks like 5 ways to a flop. Lots of opportunities here for several different hands as we got 75 in the middle, and Dealer Crystal going to bring us out a 9-6 queen, 2 hearts flop, Ted with a flush draw. Bottom pair for AK, middle pair for Robin and CCC. Basil was the only one with top pair, top 2 pair. The favorite here on this hand so far. We'll see if Ted wants to. Ted's actually going to bet this one out. Sorry. So Ted bet out 25. Robin makes the call with the middle pair. Basil top 2 pair. Let's see if he calls 25 or he decides to announce his hand now. Yeah, he did. Raise it up to 75 immediately. So he's going to find out where he stands. Going to try to price in some of these players if they have the flush draw, which we see that they do. And Ted's actually not going to mess around at all. He's going to put in the last of his $188 into the middle, looking for a heart. Basil not going to let this one go with 2 pair, asking him how many times he wants to run it. And a little, kind of a little thought process for you guys out there. Basil asking if he wants to run it more than once. If you see that you're up against a flush draw, players say, well, why would you want to run it more than once and give him more opportunity to hit the flush when in all actuality, you're making him hit it twice. But it looks like they went just one time. And he got there not once but twice. And so a full double up welcome to the table, Ted, as his 7-6 makes the flush. Basil's top 2 pair gets run down. But he's still got a healthy chip stack, a little over 1,000 in his stack in this 1-2 game. He is the current cash chip leader. Right behind him, Robin. I'm sorry, not Robin. It's going to be CCC, who brought a little over 700 to the table, made from the outer table out there. We have 1-2 going on the outer tables, and they just picked up their stack, then moved into this one, being at the same game. I said, we've had 30 hands here live on stream, but because we've had people moving in and out, people getting into the high roller event, other people buying in, wanting to be on stream, we don't really have much of a running total on some of these chips for some of these guys just yet. But we can see that just for the time in on stream, Basil about $350 winner. Ted and Robin, of course, you saw Ted just basically get the full double up there out of Basil. And Basil's still up almost 350 on the stream. And then the other net positive winner on stream, Robin, with 250. All three clubs flopped here. Robin flops another flush. It's back-to-back flush. Oh, no, so Ted made the last one. So Robin flops the 6-high flush. He's just going to make the call here. We see that he's got the gut shot straight flush. Mike could take the lead with any club here. 10 of spades on the turn doesn't do it. So Robin still with the hammer lock on this one. Let's see if anybody wants to bet it. It looks like Anderson's going to bet this one out. He's only got the pair of 10s, but he's definitely showing some aggression on this pot, and I like it. Robin just makes the smooth. No, he did finally announce his hand, raises it up to 75, and Anderson not having much of anything, so he's going to have to let that one go. He was trying to make a play, trying to represent what Robin had. I like the play out of Anderson, but Robin went ahead announcing his hand there, taking that one down. Definitely puts him a little bit more up on the stream, a little over $300 up on the stream, a total of $724 in his stack. So we've got quite a few people watching across all of our social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in for this 1-2 kind of a pop-up game. You know, we used to do our streams on Thursdays, and then we moved them to Fridays because of our new tournaments. But tonight is a special stream as we are waiting for the final table of the high roller event here at Kojak's. We had a $1,200 buy-in tournament and 49 players, $49,000 prize pool. By my count, should be about around $17,000 for first place. You're going to see us give away live on stream tonight. This cash game giving you just a little bit of entertainment while we work our way to that final table. There are still 4 tables left, so we have a ways to go. These guys are playing some poker for your enjoyment as we have 4 players going to a flop. Robin pocket 8s was one that raised it up to 15, called by 3 others. 5, deuce, 10, 2 hearts. Oscar with the king high flush draw. Robin still best with his pocket 8s, but we see that he's actually behind mathematically. Lots of overcards for these players. Gut shot for Anderson. Robin's going to continue the pressure, betting 20 on this flop. Oscar makes the call. Oscar in seat 10, new to the table. Looks like he's in for the standard 200 here of the 1-2 game. Tree folding his hand. Anderson, looks like Anderson made a bluff here. Wow. Anderson, huge, betting 100 here, betting into Robin. And tough one here for Oscar. He's got the flush draw, but on a paired board, that's kind of tough to make that call. He's only got 162 in his stack, so it's basically for the rest of his stack on a draw. Don't know how much of a gambler Mr. Oscar is, but this one's a tough one to do on a paired board. And Anderson coming out strong. And he does decide to go ahead and gamble it up, and looks like he made the call. He's looking for a heart, and only a heart. You can see that Anderson doesn't have it. And he's going to bet it on the river, and Oscar has to lay it down. So Anderson's showing some guts there. The graphics light behind just a little bit there. It looks like Oscar just made the call trying to hit that heart, and Anderson went ahead and put the rest of his stack, putting Oscar to the choice for his last 62. And we see that all that Anderson ended up with was a pair of 3s on the river. He was a pure bluff on the flop. But Oscar can't put in the last of his $62 with only king high, since he did not have any heart on the river. or a king or a queen to make that call. And Anderson, I don't mind the play one bit there. Definitely showing a lot of strength and definitely worked out for him in that favor. He had the best hand the whole way and just didn't know it. But even with can get a lot of other hands to fold out there with that aggression. It looks like Oscar here has found 2 cards to put in the last of his 62. It's like ace 7 offsuit. See if anybody wakes up with anything to battle with. AK's got only 91 left. He's going to make the call. So the 2 short stacks going to battle it out. Try to get up a double up. Get some more chips to play with here. King, queen of AK against Oscar's ace 7. Queen right on the flop, 4 on the turn, 7 on the river as the first run is going to go AK's way. 10, Jack, King, top pair for AK, 10 on the turn. And no help as AK is going to scoop this one both times. Coming from behind with the King, Queen over the ace 7 of Oscar. We'll see if Oscar wants to reach for any more bullets or if he's going to call it an evening. Yeah, he's going to reach another buy-in there. Let's have a look real quick of what we have coming up in just a couple of days here. The end of summer series. I've been looking forward to this for a month. Ever since we drew up the game plan for this one here, you see on your screen, and if you don't see on your screen, if you're just listening in, next week, starting Monday, we're going to have a week full of free rolls. That's right, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then the day 2 on Sunday of the championship flights. Monday is going to be our standard no limit hold'em with bomb pots, but we're going to bump it up to a $5,000 guarantee. Tuesday, same time, same place with a bomb pot free roll, $5,000 guaranteed. And then on Wednesday, 6 p.m. also a 4-card high free roll, $5,000 guaranteed on that one as well. And then one of my personal favorites on Thursday at 6 p.m. the Crazy Pineapple Tournament. That's 3 cards pre-flop, and you discard 1 on the flop, a $5,000 guaranteed free roll on that Thursday. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to have a flighted free roll. What that means is 2 flights on Friday, 2 flights on Saturday, basically 4 individual tournaments, and the top 12% will bag and tag their chips and bring them back on day 2. To complete the free roll tournament starting at 1 p.m. on Sunday for a $20,000 guaranteed free roll event. 4 flights Friday and Saturday, totaling 2 per day. Lots of fun next week is going to be. And the cash game tournaments, we'll get into more on that as we spoke earlier, but we're going to see CCC going to re-raise a Tree here. Tree bet pre-flop CCC or 3-bet him all in, and Tree's going to make the call, and we're going to be off to the races. CCC, Ace, King, offsuit, Tree at pocket 10s. Crystal finding out if they're going to run it more than once. Doesn't look like they are. Ace, Jack, Queen, and it's going to run out spades. It's still not going to be any help to Tree as CCC has the Ace, King, and the King is the spade, but he hit the ace on the flop regardless anyway. And big pot. It was an all-in of a little over $350 from both players. So Tree was ahead. A little bit of a gamble, and he's going to come right back in. And CCC, welcome to the table, picking up that pot there, putting him a little over $1,100, and that's going to put him in the cash chip lead here in this cash game. Ace, King outrunning the pocket 10s of Tree. Lots of people on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch watching this $1, $2 cash game here at Kojak's in Midland. We are keeping you entertained for a while we go down to the final table on the outer tables of our high roller event here on this Thursday night. We had a $1,200 buy-in. 49 players came in for a $49,000 prize pool. First place, just a little over $17,000. We're going to bring that to you live tonight here on Kojak's Live, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And we're going to play some cash until then. So stay tuned tonight. It's going to be a little while before we get there. It's tournament play. There's still 35 players remaining, but we're going to bring you all the way down to the winner right here. Mike here with the pocket jacks going to raise this one up. See who elects to make the call. Ted going to make the call with the 9-7 suited. Folds over to Robin, did he raise? Did Robin just 3-bet that there? I see a green chip on that table. Let the graphics play catch up here. Robin holding the king deuce offsuit, but getting a fantastic massage at the same time with our very own Miss Jacqueline. Might inspire some shenanigans there on the felt, and that's what it's going to do. He's going to 3-bet this one to 53. It's going to be back over to Mike, who has the pocket jacks. He's going to definitely make that call. AK, who just got those chips a little while ago on that full double up. Let's see what he wants to do with those cards. Looks like he made the full, but Ted going to gamble a little bit here with the suited one gappers, 9-7 suited, and I love it. Definitely a good playing hand 3 ways. So we've seen Adrian in the chat, fan of Ted. Here we go. Ted is involved. $771 pot on an all heart flop. Ace 10 king. Royal gut shot for Mike's pocket jacks, which we see Robin here actually flopped best, who was I'm going to say bluffing pre-flop with the king deuce on the 3-bet. He's going to continue the pressure on. Unfortunately, a swing and a miss for Ted. Not going to be able to continue on with this one, but Mike, depending on how much Robin bets here, let's take a look and see. Yeah, Mike, wow, had a huge stack of greens in his hand there. It looks like Robin made a bet, and Mike raised him immediately, and we see a 6 of hearts on the turn. Would have been the right move for Mike. So Mike's pocket jacks holding up on an ace king 10 board. Don't see that very often. Let's have a look here at some of the chip stacks. We've had some players come and go, and they've been playing on an outer table there. Well, we'll get right back to them as we get into the action here. But we've got plenty of cash game action going on the outer tables alongside that tournament. And these players are just kind of voluntarily coming into play for us, you and I here on stream. So we see Oscar raising it up to $8 with the 10-8 offsuit. Henderson makes the call with 7 deuce, but they're suited, so it's not the worst hand. AK making the call with ace-9 offsuit. Robin going to 3-bet this to 16 with the king-5. Robin likes putting money in pre-flop, and I like it a lot. Action player. And everybody's going to come along. Good enough for 8, good enough for 16. 5 ways to an $80 pot. 4, 9, 6, 2 spades. Top pair for AK, but CCC has flopped middle set. So the newcomer to the table who got a massive pot is going to pick up another one here, barring any crazy runouts, and he's going to bet this one out to 35. Oscar's got a gut shot. 7 for a 10 high straight. He says, why not? Let's gamble one time. Betting 35, or calling the $35 bet. Henderson not having anything. AK top. He's going to make the call. Seems pretty safe to come along. And we're still going to have 3 on this decent bet. And there is a turned 9, but bad news here for AK. Luckily for him, he only has 96 left in a stack as he has turned trips with the ace kicker and a sneaky check there by CCC. I love it. That's a very sneaky check there by CCC, and that's going to get AK to confidently put his chips in the middle. And, of course, we see CCC is going to make that call, and AK now looking for a 6 or an ace, and he hits the ace onto the river. What did I say? Barring a crazy run out. I called that one and ruined it for CCC. I apologize, but AK, how about that? Turns the perfectly worst card, giving him 3 of a kind to ace high. and confidently putting in the rest of his chips, while CCC is happily sitting there with the turned boat as he flopped a set of sixes, and AK catching the ace on the river to take over the bigger boat. And CCC just thankful that AK did not have more chips in that hand. That one could have been way more painful with more chips in front of AK's hand there. Let's take a look here on this chip count. Basil, one of the original players of the stream tables, we started streaming about an hour and 45 minutes ago, but he was playing beforehand. We see that he's got a little over 1,000 in his stack. CCC just under 1,000. He lost a couple hundred there to that incredible run out there by AK. AK, that pot there builds him back up to 377. He's been down all into the felt, I want to say 3 or 4 times tonight. Just haven't really been able to get everything going. We'll see if that turns things around here for him. What you see there, the chip spread pretty wide, sort of the haves and have-nots. It's typical of 1-2 poker. You have some of the big stacks and some of the smaller stacks duking it out, but sometimes that makes some of the most action. If all 9 players at the table have too much money in front of them, there's sometimes too much pain to go around. But sometimes with these short stacks, people get a little bit loose to get it in and gamble a little bit and get some of the bigger stacks to have to come along. And that's what we're seeing here as we let the graphics play catch up. Looks like we've had a bet there out of Mike, a call from AK, and then a jam by Oscar. Looks like Ted's going to make the call here. We'll let the graphics catch up. Yeah, Oscar did go on for his last 100 with the pocket eights in the lead as Mike lays his ace jack down. Ted making the call, wanting to gamble with the king jack, the house name. And Robin wanting to splash around with 5-4 offsuit. Did he call it? Let's have a look here. I can't see. It looks like he still has cards. He might have made the call for 91, just trying to gamble 5-3 ace. And we see he makes a pair of fives, but the Oscar's pocket eights still in the lead. It's going to go check bet here as Robin's going to play his pair of fives, betting just 20 into Ted. And going to get Ted out of the way. And that's good news for Oscar, as Oscar now is going to see that the dangerous cards got folded out here. Ace on the river, the eights are going to stand tall, and Oscar's going to get a full triple up for his little under $100 investment with the pocket eights. Robin, not wanting to show his cards, does lay it down. Don't blame him there, but try to build a little bit of side pot there off of Ted. New dealer in the box means new bomb pot. 4 cards, 2 boards, high only, Omaha style. Must use 2 cards and only 2 cards, but you can use any combination for both boards. The goal is to win both of them, but if you don't, you're going to split it with somebody else who takes the other board. It's hard to scoop, but that's the plan for each and every one of these players here. And it's always a lot of fun for the commentators to try to see what people have when everyone's holding 4 cards. And the first board here, 8-6-3 and then 7-4-3. So some interesting combinations needed. We can see AK right off the bat has pocket eights as top set on that top board. Let's see what other holdings we have here. Anybody close to a straight? Ted, 2 pair, 6 tray. Robin's the one betting this out. Let's see what he has. Robin's got open-ended on one board, some gut shots on the other, top pair as well. Oscar going to come along and call the $40 pot bet with the nut flush draw on the top board there. And the also has open-ended on the bottom. Great hand for Oscar. Of course, you see AK here having top set on one board. Very strong top set. But anything can happen, and players know that, and that's why we have 5 ways to a turn. 6 on the top does pair the board. That's going to fill up AK and virtually lock up that top board for him, unless Ted can make quads with his 6 or AK. Nope, they can't because AK's got the other 6. So that board is pretty much locked up for him. And 3, 4, 5. We got some gut shots still on this top board. The queen did make 2 pair for tree. Oscar still with the nut flush draw of clubs. The diamonds developed, and we see that AK has the 10 high diamond draw on that top board. So if he can catch a diamond on that top board, he's going to scoop, as I was referring to a moment ago. The pocket eights on the bottom board for the full house, eights full of 6s, and the 10 high diamonds on the other board. So you may, Robin here is hammering this turn, betting another pot size bet of 245. What is he? Am I missing something here? I may be missing something. He's still open-ended. He's got a 9 high club draw, but we see Ted's is better there, so that's not going to be any good for him. So yeah, Robin here drawing pretty thin. Ted here looking for a club on that top board. Did somebody, I don't remember who it was, had the nut clubs, but they let it go. And that's a good fold, considering you're only drawing for half the pot. AK is going to be more than happy to get all of his chips in here in the middle on this one, as he's got pretty much, he's got everyone drawing dead on the bottom board. So AK guaranteed to get half of this pot. As we see, all the Sixers are gone, so no quad opportunities for any other player. And no pairs in anybody's hand to spike a higher set. So AK in good shape. This pot is up to over $1,300, and over $700 is going to be coming his way for sure. And for that top board, Tree has queens and 4s, from what I can see. An open-ended for Robin, though. I'm sorry, not open-ended for Robin. Yeah, Ted and Robin both have straight draws. Deuce on the top board, it changes nothing. A board pairing 4 on the bottom, of course, the top on your screen. That's going to give Tree a boat. 4's full of jacks. So this little over $1,300 pot. And there's going to be some side pot action here, given the stack sizes. So Ted there, unfortunately, missing all of his draws, is going to be reaching for a reload. And AK is going to have the best both on that side pot and scoop that side pot. And it looks like Tree and AK will be splitting the rest. So Robin, who had the world early, couldn't make much go his way, and he's reaching for some chips to add on here, as we have dealer chopping up the pot here between Tree and AK. And bomb pot train wrecks. That's what we see more often than not. So get that bomb pot chopped up there. And we have 35 players remaining here on this high roller. Take a look here. We've still got some chewies out there, I believe, and some fantastic beef and chicken fajitas, some nachos, all the fixings. It's great food here, showing a celebration event for kind of just the Midland, Odessa community in general, and the poker community. We're showing our appreciation to you guys in a small celebration for four guys who had some fantastic tournament finishes in the last just couple months. We had Braxton here. He is in the high roller. Of course, everyone knows third place in the World Series of Poker on the world's largest stage. $4 million cash out there for him. And then Alex Cruz winning the main event of the Choctaw WSOP circuit event, getting his ring. Massive field on that one. Daryl Hopkins winning the Big O event number 6, I believe, of that same circuit series. Big O, very difficult field, great players. And then, of course, our very own Mr. Rudy Borg winning the Lodge Millie Maker down in Austin for a fantastic finish. And just sort of a mini celebration for them and the poker community in general here in Midland. 4 great titles won by 4 great guys, all from the same place. Lots to brag about here at Kojaks in Midland. And number 39 here of this cash game we have going on here. But this isn't the feature. This is just entertainment. The feature is the final table of the $20,000 guaranteed high roller. 49 entries, making the pot $49,000, so more than double. And great turnout here at Kojaks for this signature event that we run. People come from all over the immediate area for sure. Have met a couple guys from Ruidoso, Lubbock, came in for this high roller event. And we're going to be going all the way to the end with you guys here live on stream, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. $17,000, a little over $17,000 first place prize we're going to be giving away here tonight on stream. So stay tuned. But in the meantime, fun little 1-2 game. Plenty of action, that's for sure. We've seen some big pots. We see some big stacks for a 1-2. But as is... can happen sometimes here at Kojaks. They play a little bit bigger than the blinds implied. Hearts gets home. Let's see if it slows down any players here. We have 3 to a flop here. Oscar, top king. Second pair for tree, or third pair for tree here with the 9s. Facing a $35 bet out of Oscar into a $115 total pot. Don't think he can continue now. No heart in his hand. And AK, who tried to catch a 3 on the turn, didn't get there. So Oscar going to take that little over $100 pot down. See Basil there in seat 3, a fixture here at Kojaks. He's maintained a pretty good stack. He came with a little over 700. We've seen him make a little over 300 so far. He's the current cash chip leader, a little over 1,000 in his stack. And he doesn't let chips go easily. It's going to take a lot of work to get those away from Superman. As we see him calling two with a king 10 off suit. Henderson making the call as well. AK coming in. People like seeing flops in this game. $2 is definitely as cheap as it can get. Robin, who's been prone to 3-betting pre-flop, chooses not to this time. Just wants to see a flop. And so we have, I think, everyone at the table. Yep, all 9 players coming in. Nobody folded for $2, so we're effectively going to have a $2 bomb pot here. Survival Brown, we had 49 entries into the high roller for a $49,000 prize pool, a little over $17,000 up top that we're going to do right here live on stream. So stay tuned. It's going to be a heck of an event. We're having a little bit of entertainment until then. Pretty good cash game. As we see, everyone saw a flop. And we see Mike there betting it out with top and bottom pair. Bet 7. Henderson makes the call with a gut shot. Robin makes the call with a gut shot as well to a 10. Jack on the turn. Doesn't change much. Tree decided to come along and no improvement. Now Mike reaches again. This is 2 pair. Is still standing way tall, betting 25. And Robin finally getting out of the way. Oscar going to get out of the way, and Tree's probably going to fold here. Showing 5 deuce offsuit unless he wants to make a bluff. Mike, a pretty tight player, but not a man that folds very easily. And that little pot there, but every pot counts as he picked up $2 from everybody plus some. Survival, we would love to have had you. But like I said, we'll have another one. Oh, yeah, Brian, we'll definitely have the high roller again. Next week is the end of summer series. In case those are just now tuning in, haven't heard me talk about it, we have a free roll every single day next week. All of the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday free rolls, all different types. Hold 'em on Monday, a bomb pot free roll on Tuesday, 4-card pot limit Omaha High on Wednesday, and Crazy Pineapple on Thursday. All of those a $5,000 guaranteed tournament. And then we're going to have our No Limit Hold'em Free Roll Championship. 4 flights, 4 free flights. Just a standard free roll. Top 12% will bag and tag and bring it back on Sunday. But that's going to be a $20,000 guaranteed multi-day free roll event. We've done it before. They've gotten huge, and looking forward to that one. And then, of course, all of our cash game tournaments going on the side of those free rolls each and every day. We spoke a little bit about them earlier on stream, but it's basically a cash game, just like you would play at any other given time here at Kojak's. But we're going to be paying out monies to the best performers. So the top 12% net winners on some of those, on every one of those days, and some of the windows, most of them are from 4 p.m. to midnight. So if you can be one of the top winners in the room, you can win some bonus cash from that cash game just for playing a normal cash game. Nothing extra, nothing special. Just paid by the hourly access fees just like normal, but you can buy in, cash out, come back later, play as much or as little as you want to. And the top winners, top 12%, will be paid out in a sort of a tournament-style ladder fashion, bonus money. So come in every day next week, compete in cash, compete in free rolls. The end of summer series is finally here. Robin has had a queen on the flop. Ted outturned him with an ace. He's going to raise this one up to 100 as bet 20. Tree with a king. He needs a king for Broadway. Pretty steep price as Ted raised it up. He does let that go. And Anderson, who was wanted to see if he could catch some gut shots, lets that one go as well. And Ted finally finds a pot to drag. He's had some decent holdings, but no flops going his way, and stacking up chips here in this 1-2 game. 35 players still alive. This high roller tournament doesn't move quickly, but it is definitely worth the wait, as these players have invested $1,200 to get into this high roller today. Over 49 of them, in fact. And looking at the list, we've got a couple cash games going on our outer tables as well. 3 1-2 tables. And the 5 on the button broke up as those players entered the tournament. But I'm sure it's going to make back later as people start getting eliminated out of the high roller. Ted looking down at ace 7 of diamonds after scooping up that last pot. Going to raise it up to 12. Robin making the call with a 7-4 suited. CCC calls as well. Oscar calls as well over to Tree, who has a real hand, ace queen suited of spades. Looks like he just made a smooth call. No, he did. He did 3-bet it there. There's some greens under there. 3 bets to 70. Ted here, he does have the diamonds. Might think he has an overcard with an ace against a pocket pair 3-bet there. See if he chooses to put these newfound chips to work. He does reach for calling chips, and that's what he does. He wants to catch, in his mind, possibly an ace, but definitely some diamonds. And Robin's going to gamble it up here with the 7-4 suited, and I love it. He's going to put in the last of his money, so he's going to go all in for 178. And CCC and Oscar are going to get out of the way here. It's about a little over $100 left for Tree, and this man's shown gamble all day, and he's going to continue to do so as he makes the call. Actually, he goes all in over the top of it. Now Ted's really put to an interesting test here. He's only put 58 into this pot, needing to call several hundred, and he's going to gamble as well. So never mind. I thought he might get out of the way, but Ted came to gamble, and he's counted it out. And so we're going to have 3 all-ins here. Main pot's going to be a little over $800 plus a side pot between Ted and Tree. And Robin here, unfortunately, I don't mind the fun and the gamble with the 7-4 suited, but you would think you'd have 2 live cards. But in this case, we see that Ted, with the ace-7, has one of his outs and dominated in the kicker, unfortunately for Robin. But he does have clubs. So several ways here Robin can pick this pot up. But Tree well ahead here with the ace-queen of spades. Yeah, Brian, Ted's been gambling. He hasn't had a whole lot go his way, but he's been fun to watch so far for sure. And Robin's been full of action all stream long as well. As the dealer there separates some pots. See if Robin can catch some clubs or a 4. How about all spades for Tree, just flopping the stone, cold, nuts, all 5 spades on the board, and he still has 2 spades in his hand. And so Tree going to scoop both sides of it. Finally, Tree picking up a decent-sized pot. He's definitely had some not go his way as well here on stream, but that's a big pickup for him to get back closer into the black for him. Ace-queen of spades just flopping gin. And we see that Robin there reaching for some cash, going to buy back in. Ted stepping away. I'm not sure if he's could be headed to the ATM, could be headed home to call it good for the night, but maybe he'll come back. It's definitely fun to watch here on stream. Maybe he'll come back in and play after he gets a little bit of extra money from the ATM slot machine. And we've seen chips fly crazily the last 15, 20 minutes or so. Let's take a look back in. Basil's still holding on to that lead, a little over 1,000 in his stack. CCC, who got a good pot early, a little over 900. AK, who was, he's pretty much been all in with crumbs 2 or 3 times, but has spun it up to almost 900 on a big comeback trail. Tree, you see him with 880, and that almost puts him even on the session. He's had a rough one. But that could be a good turnaround for him. Mike sat down, played a couple winners, about 775 in his stack. And Robin wasting no time putting these newfound chips into play. Going to raise it up to 25 with the ace deuce offsuit. Oscar's 6-5 offsuit, reaching for some calling chips. Could be a favorite hand. You never know. Makes the call. Tree, who just scooped up that monster pot, stacked up right in front of his monster drink, lays down his queen 5 offsuit. Basil not waking up with anything. Anderson, AK waking up with pocket eights, wants to see a flop. So we're going to go 3 ways. AK in a good sized lead here. Looking to dodge an ace, does so. Kind of still of a scary flop. Queen, queen, king on this. And Robin not messing around. Going to bet this one out again. Looks like he bet 25 again. Oscar missing completely. Let's see if he has any bluffs in his range. But I don't think Robin is a man I would try to bluff right now. He's on a mission to get some chips back. He lays down his cards. And tough flop here for AK, but there's still some opportunities here that Robin may not have connected. And he does make the call, and we see another king on the turn, and that's going to devastate the pocket eights of AK. The worst river card pretty much possible, and Robin's going to be best with the ace, and AK is going to have to lay it. I'm sorry, AK bet it. AK bet it. Wow, he let out for that. I missed it completely. I thought he had checked. So AK playing aggressive there and showed the bluff there to Robin. A board pairing king counterfeit his pocket eights, but decided to lean into it. And we've seen AK make moves here at the these cash games and some of these weekly cash games we put here at Kojaks Live. And there's another one as he cuts out some chips there for Ted, selling him some new purchased chips there by Ted. Basil ran over to his phone saying, watching from North Korea, "We see you here at the table, Basil." Robin here, who's got the image of a Steam player right now, but now he's picked up the goods. So maybe he might find somebody to pay him off here as he's picked up ace-king suited, raising it up to 25, but no one having anything to call him with so far as it's folded over to Ted. Ted only queen-8 offsuit, may not want to compete with this hand, but he is going to reach for some chips and does make the call, so he wants to see a flop. We see he has 2 live cards here, queen-8 offsuit. Robin with the first real hand he's been dealt in a while. He's had to make a lot of nothing work so far for him, and it hasn't gone real well. He does flop top pair here, and it's going to go check-check. He's going to play it slow, and I love it. 3 spades does show up, which could hamper things a little bit, but Ted makes a pair of eights, and he's going to lead this one out. And it's a tough one here for Robin. Tried to play the aces slow. No, he makes the call. 5 on the river, and we're going to see that Robin's going to have it as he's got all of his chips there in the middle. And Ted's going to lay it down. So Robin here, let's see if he shows him the ace-king. Nope, decides not to show that one. He wants to keep up the crazy man image. He's definitely had a wide range today. He played it aggressively, and that's, like I said, that's the first kind of real hand he's had in a good while. But it does pay off for him, which is great. There's Cage Cashier Luis. Fantastic game coordinator, cashier, great employee here at Kojaks, and we need more of them. Come apply. We need dealers, cage cashiers, waiters, waitresses, the whole 9 yards. We are busy and running thin and running ragged here at Kojaks, but we're doing it in high spirits because of each and every one of you that make it great every single day. Basil said that's a clone. I believe it. See Basil there in seat 3 running over to make a few quick texts on his phone to the stream. Here we see him wake up with pocket sixes. All right, did you tune in to yourself, step away from the table and tune in to see this pocket 6 play here? Are you about to flop a set for the world to see? Is that why you're watching live instead of sitting at the table? We're going to go 6 ways to this flop, $60 in the middle. Jack, King, 4. I really thought you'd flop a set there. Is that why I thought that might be why you were tuned in instead of sitting and playing? And Robin here is still not through at messing around, but this time he's got a good one. Bottom pair, but the 10 high flush draw. We see that it's the only flush draw at the table. CCC and Oscar both having top pair. CCC having queen kicker, and may get some action out of this here, considering he's seen Robin push, but he's going to make a discipline lay down there. Does let that one go. Basil getting out of the way. Ted not having anything to battle with. So Robin there not playing around. But this one he shows. Pair fours with the diamond draw. Sort of sending some mixed signals to the table here, trying to keep them on their feet. And he's doing a good job of it. And a returning dealer, Joey, to the box. Joey, an older dealer here at Kojak's, recently returned to the Midland, Odessa area. Good to have him back. Fantastic dealer, even a better player. Won some tournaments in our Fort Worth location in the last year or so. Definitely no stranger to cash games either. But it doesn't hurt to always come by and deal whenever you can. The money is fantastic. Speaking of which, Only Sphinx into the chat asking how much are dealers making. Obviously, it's a tip-based tip-based profession, but the dealers make great money. It's about as much as I can say, but specifically, I would have to say that a good dealer can deal anywhere from 20 to 25 hands an hour, and you're looking at an average of $2 to $3 tips per hand, and that's at a minimum. Especially here at Kojak's, we have some of the best tipping culture here that I've seen in the state, and so you can extrapolate that $50, $60 plus per hour here as a dealer at Kojak's. They're definitely well taken care of by our members, and they perform for it. And right here at Joey dealing out the bomb pot. Let's see if we can decipher what anybody has. Queen 6 ace on the top, Jack 9 8 on the bottom. Let's see who's got some straights or some straight draws here. Robin with the Queen 10. He's going to flop the Queen high. I knew somebody might have had it. Queen high straight draw on this top board. And a pair of queens and 2 pair on the bottom. You're going to see him bet pot here every time. He did it last time. He only bets 50, so close enough. But flopping gin on that top board with the Queen 10. AK having pocket queens. That's a middle set on that bottom. You may see him come along for 50. Tree made the calls. He has bottom set on that bottom board. So all the sixes are accounted for. And AK makes the call with that middle set. So we're still going to have 4 players in an already $245 pot. Boys, as we do accept part-time dealers for sure. 3 on the top board, bottom on the graphic. And can't quite make this. Okay, there's a 7, which does nothing but extend the straight for Robin. And AK got a pretty good lock so far on that bottom board with a set of queens. Of course, Robin here is still with the nuts on one board with the, well, we can see that he's not going to catch a queen or a 6. He could catch an ace, but we would see that that would give Tree a larger boat. But having the nuts on that top board means that he's guaranteed at least half the pot. He does put in the last of his chips. So barring any diamond, looking to dodge a diamond, he's going to get half of this pot. And on the bottom, AK currently in the lead with his set of queens. Tree has bottom set of 6s, and we know the 6 isn't coming. But did he get AK to lay it down? Looks like he did. And I don't blame AK. All he had was a set. Not much he could do about anything. He's going to definitely wish he had held on to him, but that's a pretty trips is usually not very good in this game, especially we don't have anything on the top. We're going to see Robin's straight hold on the top, and Tree's set of 6 is going to be best on the bottom. And AK, you can see him kind of shaking his head. Knowing that other half of the pot should have been his. But between Robin and Tree being so aggressive, he lays down the set of queens, which is the proper play in a bomb pot. Every player has 4 cards. Like I said, a set. Not not very not very strong in bomb pots typically. Carter's saying, let's see here, Carter. Let's see if we can figure this out here. How are you? My headphones not working. Can you reply to me in chat? I don't know. Don't think so. Omar, what's up, man? Quite a few people tuned in across YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in for this 1-2 cash game, but the main event is still to come. We've got 31 players left in the High Roller event. For those just tuning in, this event right here, the High Roller $20,000 guarantee tournament, that is the premier tournament tonight. That is the reason we are here. That is why we are streaming. We're going to be bringing you the final table of this tournament. Of course, it was a $20,000 guarantee, but the pot actually ended up being 49,000. That's right, 49 chasers of this $1,200 buy-in. A little over $17,000 for first place. Omar asking where Coach is. He was out in the field earlier. Don't know if he's still in it or not, Omar. Don't know if he is still in it. I'm kind of locked in here. We're short on staff. We're busy. We've got, like I said, 4 tournament tables, 3 different cash tables. That's why I was begging for people to come work. Send in your application today. Dealers, cage workers, waiters, waitresses, lots of ways to work and make money here at Kojak's. Part-time, full-time, whatever you need, we can talk. Yeah, Rebel, that's a tough fold there, but you know, sometimes if you don't have anything working on the other board, there's Corey. Yeah, bud, unfortunately, today's the day we need you the most. Sorry you're not feeling well. Anderson here finally making a hand. Poor guy has not had much go his way, but he hasn't gotten himself much in danger, being very patient. And here we see that it's going to pay off as he turns the queen high flush. Tree has a pair of 5s, probably won't compete. Newfound pair of 7s for Oscar on the turn, probably not going to call either. And Tree not going to be able to do much. And so you're going to see Anderson take down this one here. Finally, patience pays off as Anderson picks up a pretty decent pot there. Almost a couple $100. Shows the spades. Yeah, Corey, today really is the worst day to miss. And Sphinx, to be a dealer, you just got to know how to deal. Got to know the rules. The more rules, the better. We don't mind teaching mechanics, but we do require you already have a basic knowledge of Texas Hold'em and preferably Omaha. And other games is always a bonus as well. We do play Big O here. But YouTube has some great resources, great videos to teach you the basics of poker dealing. And like I said, we don't mind working with people as long as they sort of show the dedication to wanting to learn, to wanting to improve. But I think the first key that I tell people is practice your shuffling, just like you see them shuffle here at Kojak's and standard casinos, the face down shuffling. And get that perfected, and the rest will come. We don't mind helping out as much as we can, but like I said, we're pretty busy up here, so try to pick up as much as you can on your own. YouTube is the best resource. Welcoming Thor to the table. Seen Thor here around Kojak's quite a bit. Great guy. Definitely a fitting name here for him. We got a bunch of $2 limpers over to Ted, who's going to raise it up here with the ace-king offsuit, raising it up to 13. Robin, who we've seen play almost any 2 cards and play him decently well, probably not going to fold. Not much for Oscar, but he's going to call anyway. 6-2 soft suit. Tree making the call. Thor for his first hand of the table. King 9 going to make the call as well. Anderson forced to come along, as we are still 7 ways to a flop. Ted with the pre-flop raise up to 13. And dealer Joey here putting on a flop of a 7-8-9 rainbow. Top pair for Thor, open-ended for AK and Oscar. A 10 would give a bigger straight to Tree, but he did fold the jack. So that brings Oscar and AK's hand back to life. We see that Thor is best with the top pair king kicker. Let's see, Oscar's one that bet his open-ended here. Thor, Anderson, and AK all making the call here. Anderson outpipped by Thor by 1. Rebel Poker, you say that. Shuffling face down, question mark? You mean you can't shuffle face up? Who knew? Face down shuffling means is you don't do the bridge. You keep the cards flat on the surface. So yes, it is correct terminology. Face down shuffling is what casino shuffle means. Or you don't bend the cards. You see people on TV and home games, they use their thumbs and lift up the cards completely to where if you're like looking at it, you can see cards flashing. That means you're shuffling faces up. So face down means you keep the cards flat on the table when just peeling the corners to where no one can see any cards. So it is a thing to call it shuffling face down. Board pairing 8 on the turn doesn't help anything. The 6 on the river is also non-existent, as Thor's King 9 is going to hold best, and they're going to go check here to this river, trying to get to a showdown. Anderson going to see that he is just outkicked. And so welcome to the table. Thor picks up his first hand, first pot, first drag.
That's how I announce myself. Rebel Poker asking, how do you lose sound? No, we didn't lose sound. We're just doing a quick change off here. Mr. Ted making Broadway. He's got the dummy, well, not quite Broadway. He's got the dummy end of a king high straight. And he's got the check mark. He's going to scoop this $251 pot. chipping back up. Omar Cruz saying, what's up, my guy? Hey, Omar, back at you. I have been running around doing a little something called a high roller tournament. We got a $20,000 guarantee on this tournament. We ended up with almost $50,000 in the prize pool. I would call that a pretty good day. Hey, Survival Brian says, what a voice. Sounds good, buddy. Hey, man, I appreciate that. And you type pretty good yourself. Now we are moving on here. Always bring that big energy, Omar says. Hey, I appreciate it. Now, Mr. Joey pitching lightning over here. Now, I sat down for maybe a quarter of a hand, and it looked pretty nasty. I'm excited to see how nasty this hand gets. Mr. Anderson, 9-8 offsuit. AK with the Jack 5, suited. Well, two different suits. He's got the double flush draw. Ted with the Queen 6 offsuit. Robin with the Ace 10 offsuit. CCC with the Jack 7 off. Oscar with the Ace Quisha. Brian saying he's going to need me to make sure the next high roller meets his schedule. Yeah, okay. I could do that. Omar saying, I could be an anime voiceover actor. Aga! I assume you mean the English version, not the Japanese version. And Robin does make the call here for 74 more. They're going heads up, and he is dominated. Looking for a 10. No 10 by the turn, and the river is a heart. That does not complete any flushes. Omar saying, yes, English dub. It's been a little while since I've seen any Japanime. But I did used to like Cowboy Bebop back in the day. All right, we're moving on. We're already on hand number 51. We have crossed the half-century mark. And Mr. Joey going in here, dealing some heat, nonstop. Last hand, not too hot, but pretty hot. Telling me I could be the next Spike. I'm into it. Now CCC with the Ace Quisha. Oh, wow. What did I say about not being a spicy hand? Ace Queen versus King 10, both of the same suit. And Ted's going to go all in with the Ace Jack. Omar, I'm kind of like the Netflix version of Spike. Actually, they did make a Cowboy Bebop live action, didn't they? Peter Pena saying, Basil, come on, Brazil, watch it from Alabama. I love it. Tree with the pocket sevens now with a decision to make. An all-in and a call and another call ahead of him. Pocket sevens. This is on the line as far as calls go. And he does put in the call. He's actually ahead right now. He's got the only paired hand. pocket sevens are deadly, says Omar. You are not lying. Let's see if he can hit the jackpot hand. 777. Brian saying this might be the wildest 1-2 table ever for a stream. And you know what? This is just your average 1-2 table. I think once the lights go on, the cameras start filming, people get a little excited, start playing a little crazier. But I do tend to agree with you, Brian. Omar says quadra sevens. Look out. Omar saying, let's see them boys. And here we go. It looks like we're just ripping it. Nobody's held up the old 2 sign yet. All black flop, 2 spades. Tree pulls ahead on the flop. CCC going to check it. Tree goes all in. And what do you do with the 2 overcards in the backdoor flush draw? Clarence put to the test here. Brian saying the lineup. Yeah, you're right. It is a good lineup. And CCC does make the fold here. No pair. Backdoor draw. Decides to get out of there. A king on the turn. Robin pairs up. And a deuce of spades. Nobody holding spades. Robin going to take it down with a decent hand, but arguably the worst hand of the 4 pre-flop. And Tree going to take down the side pot. Robin shows the pair of kings, and he gets that main. Omar taking the words right out of my mouth. Zam! Omar, king on the turn. Pikachu face. Yeah, you are not wrong right there, my friend. And we are heating up. Now, stay tuned. We are going to be watching the final table of that high roller. Over $17,000 up top with a $49,000 prize pool. We had a great turnout for this tournament. We got a lot of great players in the tournament. Should be opening up another cash game here pretty soon. I am pretty excited about that. We've got 3 1-2 tables going on right now, 4 tournament tables. AK with the ace-8, Ted with the 9-7, some offsuited gappers making the call. King-6 for Robin, CCC with pocket 4s. From ace-queen to 4s, the sailboats. And he is going to call the $20. Henderson with the queen-10 offsuit. In the big blind. He's going to make the call, and AK with the ace-8 coming along. That puts us 6 ways to the flop. 121 in the middle. We're starting things off pretty good for this hand. 8-3 deuce. Almost everybody misses. AK with top pair, top kicker on an 8 high board. Ted with the 7-8-9. Bets 80. Playing it like a very big overpair. That might price everybody out. 4s get out of the way. Tree with a pair of 3s. Ted sizing, very polarizing. Tree does not believe him, so he's going to make the call. Anderson, whiff, he's out of there. AK with the ace-8. He's going to call. Splashing the pot a little bit. A 7 of spades on the turn. completes the front door flush. Tree, the only player holding any spades. He's only got the 5. Ted goes all in for the rest of it. Tree now starting to believe Ted may have pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket aces. Could have made a set. Ted, of course, only with 1 pair. Tree lays it down. AK is better than Ted's hand. But the way Ted has played it so far really does look like an overpair. AK makes the call. It looks like they're determining whether they go once or twice. Ace of spades on the river. They are doing it twice. AK with 2 pair. And the 4 of spades. Tree would have made a flush on both boards. And AK is going to scoop that pot, winning top and bottom. And Ted reaching in, pulling out a Benjamin. And he is adding right on right there. And here we go. Ted with the ace-7 suited. Omar asking the name of the guy with the mask on. That is Mr. Basil. He might as well be the mascot here at Kojaks. Robin with the K9, the bow wow. Tree playing the 5 deuce. Yes, he does always have a different mask. He designs and makes and draws on his clothes. Every piece of fabric on his body is custom made. Ted flopping the joint. Maybe wishing he came in for a little more than 100, but we are still 5 ways here. Tree with the 5 deuce flopping a straight. This is ugly. And Tree could actually get a straight flush. I don't think I've seen the 5 of clubs folded. It must have been because Tree is drawing dead right now. Omar saying dope. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Oh, actually, I see. If the 5 of clubs comes off, Ted makes the higher straight flush. Boy, wouldn't that be nasty? Ted goes all in for the remaining 80. Tree. Nothing left to do but call the 30. He does just that. No 5 of clubs. Not yet. And he shows the flush. And there you go, scooping that pot. Getting the whole shebang. Thanks for checking us out, everybody. We are Kojaks in Midland. Having a good time doing a high roller tournament tonight. 29 players remaining. $17,150 up top. And here we go. And number 54 is underway. Robin out of there. CCC out of there. Oscar raising it up to $6. Brian saying, best place to play cards. Good old Kojaks. I cannot agree with you more. And speaking of which, AK with the jacks here. Going to 3-bet to 60. Just your standard 10x raise. Ted with the 10-8. Tree with the jack 10. Thor with the ace deuce. And he does kind of look like Thor, doesn't he? And he folds. 3 ways to this flop here. $192 in the middle. Jacks for AK. 10-8 suited for Ted. And jack 10 offsuit for Tree. Wants to get a little spicy with it. 5-5-8 on the board. Ted with a pair of 8s. AK still with the overpair. Going to bet $200. Slightly more than full pot. Ted with a pair of 8s. May feel inclined to call here, but it would be for the entirety of his stack, and he does put it in. And Tree with the jack 10. Can't imagine he's going to call. Yep, Tree does make the fold. Ted looking for 1-8 left. Doesn't get there by the river. AK with the jacks. They do hold. At least on the first board. Second board's a king and a 7. Oh, that's the first board. Sorry. First board's a king and a 7. Second board is a 4 and a 10. AK's jacks still hold. The fish hooks are good. Yeah, it looks like Ted taking a walk to go reload. Go back to the old reload machine. And AK going to stack some chips. Here's a look at those chip stacks. We got 2 players in the 4-figure territory. AK now almost 1,500 in front of him. Basil at 1,013. Robin at 783. Anderson 594. Thor 524. Tree at 513. Oscar down to 207 right now. All these players with very healthy chip stacks. It does appear Tree is the one throwing the party right now, down 447. All he needs is a double up, and he will be well into the black. And that high roller tournament is what we are running right now. It is August 28th. We still got some food over there, too, from Chewy's. Had that catered in celebration of some of our recent wins and some of our recent winners. Mr. Braxton Dunaway, Mr. Alex Cruz, Mr. Darrell Hopkins, and Mr. Rudy Borg, all taking down very large victories. And today is a celebration of those victories. We're very happy to have players like that in our room. Ace 6-5 on the top, 9-8-7 on the bottom. Basil with a pretty good wrap on the bottom and a pretty good wrap on the top, actually. Looks like Robin has the highest equity, though. Got the pair of 9s on top, the pair of aces on the bottom. And a deuce of clubs. And a 6 of clubs. Not quite completing any flush draws. AK going to bet 125. Robin gets out of there. Tree making the wheel on the bottom. And he's got the queen high club draw on top. He is going to make the call. Thor, looks like he's about to fold. Thor is holding the 4-7 up and down straight draw, but he does let it go. AK with the 9-6, the old 2-pair on top. But he does fold as well. We are heads up here. And a 3 comes off. Thor would have made that straight. But Tree makes the 7 high straight. And it looks like it's a scooper, actually. Sometimes the graphics deceive me. But this time, nope. Tree is back in the black. Tree going to scoop that entire pot. You see Richard counting it out, making sure everything is right. I just hit my knee. That hurts. Tree feeling pretty good. Tree feeling no pain. And we do have our end of summer series coming up as well, starting us off next week. We're doing a whole week of free rolls and a whole week of cash game tournaments. That is going to be a lot of fun. Cash game tournament is going to be revolutionary here. We're going to take a little bit of money out of each pot played during the window, 4 p.m. to 12 midnight, for weekdays, and 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday, and Sunday, kind of a shorter window for Flight C, the 10 on the button. Finale, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. We're going to take some money out of the pot. We're going to track everybody's buy-ins and cash outs, use the money that we took out of the pots for a prize pool, and pay out the top 12% of players in terms of their highest cash outs. That is going to be very, very awesome. As well, we've got free rolls running every single day, and you saw on the flyer, different free rolls running for each day.
Different free rolls, different days, all of them $5,000 until that championship of $20,000, Chase.
That's going to be nuts. $20,000 free roll. Where else do you see that except at Kojak?
It's going to be amazing. You're up.
All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
We're going to be breaking down another table here into this high roller, one table closer to the final table we're going to have here on stream for you guys. There are 28 players remaining. Blinds are going up. Chip stacks are starting to move. There's a lot of play in this tournament, as there should be in a $1,200 buy-in tournament. But just like any other tournament, it has to come to an end. But we're going to be right here with you until that happens. $30 for AK to call. He's got top 2 pair. Let's see if he raises this one up. It looks like he does, raising it up to 100. Oscar letting his middle pair go. Thor saying that his 5s are no longer probably any good. Bet 30 to see where he was and found out pretty quickly. Anderson's got an interesting option here. 70 more. Try to chase that club. We'll see if he wants to make that gamble. Looks like he does. So we're going to be heads up. 274 in the middle here. Anderson looking for a club to take the lead in this hand. 3 of spades, not going to do it just yet. Let's see how much pressure AK wants to put on here. A very wet connected board. Yeah, Anderson's going to go ahead and surrender as AK put him to the full test massive bet, putting Anderson all in. So Anderson has to make the lay down there. And good fold for Anderson. And it was one of the originals here at this stream table. He brought, a little over 500 with him from the outer table, and he's got a little under 500. So he's had an even Steven night so far. But from what I was commenting earlier, didn't quite have much to work with, but patience is definitely in his bag. He hasn't gotten out of line, hasn't done anything too crazy, just staying nice and patient, which you have to in a cash game. Nothing wrong with patience. Let's see what I've missed while I was taking care of the tournament. Looks like I've missed some AK action. 1,500 plus in front of Mr. AK, 26% of the chips in play. Somebody in chat, tell me what happened. Holy Toledo. Trees had a good come up. We saw a little bit of that earlier before I went out to the floor. He's almost at 1,200. Basil's still around that $1,000 mark. But it looks like AK had a big one, or two, or three. 1,500 in his stack. We're at 57 hands here on this stream. Still quite a few people tuned in across Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every single one of you. We're going to bring you to the final table. As soon as it gets there, we'll move these cash players out onto the floor where they can continue their fun. We bring in the final table of the high roller event. So it looks like we had a raise by Ted to 20, and now a 3-bet from CCC with ace-7. You know, he was pretty quiet when I was here in the box last time, and now he's 3-betting with a light ace. I like it. You know, open the door a little bit here. Nobody testing him yet. Of course, like I said, he's been quiet. Ted here, though, ace-8. We've seen him gamble several times, and here we go again. How about a reshove to 200? I love it by Ted. And Robin, who's called for less with less earlier, he's going to make the call too. A gamble man, and CCC has had enough. Looks like he had way more chips than this when I left earlier, so he might be a little bit on a steamer. And he's going to need some help here. Ted and CCC, ace-8 versus ace-7 versus the pocket deuces of Oscar. No. And no, actually, okay, so Robin did fold. Okay. I said I've seen him call for less with less, but he did get out of the way of this one. And Ted and CCC are battling it out. 5-5 king, many opportunities now open for CCC. 9 on the turn, gives Ted a heart out, and a queen does make the chop. 5-5, ace, king, queen, and Ted and CCC are going to drag those chips back, plus, you know, the few 20s that were in the middle. So kind of a come up there for both of them, especially when they both turn over their hands and see. Yeah, I'm going to have to ask Chase, CCC, who was a very disciplined player before I left, has taken a cannonball to the stack that I left him with. He had almost 1,000. Now he's down to a couple hundred. Somebody in the chat wants to let me know what kind of cooler he took. And it looks like AK was probably the benefactor. He's the one that's had the most growth since I left the booth. They have just reached a 10-minute break in the high roller. 27 players remain, 3 tables. When they get down to 10, you're going to see them all right here live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. And we're going to play down to a winner. 17,000 and change for first place tonight in the high roller event. $1,200 buy-in. We had 49 runners. 6 of them are going to get money. 6th place, just short of $4,000, all the way up to just over 17,000 for first place. And we're continuing on this 1-2 game for you guys until that point is reached. Robin's going to raise this one up to 11 with his 10-6 suited. And CCC, who is trying to make something happen, is going to 3-bet to 50 with the ace-jack. Oscar looks down at ace-queen, going to put in his last 94. Ted made the call with king-deuce because why not? It's Ted. I love it. And CCC going to put in the rest of his stack right now just to cut out any decisions. And, of course, Ted's going to have to come along after already putting in 92. Yeah, it's all pretty much, it's like 44 more to Ted here. As dealer Richard in the box going to get everything straightened out. So 3 of the shorter stacks going to gamble and try to spin it up here against some of these larger stacks. I don't blame him one iota. Oscar with a stranglehold, though, here pre-flop ace-queen versus the ace-jack of CCC. And Ted, 2 live cards, king-deuce and spades, working in his favor. Somebody in the chat earlier said Ted likes action. So far, they have been prophetically correct. The man has been action, and we love it. We'll see how many times they decided to run this one here. 3, 4, 9, no help. Ace-queen still ahead for Oscar. Board parry 9 on the turn gives some chop opportunities for Oscar and CCC, and that's what happens. Oscar and CCC are going to chop this one up. They're going to chop up Ted's money. So you're going to see CCC grab the extra there because he had more chips than Oscar. So I say they chop up. They're going to chop up the main, but CCC is going to make a pretty good chunk off of Ted since Oscar had about half the chips that Ted had. But you see Ted firing once again. No fear poker. I love it. But Monica refilling the well as these players have been refilling their chips. Plenty of action here on this 1-2 cash game tonight. While he's splitting that pot up, we can talk a little bit about next week. We've mentioned the free roll tournaments all next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All $5,000 guaranteed tournaments. No Limit Hold'em on Monday. Bomb Pot tournament on Tuesday. 4-card high PLO on Wednesday, and then Crazy Pineapple on Thursday, and Friday and Saturday, 2 days, 4 flights, $20,000 guaranteed free rolls. Basically 4 free rolls, 4 flights, 12% will move on to day 2, playing for at least $20,000 prize pool. But if any indication we've done this before, they get bigger than that. And at the same time, we're having our cash game tournaments. If you can see on your screen, or if you're just listening, on Monday, the chosen cash game will be 5 on the button, no limit hold'em, with the bomb pots from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. The 12% of the net winners, 12% of the net positive winners will receive an additional bonus payout for that cash window. So if you made the most money in cash in that 8-hour window, you're going to get bonus money in a ladder format payout where the prize pool is generated from the cash games. 100% from the cash games back to the cash players. And we're going to do that every day next week in different windows, different games. And we'll get more into that as we get through the night. But that's coming up this Monday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Just check out our Facebook and read those posters. And check it out on Poker Atlas. Something brand new and unprecedented. We're going to do it right here at Kojak's. Every day is a different game. And we're going to see Anderson raise this one up to 15 with the Queen 7 of spades. Might be one of his favorite hands. Haven't seen him really raise with much tonight, but he might be just wanting to see what he can make happen on this King 10-7 rainbow board. No one having a king. Anderson having a bottom pair along with Robin. Robin having the better kicker. This one's going to check around. An 8 on the turn. No one holding clubs. That's going to give Robin still best with a pair of 7s, ace kicker, but no one wants this pot. 90 in the middle, Jack on the river, Oscar here makes a pair, but we see Tree hits the gut shot Broadway and a sneaky check to see if somebody wants to steal it, and I like that check by Tree. And Anderson's going to bet here. Anderson's going to be the one taking the bait, betting 40, and Oscar's going to get trapped into the call as well since he hit the jack on the river, and now Tree's going to announce it. There you go, 225. So Tree there with that very disciplined check on the river, first to act, garnished him an additional $80 in bets from other players. Fantastically played there by Tree. Oscar doesn't want to believe him. He does show the jack and throw it away. Good fold, Oscar. And Tree shows it. He lets him know that I had the goods. Don't mess with me whenever I check raise. Great hand. Like I said, great check. Got him an extra $80 there. But back to those cash games. Starting next week. Like I said, Monday's the 5 on the button, no limit hold'em from 4 to midnight. Now, you can play as much or as little as you want. These are just cash games. Buy in for what you want, cash out when you want. But we're going to be looking for the top moneymaker from 4 p.m. to midnight, and it stops. Whoever has garnished the most money will win first place of a prize pool generated from the cash games in that 8 hours from each of the pots. We're going to have monies pulled from each hand, racking up on a leaderboard, and 100% of the monies taken out of those 8 hours goes right back to the players in a prize pool paid out in a tournament-style ladder. So first place would be whoever made the most money playing 5 on the button, no limit hold'em from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. Doesn't matter how much you played, doesn't matter how long you played, what you bought in for, what you cashed out. It is who made the most money. And then we're going to do that all week long. Tuesday, Pot Limit Omaha, 5 on the button. Wednesday, Big O, 5-card high-low, 5 on the button. And then Thursday, the big cash game, 25 on the button, no limit hold'em. So 4 days, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., 4 p.m. to midnight, the top cash winners will receive payouts in a tournament-style ladder, first, second, third, fourth. The top 12% of winners will get paid out from those funds, 100% back to the players. So get paid just for playing. It's a really cool concept we're trying out here at Kojaks. And speaking of cool stuff, how about Basil Wiggin with pocket kings? Oscar went all in with king jack for 95. Tree made the call with pocket sevens. Thor made the call with queen 10. Basil trying to keep out the riffraff as he has 3-bet to 350 with the pocket kings. So Tree and Thor, who both put in almost $100 each. Basil makes sure that everyone here is serious, and you see that alongside there by Tree, pocket sevens. He's got to know they're behind. Basil is not a guy to 3-bet heavy like this. He's got to know it's got to be better than pocket sevens. 350, and Basil doesn't have a short stack, by the way. I mean, he's had 1,000 almost before the hand started. So yeah, Tree does let it go, and Thor trying to gamble a little bit and have some fun. You see the pain. He was just trying to gamble and have some fun, but he can't do it unless he just wants to put in his last bit and just rebuy. Really, he's trying to spin it up here with the queen 10. Come on, Thor. You know it's never worse than queen 10. And pocket 9 is the best thing you can hope for, but have 2 overs. And Basil's not doing that with just pocket 9s. So Oscar, who was early to act in the hand, trying to pick up some of the chips in the middle, put in his last 95 with king jack offsuit, and he's run it into Basil's pocket kings. And Richard, 9 queen deuce. Jack on the turn and a 10 on the river, and they're going to chop the first board as the 10 gives both players the gut shot. So first board basically irrelevant. 7-3-9 on the second one. 2 diamonds. Basil having the only diamond here. Deuce on the turn, no help, and Oscar's not going to win this second run out. So you're going to see He's going to get 2/3 of this pot. So as Richard there basically cuts Oscar's money in half there. Pretty incredible that Pocket Kings chops the pot with King Jack. Basil dominating Oscar pre-flop. And 1 out of the 2 runs ended up chopping. I've seen Ace King beat aces a few times in my life. It's always a surprise. This is pretty similar. It's difficult for any pocket pair to get beaten by another hand where their superior card is one of the pocket pair. So if you have pocket queens and your opponent has queen 10, it's pretty hard for your opponent to run you down. But that was one way to do it, a 1-card straight with the king. We have officially 3 tables for the $20,000 guaranteed high roller. 27 players remaining. We're going to be right here live for you all the way down to the winner. We're going to bring that final table here live on YouTube, at Facebook, and Twitch. And we're giving you some pretty fun 1-2 to watch along the way. Been a pretty active game. Lots of fun, lots of entertainment for this 1-2s like we were hoping it would be. And give you guys something to tune in, listen to, and watch while we're waiting for that high roller to get down to the final table. It's going to be a little late. These guys are playing for a lot of money, over $17,000 up top. So stick with us. It's going to be interesting. When I was out on the floor earlier, saw a few knockouts. They seem to weigh heavier than other knockouts that I've seen. When you have a $1,200 buy-in tournament. Anderson here with the ace 7 of diamonds, going to raise this one up to 25. He's mixing it up a little bit in these last couple of hands. And I like it. AK, Oscar, and Thor all coming along with some interesting holdings. Lots could happen here. Anderson ahead with the ace 7 of diamonds. Richard putting out 3-10-10 Gin for Thor, who called with the Doyle 10 deuce pre-flop, flopping at 3 of a kind. Oscar bottom pair trays. No help to Anderson or AK, and Oscar's going to go ahead and put it in now, 71. Snap call by Thor, and that's going to get Anderson and AK out of the way with that snap call. And Oscar with a less than 1%er on this one. I don't think it's going to matter how many times you run it now. 6 on the turn, that's going to be it. As Oscar's needing running trays. And he does let that one go. And finally, Oscar, who hung on several times down to the felt, finally someone gets the best of him, but he came to play. That is for sure. Really fun to watch. And Thor stacks the chips. Let's have a look at the chip stacks. Like I said, there was a lot of shifting while I was out on the floor earlier doing some tournament stuff. AK 1364, 23% of the chips in play. Tree right behind him, who's picked up some big hands after he got low pretty early in the cash game, but held in there, held strong, and built it all the way back up. Just here on stream, we can see that Tree is about a $300 winner and having 1250 in front of him. But a black number is a good number to have in poker in the positives. And all the way down, Robin, Thor, Anderson, CCC, and Ted, who hasn't been able to get much started here, but he's definitely like another one that came to play. Away from the table here, had ace 7 of hearts, definitely would have played that one. CCC, who had a monster stack early, and apparently, and no one in chat wanted to tell me what happened. I missed it, but had a monster stack early and lost it while I was out on the floor. And he's been in trying to mix it up to get that big stack back as he's raising this one up to keep with King Jack. Thor making the call, AK and Anderson all joining in as well on a 7 Queen Jack board. Anderson open-ended. Middle pair for CCC. Gut shots for Thor. No hearts. And CCC is going to keep the pressure on, bet an additional 10 here. Continuation bet with his middle pair. Anderson, you'll probably see him come along, which you do. Thor, believe he called as well. He said, why not? You can find a 9 in that deck for me. Actually, I'm sorry. Anderson's going to raise it up to 130. Good move by Anderson. I missed that one. The graphics were a little late catching up on that one. So, good move. Said, let's just try to end it right now. And it does get CCC to fold, and Thor does not want to chase the gut shot. So, perfect timing there by Anderson. Great move. Picks up that pot, and he's almost got almost a couple hundred back in his stack. And we see that looks like Oscar might have made a comeback here. Let's see if bought some chips here, maybe on the way. Not quite done with these guys. He did rebuy some chips. Looks like 100. Dealer Monica in the box. Thinks he's yelling some orders as Monica does best. Long-time dealer here at Kojaks. And Oscar back into the game for 100. Going to try to spin it up and start out with this bomb pot here. Every dealer change, we have a bomb pot here at Kojaks. Let's have one more look real quickly at this end of summer series that I was talking about earlier. The cash games for the periods that I was talking about from 4 p.m. to midnight. The first one is Monday, and we're going to have trophies for these events. So the top, like I said, cash performer, $5 no limit hold'em on Monday, 5 on the button pot limit Omaha, 4 card on Tuesday, $5 on the button Big O Wednesday. That's 5 card high low. That'll be a fun game. Thursday is the high game, the high no limit, 25 on the button. That one's a 1,500 to 5,000 buy-in with a 70% match. That one's going to be a massive, massive game there. And then, of course, the 10 on the button, no limit hold'em championship. We're going to have competition from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday, and then 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Sunday. And then at that point, across the 3 days, they will all have the accumulated wins, losses, and the top performers will get all of the bonus funds for their performance. I cannot wait to see the payouts on that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And all you're doing is playing cash. You can buy in for anything within the limits, cash out when you want, add on when you want. It's cumulative winnings that we're after. You can play as little or as much as you want. It's going to be a lot of fun all next week. Various games here at Kojaks. We're playing a bomb pot. Looks like CCC's putting a bet in there. We'll get a read on his cards. You see Monica there telling him to spread his cards out a little bit there. Get a read on those readers you see in front of the players. Oscar made the call. He's open-ended on the top board. Basil makes the call as well. He's got queens and 5s on the top and open-ended draw 2 pair on the bottom. Anderson making the call with his flopped straight. There's a 10-9. AK with pocket aces in his hand. He's got ace, king, 5 pocket aces and no suits working. Not that there's any flush draws on the board, but that's kind of disappointing. Get dealt pocket aces in Omaha and have no nut flush draw. Actually, Anderson raised this one up to 105. So he's going to basically announce his flopped straight, and we can see that there's a few cards out there that could ruin it for him, but for right now, he does have the nuts on one board. AK wanted to gamble a little bit with those pocket aces. He makes the call for 105. Robin and Ted getting out of the way. Now CCC, who has the mystery hand, and he's going to come along. We'll see what his holdings are, hopefully at some point as they play catch-up. And Thor doesn't have much going, but we've seen this guy gamble. He's only got a pair of queens and does let it go. So I wanted to see a cheap turn for only $10 to see what develops, but has to let it go as Anderson raised it up to 105 with his flop straight on the bottom board. So we're going to go three ways. A lot of good turn cards for both of these players. Of course, it is bomb pots. Anything can happen. Dealer Monica. King on the top and a board pairing 5 on the bottom. That's going to give trips for AK to keep him still alive here. And picks up some outs against Anderson, who still has the best hand with the straight. And Anderson's going to put in his last 75 here with that flop straight. CCC does want to go ahead and make that call. We'll see what he's holding hopefully soon. And AK came along as well as he's picked up some equity with that 5. 6 on the top, no help to AK. Jack on the bottom. Now, barring CCC's mystery hand here, we will see that AK is going to make the Broadway on the top, which isn't the nuts, but he has one of the 5s to help some of the outs. But he does have Broadway on the top with the ace-king, and he bets almost all in, but it's enough to put CCC all in. And this pot's so big, if CCC has anything, he's going to have to come along. But we can see that Anderson has the 9-10 for the nuts straight. But the board paired on that one as well, so it's no longer quite as strong as it was for Anderson. So I believe CCC would have probably put his money in by now if he had a boat. And the way he's frustratingly thinking pretty hard about this one, we can probably guess he doesn't have the boat and does have to let it go. So AK and Anderson going to take this one half for each. Anderson with the flopped 6-7-8 that survives the board pairing, and AK had trip 5s and makes the gut shot Broadway on the top, and they're going to chop this one up. Cambry, it's adequately named, madam. Thor is in seat 2. Your husband. It's a great name. Nothing wrong. It fits him. Befitting, as it were. Thanks for tuning in. And anybody else who wants to play on stream, this is kind of an open seating for tonight. We don't know how long we're going to be streaming this because we're going to be playing down to the final table of that $20,000 guaranteed high roller, which is ended up being $49,000, more than double the guarantee and then some. We're going to be taking you to that final table as soon as it forms, the final 10. There's 25 players remaining, and we're going to keep it here locked in live until someone takes down that $17,000 and change first place prize. It's going to be a lot of fun here tonight. So a lot of 1-2 left. So make your way up here. We have some outer tables going on, some waiting lists for people that want to come in and play on the stream tonight. We stream every Friday here at Kojaks, except this Friday. We had to have a special stream tonight for this special event of the High Roller. Definitely want to bring you a $17,000 first place prize live on stream. So we decided to move tomorrow's stream to today. Play some 1-2 while we wait. It's folded around to Oscar, who's got 65 left of his $100 rebuy. He's got pocket 8s, and he's going to ship it all in. See if anybody wakes up with anything to compete with. Basil's got King Jack. Looks like he nodded in agreement as he's cutting out of chips to call. Anderson stepped away from the table, so he has folded. AK's cutting out some chips as well. We'll see what he has. 9-5 suited. Fun, interesting hand. Can do a lot of things with that. You never know. Maybe want to gamble it up. He's got over 1,400 in front of him. He is going to go ahead and make that call, giving Oscar some extra action. And Ted finally finds a hand he doesn't want to gamble with. It took 3 deuce offsuit to do it with, but the man likes to gamble, but he couldn't do it with that one. So Oscar is going to get 3x if he can dodge a 9-king jack or a lot of diamonds against Basil and AK. See what dealer Monica here has in store. 10 King Ace. Basil going to catch a king there to take the lead big time on this hand. Queen of Diamonds on the turn, and Basil's going to make Broadway. And he's going to go ahead and bet it. And AK is not going to be able to call. Kind of knowing that he's beat there. And so Basil, Oscar has an opportunity to chop here with a jack on the river. And it is a chop. So Oscar's going to make some money on the hand as Basil has bet AK off of the pot. And so Oscar and Basil are going to chop up AK's money. And I don't blame Basil for betting there. You never know. He had the nuts on the turn. He had Broadway. But a jack on the river completes the board Broadway. And Oscar gets another breath of life as he makes a little bit off of AK's pre-flop money, sitting now back to about his 100 buy-in. Table having a good laugh about that one. That's we've seen some incredible rivers here tonight on this 1-2. These 1-2 games definitely do not lack action. You know, we've had multiple different types of cash games here on live stream. Some of them on the cheaper side, some of them more on the expensive side. And it just seems that the 1-2s sometimes have the most action because they're not playing for thousands and thousands of dollars. So they might get a little bit splashy, a little bit gambly with that sort of sizing. Whereas some of those deeper stack tournaments, they kind of lock up a little bit when there's that much pain out on the table. Back to the action here. Sorry about that. CCC 3-bet this one pre-flop with the Ace K. Ted, who's not been a stranger for gambling, goes ahead and tries to see a flop. Doesn't work out for him. And CCC going to pick up some more chips there as he goes all in on that flop. Almost 300 back in his stack. As you see the chip stacks, let's have a quick look at them here. Oscar, the short stack like we showed earlier, but he's still alive. A little less than 100 left in front of him. Ted, who is trying to make a comeback as well, 148. CCC, who had a monster stack earlier and caught a cooler, down to just under 300. Anderson, just a little bit over 300. A little gap there, jump to Thor, who's just under 500. Robin with 7. Basil, almost 1,200. Tree, about 1,250. And AK, the big stack at the table with a little over 1,400 in his stack. And these guys are 9-handed playing $1, $2, no limit hold'em. But the action has played way bigger than those blinds. It's been a lot of fun. And Oscar here, the first person to act. Let's see, he's looking down at 6 deuce suited. I'm going to raise it up to $6, mixing it up here a bit. It's going to fold around to Basil, who lets it go. Anderson wants to see a flop with his ace 5 offsuit. AK getting out of the way. Ted, king 6 suited. Cheap enough for him to see with any 2 cards as he likes to play. Robin completes the small blind. 8-5 offsuit, and CCC calling $4 to see a flop with king 5 offsuit, and we're going to see 6 ways to a flop of jack, jack 8. No player having a jack, but Robin with the pair of eights currently in the lead. We'll see who wants to play the aggressor on this pot here. Oscar was the pre-flop raiser with just a little tickler of a raise, but enough to show aggression. And this one's going to check around here, and Monica puts out an ace on the turn, giving Anderson the best hand with his ace-5 offsuit. Those jacks are going to help out that 5 kicker. We'll see who, if anyone wants to bet this one here. And it's going to check around as well, so they're content to see another ace on the river. Anderson now with a check mark. Ace is full of jacks. If anyone had a jack, they would be disappointed with that run out, but we can see that everyone's missed. But Oscar's going to be the one to put it in there. He's playing the board. I love the heart. Betting 40. And we see Anderson here, obviously never going to fold, probably going to raise this one up. Yeah, he did raise it to at 100. Ted getting out of the way and Robin getting out of the way. And Oscar's saying that his tried to bluff it. I do not blame him one bit. It's a good bet, sir. Anderson shows the ace. Oscar showing a lot of heart trying to pick up that pot. And it's going to work a lot of the time. No players holding an ace. No one was betting the jack. The only person that could call there would have been Ted with the king, just in case aces and jacks were the king. The nut, no pair, but whenever Anderson made the call, Ted had to let his king high go. So now Oscar looking for a hand to put it in there pre-flop. He is in the big blind, so if he doesn't like anything in these next couple hands, he's only going to lose 3 whole bucks out of that stack and then be able to see a whole other orbit for free. Tree calling 2, Thor not waking up with anything, Anderson, and folds all around to AK, who makes the call with the jack 5 suited. Ted wanting to get in there with 5 deuce. Robin, CCC, and Oscar all want to see a flop as well. Since it's only $2, we're going to see 6 ways to a $12 flop. Taking a little breather. So this is probably very few times we've seen a limped pot. And this one's going to be difficult. All hearts, queen 9 ace, and Oscar here with middle pair and the 8 is best right now with the pair of queens. And betting his last $49. Tree not having any hearts in his hand with a 10-3. Has to let this one go. And this bet may work. The only person that could see call, and I don't know if he'll call for $50 with the third nut draw, does fold, and Oscar makes a few bucks. Shows probably an 8. Camera's not going to catch that one, but I saw him flip over 1 card. Probably showed the 8 of hearts or the queen just for fun. And he picks himself up a few bucks there and gets to see a few more hands till he decides to put in that stack. Doesn't have to put it all in. The limits are low. It's only a 1-2 game. But they've definitely been playing a lot larger than 1-2 here tonight. We have the same game going on the outer tables here at Kojak's. The 5 on the button game we had earlier did break as those players chose to play in the high roller tonight. That's the reason we are live here on this Thursday, as our high roller is going on right now. We have 22 players remaining. We're going to get that down to 10 and bring you those final 10 live here on stream. AK waking up with king, queen suited, going to raise this one up to $10. Ted makes the call, as Ted likes to do with a 6-3 offsuit. Tree and Thor come along as well. 4 ways to a $41 flop. AK with the only real hand, but that's what makes this game fun. As we see a 3-10-5 rainbow flop. Thor with second pair, Ted bottom pair. No player having a 10, no flush draws. And Monica rescuing a kitten under the table. Checks around to a turn. 6 does give Ted 2 pair. So his 6 tray has worked out. Let's see if he can find a customer here. Thor, the only one really with a piece of this, is going to bet before him actually $10. AK Looks like he made the call, going to float with 2 overcards. And Ted's going to go ahead and announce his hand, raising this one up to 30 immediately. I love this bet out of Ted. And Thor, unconvinced, going to continue on with his 3rd pair. AK going to get away from his 2 overcards. And so Thor and Ted, Thor here drawing pretty thin. Needs a 5 or an 8. And dealer Monica on this river almost gets there, but not quite. 4 on the river, but it does put a 4 line straight on the board. But Ted doesn't really have enough to get much out of the way, and so Thor does check his option. Ted's going to turn it over just in case, and Thor's going to see the bad news. Ted took the lead on the turn. Pretty decent little pot for not exactly premium hands. But like I said, that's what tends to happen in these lower stakes games is people get in there and mix it up a little bit, and sometimes they're the most fun action. And Chase, being a savior, coming back into the booth, bringing me a Diet Coke.
And make sure to get the mic on that can as it... Yes, indeed. What a wild day. How awesome is this, Reese? That high roller went off without a hitch. $49,000 in the prize pool. Possibly the craziest 1-2 game I've seen in a long time going on our live stream right now. It's excellent.
Definitely the place to be here is Kojak's on this Thursday night. Lots of cash going on, and if you can't make it here, you can stay tuned because we're going to take you all the way to that winner of the high roller event. $17,000 in change, Chase.
Yeah, over $17K for first place. I am very, very excited about this. And I'm excited about this hand. AJ for the AK, Robin with the King 10, and CCC with the King Queen.
Yeah, CCC's been gambling. It was my turn on the floor for a little bit. He was missing a lot of chips when I came back, Chase.
Oh, yeah, he did get a talking to by one of the other players. Yeah. Pocket sevens just did not hold up.
Well, he's been fighting and climbed back a little bit as we see a Jack 9 flop AK. The rich could get richer on this one.
AK doing very well for himself near that 1,500 chip mark, and he might be there by the end of this hand. Anderson flopping top or second pair with a pair of 9s. Oscar Gutterball gets out of there. Anderson out of there. AK, well, no customers.
No takers.
But he does turn over the ace.
Ace of clubs there, and it shows the jack.
I like AK's sportsmanship.
So I'm seeing 22 people left.
That's right. We are getting close to 2 tables. It is moving along as you would expect for a high roller.
Any notables out there you've seen with monster stacks?
Yeah, Mr. Braxton still doing very well for himself. Our very own Tech just busted out a second ago before I walked in here, so 15 minutes ago.
Yeah,
on delay.
On delay. And so, yeah, the third place finisher of the 2025 World Series of Poker, Braxton, has a pretty good chip stack. Daryl was still in it.
Yes, he was.
Big O champion at the Choctaw Ring Series.
That's right.
Alex Cruz still in it.
Alex Cruz, unfortunately, was not able to make it for today. He had some prior family engagements.
So he was here earlier for the festivities, but did not get to stick around for the tournament.
Yeah, he was shaking hands, kissing babies, that whole thing.
Well, when you're a circuit event champion,
that's right.
You gotta.
And very humble about it too. I was asking him, "What does it feel like to win?" And he's like, "I just feel like it wasn't." It was for me, obviously, because I won, but I don't want to brag too much. And I was like, man, what a guy.
He's won enough. It's standard fare for him. Excellent tournament player.
Yes, indeed.
Oscar here finally finds a spot to put in his last 47 with the pocket queens.
Gets a caller from Thor.
Got some overcards up there. Thor's probably better half from what I know of Thor in the chat. She was looking for him and couldn't find him. He's under the name Thor. I thought it was very apt.
Yeah,
that's a great name for him.
Miss Cambry is an excellent player of her own accord. She plays in our free rolls very often.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very nice woman.
So
Moses asking if Rudy's still in it. Yes, indeed, he sure is.
That was my next question. Our fourth man of the hour.
Yeah,
celebrating wins here in Midland. He was one of the ones that took down the large millionaire maker there in Austin at the Lodge for a nice payday.
A man of several hours. This tournament has been going on very well, starting off pretty deep stacked, having a good time. And yeah, Mr. Rudy, I got to do an interview for him earlier today. 5-minute interview, 7-minute interview turns into 20 minutes.
As is standard for Rudy, but we love it. The man can talk and does well.
He is
entertaining.
So funny. Yeah, exactly. Super entertaining.
Look at this squeeze here by Robin.
I like it.
Sevens.
Pocket sevens is exactly the hand you want to do that with. It is such a middling pocket pair.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure here on Thor, who's got enough behind that can get out of the way of that. He only called less than 50 of the all-in. AK looking at Jack 4 suited, not going to make that call either. Ted going to get out of the way. So Robin cleared the field of the shoe shiners, and he's going to go heads up. But going to see the bad news that Oscar's got him pretty cooked with an overpair. He's only showing one queen there.
I like it. Also a good play. Play the mental game.
See if they choose to run this one more than once here.
She holds up the one. It looks like a rip it and stick it.
Look at a dodge of 7, 6-8 Jack, close but no cigar for Robin. 2 more cards to come, looking for a 7 and only a 7-8 on the turn. Not going to do it. And the river.
Oh!
A queen to twist the knife just a little bit there. And Oscar's going to show that other queen, even though he didn't need to. That queen was just enough anyway. And so he's going to make a full house on the river for our fortune jackpot anyway.
Wait a second. He's on the board.
What is the fortune jackpot up to now?
We are at 12-6, I believe. Yes, sir. 12-6.
Imagine being able to play $1, $2 poker with the chance to win over $12,000.
I can't imagine it. Even though it's happening right in front of me every single day, it's still tough to imagine. And who's this good-looking guy showing up top of frame right there?
I saw another good-looking guy walk by there earlier. But I feel like I've been in this booth for a month.
Yeah, well, you know what? We keep the AC off in here. This is basically a commentary sauna.
I'm building a live stream room in San Angelo currently, and I have an air conditioning duct.
No, don't do it. If I got to do it, they got to go through it also.
Nope.
Oh,
We're going to have air conditioning in our streaming rooms in San Angelo.
You know, I'm thinking about putting a humidifier in this streaming room here. Really go for that sauna
Get
effect.
the sauna effect and lose weight while commentating.
Sweat out the demons while we watch poker. And Monica over here, a lefty, by the way. I don't know if you could tell.
Yep.
Pitching heat, taking names.
AK racking up. Looks like he's gonna take some profit for the night.
Not a bad way to do it. Quit while you're ahead is one lesson I have never learned at the poker table. Although it's tough if you never get ahead.
That's true. That's true. That's where I usually sit. Ted here with a 65. Suitor going to raise it up to 11. Robin making the call with a king 10 offsuit. CCC agrees with the wager with a queen jack suited of hearts. Oscar queen 3 and Tree lets the ace 5 go. I thought he might call that one there, but he's gotten that big stack and got himself back into the black for this stream and kind of tightened up a little bit, which that is what a player needs to do.
That's right. Lock it down once you got up.
Thor on the button going to defend his position with the king 8 of diamonds.
Is Basil?
He's going to call as well.
Is he playing a hand?
He's playing a hand.
Superman.
So we're going to go 7 ways to a $77 all spade flop. Tree with the ace of diamonds in his hand. I guess he did make the call.
Yeah, I think he did make the call. I hope he did because that ace of spades is a very crucial card here. Otherwise, Basil is the only player working on a flush.
Yeah, CCC has top pair jack.
There he goes. Tree making a bet here. $10 to go.
Yeah. CCC actually is the one that bet the 10 there with the top pair.
I see.
He does have best right now, looking to dodge a spade or an ace so far, or a king as Thor's come along as well with his middle pair of 8s. Basil even made the call with some confidence there. Another 8's a good choice there for Thor as he has now turned trips, taking the lead on this one.
Any king could get him on the board as well.
Imagine a king of spades.
Oh, nasty. Okay, almost any king.
And this one's going to check all the way through.
That's
9
a 9.
of diamonds. No help to any player, but Basil hits the gut shot for the straight. Didn't even see that one coming. Tough river there for Thor as Basil has hit the gut shot. But I don't think Thor's going to get in any trouble here because there are 3 spades on the board. Base only bet 37 though, so Thor's going to have to pay it.
Priced in.
Yep, he's going to have to pay it to see. Shows the 8, the bad luck. And Superman Basil gets lucky on that one there, catching the gut shot to take that one away from Thor.
Can't wipe that smile off his face. He is very excited about that one.
I'm sure he is. Monica there standing up to push the pot. Sure, she's done her whole career.
Yep. I want to say she's 3'12".
Close.
Monica, one of my favorite dealers, is taking over the tournament right now while I sit in this booth sweating.
And we have Brianna
Jumping into the box.
Brianna getting into the box. But what we've been talking about, and Basil even came in here in the booth and we was asking about it, to this next week, couple days from now, right around the corner, the end of summer series, we're having free rolls all week long, Chase.
Where would you rather be? Here at Kojak's next week or on the beach? That is a tough call. I think it's here at Kojak's because we've got cash game tournaments, we've got free roll tournaments, and all of that's going to be lasting for an entire week.
Yeah, I'm not playing your game. I'm going to the beach.
Ah, come on.
But poker players, actual poker players would rather be here at Kojak's. The free rolls are going to be a lot of fun. The weekly Monday one that you're totally used to is going to be in action, but with a higher guarantee.
$5K.
$5,000. And then Tuesday, we're going to have a bomb pot free roll. Wednesday, a pot limit Omaha, 4-card high only free roll. And then Thursday, my personal favorite, the Crazy Pineapple Tournament. It's a free roll as well. $5,000 guaranteed on that one, leading up to the No Limit Hold'em Championship free roll multi-flighted tournament. 2 flights on Friday, 2 on Saturday for a top 12% from each flight, returning on day 2 for a $20,000 guarantee, Jay. It's going to be absolutely.
Oh, man.
fun.
I think I'm coming down with something Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday. Oh, no. You heard me coughing.
I heard it. Brianna here as we move on before we get into that topic.
Yeah, right.
5-3-8.
Too soon.
And Queen 9-7. And now the fun part for casters to figure out 4 cards times 9 players to see who's in the lead.
Well, we got a pair of kings in Ted's hand. He's got a decent amount of equity right there. So I think the overpair may be good on at least one of the boards.
King high flush draw on that bottom. I haven't seen the ace of hearts yet. I wonder who's got the ace of hearts or if it's hiding it yet to come.
It looks like the ace of hearts may be in the deck.
Yeah, Ted is the one that bet this one out. And Tree there made the call.
Thor doing pretty well with the up and down on the top board or bottom board, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, calling with the open-ender there. Basil's shaking his head. A lot of potential in his hand, but not quite. Does let it go. Henderson, couple pair, gut shot on the bottom. I don't know if it's worth 45 or not, and he's contemplating.
You can see him talking it out.
Yeah, he does let it go. I think that's a good fold. You got to, if you're looking for excuses to call in a bomb pot, that means you should be folding.
Mm-hmm.
AK is going to come along, though. He's got a lot of good turn cards he can see.
Yeah.
King, Jack, Ace.
Both boards, honestly.
10.
Oh, a 9 comes off.
9
No wheel.
on the top, 7 on the bottom. Board pairing 7. No player holding a 7.
No player holding a set. No boats quite yet either. Ted's still working on the king high flush on both boards now.
Yeah. And Ted's going to keep up the aggression, and I love it. He's going to put in his last 90.
Ted is one of those players you just never know where he's at because he is bluffing very strongly with bad hands and raising very strongly with good hands.
Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing him play much on stream, but somebody in chat said that he was action, and they were prophetic because that is what he has been.
He is excellent. Always a good time at the table also. Some know him as Big Nasty.
I can see that as well. Thor and a Tree, though, going to look him up with a lot of possibilities in their hand. Thor picked up the club draw onto the bottom board as well, the only one of the 3, in case a club does happen to pop up. Got shots on the top room as well. Deuce on the top board, an ace of hearts on the bottom. And that's going to bring in the nut flush for Ted. We talked about that ace not being accounted for, that it could be on the way.
There it is.
Yeah, you're not going to see any betting here as both as the board for the flush is paired. Thor there, putting down his hand, not going to quite make it, as Ted is going to win the top board with the king high flush, and Tree is going to hold true at the bottom with look like 2 pair.
Yeah, Tree goes from 7% equity to chopping the pot just based on that river card. Those bomb pots.
Yeah, there's
Yikes.
lots of equity going around. And so Ted is going to win half that pot, and Tree, who has spun it up since the stream. You know, he had a slow start, lost quite a few all-ins, but bought in for one more golden bullet, and it's proven to be the one, as he has now built it up to a little over 1,300.
Yeah, Tree, a very, very dangerous player. Actually, one of the jackpot winners for our Fortune 4.
That's
was
right.
the
That's
second
right.
one.
It was the second one. I do remember that.
Yeah, he is super dangerous at the table. He is not afraid of anything. Probably some of the wisest words I've ever heard a poker player speak about the game. I was interviewing Alex Cruz in this very studio, and he said, "You can't be afraid to die."
Oh, yeah.
Tree, unafraid. He'll rebuy as many times as he needs to, and he really has done well for himself so far on the stream.
And it does show discipline, if nothing else, when you can have that many buy-ins, get that deep, and still have the fortitude to maintain control and turn it around and build it back.
Yeah, keep making good decisions is tough for a lot of players.
Ted here looking down at a premium. It's rare in his holding, but he's going to raise it up to 15 with the ace-king suited of hearts. Oscar making the call with the 7-4. Some call that the best hand in poker.
Who?
We all know who. Tree, pocket 9 is going to see a flop. 10, 3, deuce, 2 hearts. Ted is not going to slow down on this one. You're going to see all of his money in at some point here.
I like the side eye, but he does check.
That's a surprising check out of him. We saw him with a flopped flush draw earlier and played it like he already had it. But this time I think he's going to I'm calling a check raise here.
Okay, let's see what happens. Action on Ted. 60 to go.
No shot. Ted just calls here. Oh, I'm completely wrong. The man is a chameleon.
Wow.
He is mixing it up as the mark of a good poker player.
Ace King versus 9s. Board pairing 10 comes off on the turn.
And no help to either player. It's actually not a scare card for Tree, because that's the only card you're scared of. And you see a second one come out there, the odds of your opponent having one are lessened, and that's why you see an all-in and a snap call.
Snap call.
Queen on the river's not going to do it for Ted, and Tree is going to take the last of Ted's chips that are on the table anyway, and the sun run continues.
Tree playing that expertly. I have to say, you get good cards, but it's all about knowing how to play them.
Yeah, and there was no world where Ted was going to get out of that one. Two overcards, flush draw, the whole 9 yards. It's pretty important text there, Chase.
Yes, I am answering it.
Chase here, for those that don't know, all tuned in to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. We appreciate each and every one of you. Our general manager here of Kojaks.
Making this stuff run.
The man in charge.
Charlie introduced me as the HMFIC, and I don't know what that stands for.
I do, but it is not family appropriate. So, in charge is one of the acronyms, and we'll go with that.
There you go. Oscar with the house hand right now.
Kojak raising it up to 20. Tree with all those chips doesn't want to play 9-7 offsuit.
Can't blame him.
Definitely stronger than me. When that big of a sun run, I'm testing the waters. That's why it goes away. AK here playing out of the rack, boys and girls.
Never a good idea.
Not recommended by a majority of poker players.
But he does have the bling to back it up. I was looking at that watch last time on the stream, and I even talked to him about it afterwards. He let me look at it. It is very, very cool. A skeleton Rolex. Beautiful.
10, 5, 6. Neither player connecting here. First to bet's probably going to win. Oscar's got enough ammunition behind him now to actually get some folds off the table. King on the turn, going to give him top pair.
Yeah, you never bet against the house hand, but that is exactly what AK's doing.
Yeah, AK is going to bet this one out, and Oscar's going to not believe him on the spades. Wants to see one more card.
And it is a spade. Oscar with the jack-high flush.
And he's going to have the third nuts here. And AK going to put him to the test. Oh, look at him reaching. If AK was watching, he won't make this bet. Oh, he did see it. What a play. That was the perfect camera angle, AK. I know he saw him reaching out of the corner of his eye. Oscar there, don't move, buddy, and you might make an additional $100 on that.
Oh, man. AK counting out chips and thinks better of it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, though. That might have been calculated by Oscar, given you have the third nuts.
Yeah.
You don't want to call off anything. You want to get to a showdown.
Yep.
And your opponent starts stacking chips, and you start reaching very openly to maybe change his mind. So that could have been very well calculated by Oscar, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that would have been a very tough spot for Oscar. Third nuts facing a large bet. Gross. But he does avoid disaster and scoops a pot with that jack high flush.
So AK proving me wrong. You can play out of the rack. It's just considered bad luck, but he played that one about as proper as you can.
Now Oscar here with the ace jack offsuit. Let's see if he can go 2 in a row.
Reaching for some raising chips.
2 to call makes it looks like 25.
15. Did you get 3 or 5 chips?
An odd number of chips is what we have determined. It's 20.
20, right
Split
in
the difference.
We were both right equally. Thor here, pretty with the Jack 10 suited of spades, makes the call. Anderson wants to see a flop with the 7-3 suited. AK coming along, King Queen offsuit. Ted, Jack 10 is going to 3-bet this one. I like this play out of Ted. Just bought 200 more in chips and puts half of them in the middle with a very fun connecting hand.
Yes, indeed.
It's what they call the squeeze play. And it's going to work on everyone except Thor, who has decided to make a stand.
With the same hand.
The same hand here. So let's see how much song and dance they do at pre-flop on how many times they run it. What do you have? I don't know. What do you have? And then decide that it was all for nothing 92% of the time. Actually, no, AK is going to get involved.
He's got the king queen, the best hand technically.
Yeah, that's I like having king queen in this spot.
Yes, indeed.
Obviously, I did not expect AK to make the call with the chips racked up. But he's going to try to. Actually, we're wrong, Chase. He raised it. He went ahead and put Ted all in, which is a good enough choice because Ted's going to put it in anyway, no matter what, with half his chips connected into the middle already. So we're going to see a side pot between Ted and AK, and Thor still in it with quite a bit of chips. It shows 180 on the screen, but a triple up could be in his range if he can find some spades.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Jack 10 doesn't win for the side pot. And for the main pot, I'm going to say Jack 10 doesn't win.
True. Well, Brianna is going to put it to the test here.
And Tree standing up. Looks like he's using his one time here.
Not even in the hand, but
Yeah.
interested. That's a poker player right there. See if AK can flop 2 pair and make it interesting. 6-4 ace. No help to any player. No spade draw. No diamond draw quite yet. There's
Wait a second.
4 outs on the turn for Ted. River 4. No help. AK is going to scoop both pots with the king high. Oh, but they ran it more than once, Chase.
Well, he's got half of both pots locked up.
Queen 9-4. A good flop for the Jack 10s.
Always a sweat.
5 on the turn. No flush draws. No nothing. Looking for a straight card. Doesn't get there. And AK is going to happily clap and scoop both of those hands there. Ted didn't turn his hand over, so they didn't get to see that they had the same hand there. But I don't mind the play out of any of the players at that point there. You've got Ted, who's trying to spin something up. Jack 10 suited, a good hand to do it with. Thor, who has slowly worked downward by not catching much, is really just hasn't had much of a chance in the last hour or so here on stream.
But he is also a very good player, also partakes in our free rolls. In fact, I think one of them recently, if memory serves. It's been a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play on stream, but I have seen him on camera. We're down to 18. I hope they're breaking a table for you pretty well.
That's right. Yeah, we're down to 2 tables.
You got a floor out there?
Yeah, I got a floor out there.
Okay.
I have great faith in the floor. Oh, you know what? I have to go get something.
You have to go get something?
Great faith in the floor. I'm not checking on anything. I just have to go get something.
So we're down to 2 tables, 8 more eliminations, and they're going to be joining us here on this stream table. So 8 more eliminations, and we're going to have 10 remaining in this high roller. It was a $1,200 buy-in, a $49,000 pot, $17,000 and change up top. It's going to be a good time here on stream. Stay tuned. Been keeping you entertained with a fantastic 1-2 game. Let's take a look here real quick what we're talking about. Today was a fantastic celebration event. We had some media here. We had some specially invited guests. Mr. Braxton Dunaway, your third place finisher in the World Series of Poker 2025. You had Alex Cruz here, who won the WSOP circuit event in Choctaw main event. Daryl Hopkins, who won the Big O event number 6 in that same Choctaw circuit event. Very, very tough game, Big O, and came away with that ring. And then Rudy Borg, who took down the Millionaire Maker for the Lodge down in Austin for a very pretty penny, a very, very large field. 4 very good success stories on the international, national, statewide, all you can eat fields all across everywhere, and all 4 from right here in Midland, Texas. Very, very impressive and unprecedented for that kind of success out of just one community, but it goes to show what that community is made of here in Midland. And we're proud to have been a part of that road in the competition for those players to get to those kind of stages and have that success. And Thor rebought in for 200 and found a hand to get it all in with on the very next go. CCC all in as well with the ace 5. And AK, who hasn't even finished stacking chips, was the one that put him in. Pocket jacks. So 2 big hands in a row here for AK. My theory about playing out of the rack is not holding very firm if he takes this one down as well. So 3-way, 2 players all in. CCC, ace 5 of clubs. Thor, ace 9 of spades. And pocket jacks for AK. 10, 3, 6. No help to any players. Queen on the turn. Jack still holding strong. Queen on the river. AK is going to take the first one down as they're going to run this more than once as well. So AK good for half the pot already with the pocket jacks holding up. Seeing if he can dodge an ace. 5, 4, deuce. Pair of 5s for CC gives him some life. Jack on the turn is going to be a tough one though. 7 on the river and AK back to back. Just monster pots. And stacking the chips after he had racked the chips. 2 strong hands in a row. And you're going to see Thor and CCC both going to fire a few more at this game. I don't blame him. The action is good. The spin up is available with this kind of action. And AK has just rocketed the chip stacks here. Let's take a quick look. 1842. That could be a little bit off being at a cash game, but still over $1,800 for AK on this session. And you see Tree there with a 15, almost 1,600. He's had a heck of a run the last few orbits. Basil holding strong, built that stack early and has kept a strong hold on it, a little over 13 in his stack. And then it goes down from there. Robin, 600. Anderson, a little over 3. Oscar, about 250. And Ted, I just rebought for the 200. And, of course, not pictured on here is going to be Thor and CCC, who are rebuying. So you'll see their names on the leaderboard towards the bottom, unfortunately, but is a $200 max buy-in game, keeping this game interesting at all times.
That's right.
So AK is proving my playing out of the rack theory. Well, it's not mine. It's general knowledge, as he won 2 monster back-to-back hands. There was Thor and CCC both went in for a couple $100, and he had pocket jacks versus 2 players with 2 suited aces, and held both runouts again.
Man.
So, how about a $800 swing in the last 2 hands?
My man is shaking up the game of poker to its core.
Yeah, and he's.
You heard it here first. Play out of the rack, everybody.
Well, I think he's leaving for real this time.
He is standing up.
And they can't say it's an unannounced as he was leaving 30 minutes ago.
Ah, yes, the old hit and run, the old 30-minute hit and run.
Queen 5 deuce. Oscar top pair. Going to bet this one out.
Well, Tree
Middle
may
pair
make the
for
call. He has been pretty sticky here lately. $17 may not be enough to deter him out of this pot, but the 2 hearts might be a factor. Nope, Tree does make the call.
Make a call. And Anderson letting his middle pair go. Robin, a couple of fake outs there, lets it go. So Tree trying to run down top pair of Oscar. 8 on the turn, not going to help him any. Oscar's going to fire a little bigger bullet this time, and Tree may believe him this time and let this one go.
A third heart does hit the board. I wouldn't be surprised if Oscar makes the check.
No, he makes the bet, and Tree lets it go.
That's it. That's the end. Ahmed in the chat, by the way, saying good game. Laugh face, laugh face. Yes,
have
indeed.
to rewind a little bit, AK. I was telling you the danger zones of playing out of the rack as you proceeded to scoop 2 monster pots immediately in a row.
One of the fun parts about commentating poker is anytime you say something, players do the opposite. And anytime you say something about playing out of the rack, I guess it holds true that the opposite happens.
Definitely a great session for you, AK. We appreciate you being on stream, as always.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for playing, sir. Hope everybody's having a good time on this Thursday night. We're feeling all right here at Kojaks. In fact, we've got a 5 on the button table opening up right now as table 3 of the tournament just broke.
Yep, 17 players remaining of the high roller, 7 more eliminations, and we're going to be bringing you those final 10 right here at this table live here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, taking you all the way to a $17,000 and change winner.
Yes, indeed. $17.15 thousand. Is that enough decimal places for you? I hope so.
17,000 is all I hear. Whatever decimals you want after that is fine. 4 ways to this flop. Here's the graphics catch up. 9, 8, 5.
Oscar with the gutter ball.
Trees 4s get out flopped by Anderson's middle pair of 9s. I saw 2 chips. Anderson did bet it. Bet 50 into this roughly $60 pot, and it may just work here.
It's just so crazy it might work.
Nope, Thor is going to be a non-believer.
Thor coming along.
Couple overcards there. An ace is not what he needs to see right now.
Ooh.
Queen on the turn, and that's going to lock in Anderson a little bit harder with the flush draw now coming.
That's right. Thor checks. Anderson, an excellent player, goes all in.
Yeah, overbets the pot. 248, and that's going to have to let Thor go on that one.
Thor is out of there.
Anderson slowly chipped up today, just as you should in a cash game. There's no rush.
Anderson, one of the happiest poker players I think I've ever seen. He'll play any limit just like his life is on the line, and he'll have a good time doing it.
Just a competitor.
He's awesome.
Hey, Kay, we appreciate the kind words, buddy, and hope to see you back here on stream. We have moved our live streams to Fridays, except for this week. We moved it on you for a couple weeks and then brought it back to Thursday for this special event of the High Roller. But next Friday, we're going to be having the end of summer series, and I don't know if we're going to be streaming one of the cash games or not. I haven't decided if I want to give you that headache yet.
Okay. Well, I've got the ibuprofen locked and loaded. We're ready for anything over here.
We'll see what happens. That'll be the flighted events, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm almost certain Sunday may be a live stream kind of a day with the main event $20,000 guarantee free roll. Who does that?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and more than likely that will be what our stream is for the next week.
Thor with the K9, the old bow wow this time, putting in some calling chips.
Yeah, Tech, one of our dealers here at Kojaks, wakes up with pocket tens. Welcome to the table, sir. Going to 3-bet this one to 45. Thor just wanted to get into the mix. He's trying to make something happen. And Ted with the suited connectors, it looks like aces to him, I'm sure. Brianna, 3 deuce king, top pair for Thor. A flop finally going his way.
Tech bets.
Tech's going to continue to see where he's at, and you're not going to see Thor go anywhere now as he's going to put in the rest. Nope, he stopped just short, and he's going to cut out. There you go. He just makes the call for 50. Not much left behind. Tech, knowing he's in dire straits on this one, as he can't get Tech or can't get Thor to fold now.
Ooh. Now he really can't get Thor to
Uh,
fold, and
uh,
that board pairing king, like you mentioned, makes it a little less
yeah,
likely.
if that board doesn't pair, Tech probably checks there, but that second king makes it feel like there's less of a chance to have it, but he does. And Thor generously asks him how many times he wants to run it. We see that he only has 2 outs, and see how many times he gets a shot at those 2 outs.
Oh,
6 on the river is going to give half of it to Thor at least. As Brianna pushes it up for that second run out. 10 and only a 10, not quite. And Thor finally going his way, gets a pot pushed in his direction. And he's going to be back on the right track.
that's right. Getting a last minute count of the remaining chips. I usually say it's 400. And there you go. Thor scooping a big one. Tech making a deep run into that high roller, by the way. Was just eliminated right before we went down to 2 tables.
Yeah, over half the field. But that's what I was saying when I was out on the floor earlier. Came back into the booth when you had to go back out there, that I saw a few bust outs, and the walk seemed a little bit slower than usual.
Yeah.
The head's down a little bit more.
17,000 degrees more.
Yep, no, $1,200 buy-in bust out. It's a little different, I suppose.
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
You know what? I've never been there myself either. So, and I will be right back. Gonna go check on it. Speaking of, I'm gonna go get a look at the chip stacks and see if there's any notable places right now.
Let me know. As we have Yvonne hopping into the box on the bomb pot. You know, I've been in the Texas poker industry for a little over 7 years now, and I remember when bomb pots were not a thing, and now they're all the thing. It's just an evolution that started here in Texas, and now you start to see them in Vegas and other venues, but that was definitely a feature of the game that I had never seen anywhere before. But Texas poker, not just the bomb pots, but lots of revolutionary changes to the game with not just the bomb pots, but tournaments and the way the game is played in general. It's been a fantastic thing to see in these last 7 years. Being around poker for as many years as I have, and many of the players here at Kojaks can attest to how much has changed, and for the better. Four cards, 2 boards, Omaha, high only. Must play 2 cards out of your hand and only 2 cards out of your hand, but you can use different cards for different boards. As we see Deuce, Deuce, King, and King, Queen, 8. These players here will look and see what they can do, and I'll try to figure out all of them. Part of the fun of a commentator on a bomb pot. Looks like we've already got a bet out of Ted here. Let's see what he has. 996 deuce. He's got the trip deuces on the bottom. Wanted to see where he's at. Betting a pot size bet here of 45. It is a pot limit game. Oscar reaching for some chips. Wants to see a turn card. Thor putting those newfound chips to work. So he's got 2 pair queens and 8s on the top. Anderson liking his open-ended straight draw and his trip deuces. So that's all the 2s in the deck. Anderson and Ted now fighting a kicker war. 4 to go with that one, and a 3 on the bottom. Brings home the spades. No player having spades. The board doesn't change much. Ted's going to go ahead and put in his last $105. Oscar here open-ended, but that 3rd spade, it definitely puts a dampener in that plan as he looks around but knows he can't call anymore. Thor here still with 2 pair. Now a gut shot on the bottom on a paired board. He does have live diamonds. 8 high flush draw. Definitely not in his consideration right now, with the paired board and only being 8 high, but he is going to go ahead and make the call, which is going to bring Anderson along as well. So you see Thor here with the best of it. A diamond on the bottom would be really good for Thor. Obviously, the queener at 8. King on the top, Jack on the bottom. Barely missing every player. And it looks like it's going to check around as the other two players don't wish to create a side pot. You're going to see Thor take half. Anderson's trip deuces on the bottom are going to hold. Again, he's playing trip deuces, King Jack. You have to play 2 cards out of your hand. Does not have the boat. Thor's 2 pair on the top is going to be good enough. Jack 6 deuce, yeah. So Thor going to pick up some extra change there as Yvonne chops the pot.
Oh, yeah. Thumbs up affirmative. Everything is running really good out there. Braxton's still in it, one of the deeper stacks. Mr. Noel Silva doing very well. I think he is the actual chip leader. Michael McSherry doing very well for himself as well. Bo Walker up there. I'd have to say, just based on visually inspecting the stacks, I think that's our top 4.
There you go. Braxton, just a tournament crusher.
Just a crusher. He knows how to get lucky in good spots. He knows how to play good hands. He does very well for himself. And all the other guys, too. Bo Walker, also a tournament crusher. I believe Rudy Borg, unfortunately, not in the tournament anymore. Did bust out.
Was he at one of the cash tables, or did you not just see him at all?
He's sitting down at that 5 on the button table that we are just opening now.
There we go.
Have 5 players, so if anybody else wants to come play, that sounds like 4 seats open to me.
Yeah, come and root on that final table here personally. We'll have it up on the TVs in the main room.
I say we get a rail going. We need to get some velvet, what is that called? The dividers, that they use at nightclubs.
Well, we are getting a whole new stream setup.
Ooh.
And so who knows? The moon is the limit. We're going to have brand new technology, brand new cameras, brand new software, brand new microphones, which is going to bring a whole new level of chaos to our streams.
Yes, indeed. We are adding dimensions.
So if you get tired, if you're tired of hearing me and Chase, just hang in there. We're going to have the likes of Rudy on the microphones.
Yes, indeed. I am looking forward to it. All right, I'm just getting word it's not a 5 on the button. It's a 10 on the button.
10 on the button. They're getting ready for next week, Chase.
That's what I'm talking about. Come off of a $20,000 guaranteed high roller. 5 on the button all of a sudden sounds too small.
Yep, the end of summer series are going to have a 10 on the button main event.
That's right. And in fact, I think one of the days is going to be a 25 on the button.
Yep, that's the high roller cash game.
On Thursday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
And let's take a look at that real quick because
pop it up.
Somebody asked me earlier, the 25 on the button, that's going to be Hold'em on Thursday. It is a $1,500 to $5,000 buy-in. Of course, it's a 70% match game, as all of our cash games that week are going to be. You want to give yourself a chance to catch back up to those leaders because that's what you're trying to do, is be in that top 10 or top 12% of the net positive cash game winners.
Yeah, and I say come out to those games. Put your name on the list. And we're going to be running this just like a cash game would, with the benefits of a list, having players register ahead of time to get on the table. But we're also going to be running it like a tournament. So if the table's full, no wait. We're actually just going to move players over to the new table, make sure everybody has a seat and a chance to compete in that cash game tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we have aces for the first time on stream tonight, Chase.
Look at that. I'm so glad I'm here.
Raised it up to 17, and he got 4 other callers. 8, Jack, Deuce. CCC has run down the aces with 2 pair.
Pretty safe board for aces. And look, Tech goes all in. Unfortunately, he stepped in it. CCC snap calling.
Yeah. And you won't see Oscar, Tree, or Robin coming along in this one. If they run it more than once, Tech might get half of it back, given a couple of the Jackson 8s are out of the picture. Maybe he'll be able to negotiate another run out.
Now, he could pair the 2. He could pair the 6. Unfortunately, does not get there.
And they're going to do just one time. So full double up there for, or almost full double up there for CCC. And Tech, they're probably going to reload. But he's had a long night, so I wouldn't blame him if he didn't.
You know what? I will spoil the surprise. I saw him at the buffet bar. Chewy's catered some food earlier today. We've still got it out. It is now self-serve, and I did see Tech serving himself a lot of fajitas.
Are there tortillas left?
Yes, there.
Those are the best tortillas I've had in a while.
They are so good. The chips are excellent. You know what? The ranch, honestly, is some of the best ranch I've had.
Yeah, I think it's like a special mix.
Yeah, it's
ranch,
like a
something.
avocado ranch or something. It's good.
Saw a lot of people really enjoying themselves with that Chewy catered meal for that celebration we had today.
Yes, indeed. And what a great reason to celebrate. Players like Braxton Dunaway, Daryl Hopkins, Alex Cruz, Rudy Borg. Excellent big names. And you heard about them here first. They're going to blow up.
No, yeah. And I was just crossing my fingers if all 4 of them could have made the final table.
Oh,
stream.
man.
How cool would that have been?
How wild.
But you still have 2 of them in the running for probably a bigger accolade than they've won. I mean, it is the Kojaks High-Roller.
Exactly.
It's not the World Series of Poker or the circuit event.
That's plebeian
it's
stuff.
Kojaks. It's much, much more prestigious here.
Yes, it is. West Texas. You know it. You love it. And the home of poker in West Texas is Kojaks.
Absolutely. 4 ways to this flop here. 4 deuce 7 2 hearts. Oscar with some gut shots and some straight flush runners.
Pretty close to the world right there.
Yeah. Thor here.
King high.
I had to look and see what he had, but Tree's going to be the one to bet this one out with the gut shot, betting 17. Thor just wants to see what develops, comes along as well. Robin getting out of the way, and Oscar could see a raise here.
Yeah, I would like to see an isolation raise, but he does just make the call.
So we're going to see a turn. 9 of spades, giving some more outs to Tree.
I do believe that should call it for Oscar. I'm not expecting him to stick around, but he wants to make a liar out of me. It looks like he's cutting out some betting chips.
Well, he's still got the most outs. Thor's still best with king high. This bet may work here. Tree didn't pick up any outs. He still has gut shots. And it's a good size bet out of Oscar.
The Tree does make the call to greenies right in front of him.
Interesting call there by Tree. Ace on the river. You know, Tree.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Oscar goes.
Yeah, there's not a world where Tree calls 35 with 8 high.
Yeah, very
But
small.
if there is, I think it will be the smallest hand one.
Oh. And he looks like he wants to call.
Well, you can't call.
You can't.
You have to raise. But if he did, he just knew something there. That's impressive. There was no snap fold. There was a small hesitation, and I'm going to call that just a busted draw there. And he really thought about it. But Oscar already put in so much of a stack. I don't know if he thought he could get him off of it. That move should have been made on the turn if he thought he could get him to bluff off of it.
That might have been the call of the century if he made it, though. 8 high, calling, and best.
See some of that Chewy's tea that we were just talking about. Chewy's there in front of Basil.
Yeah, tasty tea, tasty fajitas. I got some of the vegetables also. Love the roasted veggies.
Yeah, that rice. Just a huge spread here. Chewy's did a fantastic job. Brought some fantastic servers.
Yeah.
So,
great clothing also. Good uniforms. In fact, one of the servers made a cash offer for the shirt off her back. And for no other reason than the shirt was cool. I promise that was the motivation.
It was darks. It was the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon play on something, but I didn't see the shirt.
I didn't read the words. I just saw the logo, and I was like, man, that's cool.
Reminded me of something that the chicken place would do.
Yes, Chick-fil-A.
Cane's.
Cane's.
Cane's. They like those funny and fun logos as
They
well.
do. That's some good chicken there.
Chewy's definitely a standout. Great job. Lived up to the hype. I'd never had Chewy's before. I've had lots of friends that said they really like Chewy's.
It's great. Now you know. Now you can be one of those people talking about how good it is. Anderson with the pocket ducks.
$2.
$2 for the twos.
Comes on in. Basil want to see what happens with this little suited connectors. Thor looking down at 8-7, want to check his option, and we're going to go 5 ways.
Deuces never loses. I got the swans on this one.
I like Basil's hand.
Yeah, Basil's doing all right.
Yeah, he's going to need some help. 4-10 queen rainbow flop here.
He's got some runner outs. Two's still best.
Nobody catching anything. Quick checks all the way around the table here. Oscar makes a check as well. 3 on the turn. My premonition is still alive. Open-ended now for Basil.
Another overcard to Anderson's pocket pair.
And if he hits it, it's going to be bad news.
Yeah. He is up and down. The 5 gets there.
Basil with the check mark.
He gets the pair. No straight, though.
So I finally got one right, Chase.
Look at you.
Pick the winner. Give me the applause.
Congratulations.
Yeah, $40 pot.
Hey, you got one, though.
That's it. Down to 16, Chase. Another one clicked off the board.
Yikes. They are falling and fast. This is a big tournament. A lot of early play, but it looks like these players here, 1.71 million chips in play right now. Average stack about 100,000. Big blind up to 6K.
Yeah, there's still plenty of play here in this tournament. And, it's got to be whenever you have a $1,200 buy-in.
That's right.
But they are 8-8. Looking for 6 more eliminations, and we're going to be having them here live on stream.
And then we'll redraw at the final table once we get down to 10. And I am really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll be on a quick break here while we get them all set up and get the names and chip stacks so we can follow along the action accurately.
I'm thinking Braxton's going to make it to the final table. I'm thinking Tech is not going to make it to the final table, but we knew that one already. Sorry, buddy.
We have newcomer Brett to the table, going to raise it up to 12 with a 10-9 offsuit, wanting to make a mark right off the rip, see where he stands. Thor, Anderson, and Oscar all coming along with various holdings. Deuce 9-7, top pair for Thor and Brett.
Yep, same
Gut shots
hand.
as well.
Brett kind of free rolling here. He's got the backdoor flush draw working for him.
Yeah, Thor, I don't know if he knows Brett or not, but got a newcomer to the table. He's got top pair. Oscar here. Not want to be a believer. Looks like he's cutting out some chips. Makes the call. Another diamond maybe to improve some equity. Thor not going anywhere with top pair.
All right,
King.
3 beards remain.
Yep, king on the turn. No help to any player. Sort of a scare card for these top pairs. Let's see if it slows down. Yeah, that'll look out of Brett there. Jack on the river. Thor and Brett.
Thor River's a flush draw.
And Brett made the bet. Can Thor here call $50 for half the pot?
Oscar thinking about it. Queen high could be good here sometimes, but he thinks better of it.
And it's a tough call here for Thor. Yeah, and he can't do it. I don't blame him. I don't think I could either. 2 overcards, runner to the top pair. And Brett sits down and scoops the first one, doesn't show, and sets the tone.
He is number 1.
What jersey is that?
It's red.
It looks like football.
Could be. I think it's one of the sports.
Yeah.
I am not a sports type of guy. I should probably learn that working in a
It is
poker
the
room.
Boston Red Sox hat, though.
Yes, it is.
I do know that one. No, I'm excited about football this year. I am a sports guy, self-admitted.
Okay. Who's your team?
I don't have one.
Okay. Sports guy.
I like sports. I feel that every game I have one that I'd rather win over the other, but not a gambler. I don't bet, but just like the competition.
I am a Saints fan by blood, but I only barely know the rules to football.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Really?
How big is the rule book? Isn't it 900 pages? You got to catch the ball, but if you catch it a certain kind of way, it doesn't count.
You're a Louisiana boy. It's like being a Texas boy. You just know football.
Yeah.
Louisiana is just as big football.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I went to Mississippi State also for my meteorology, so I know. I mean, I kind of know football.
I bet you were in the marching band.
I was.
4, 6, 10, 2 spades, 5 players, top pair for Robin.
Yeah, but the marching band, you get the best seats to the.
I was letting it off there.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a little slow. I didn't pick up on it.
Oscar thinking about his middle pair sixes here.
Not a bad pair to have, but not a great one on this board. Robin with the top pair. Good kicker.
Now, I saw something I have to confirm here, and it does confirm Brett has the Monopoly board on his arm with the Monopoly logo. I love it. I actually kind of love it. I'm going to see a shot of that here in a minute as this one quickly checks around. Robin can be best with his top pair of 10s with 2 scare cards. See?
That is?
It is the Monopoly board. That's incredible.
Now, here's the question. Does the Monopoly guy have a monocle?
I don't know. I've read the stories.
Yeah, how wild. And Robin's 10's going to take it down. I had a buddy in Ohio played the state championship of Monopoly. First time ever playing it. Went up against a very tough field. I want to say it was 32 people. Couple of boards going all at once. Couple of games in a row. He took down first place. There is a strategy to Monopoly.
I feel like I would know that there is. I feel like obviously a world championship Monopoly would be a thing, but I feel like there's too much chance involved.
Well, obviously you want Boardwalk, obviously, but the red ones are very good, right around jail, and the other corner of the board is very good also.
I remember reading somewhere that the most valuable ones were the yellow, red, and green ones, I believe.
Mm-hmm. The brown ones, actually, the cheap ones too, because a lot of players, the board will redirect you either to jail or to go. So you want to have 9 away from those.
So that's the math.
That's the math.
There's always math.
It is. It's the universal language.
Speaking of math, Thor is mathematically ahead.
Yep.
No, he's not.
No, he's actually not.
How
Jack
is that?
8.
Oh, because Tree has an ace and Anderson has a king. But he has the best hand. Ace, king, seen a flop of deuce, 7, 9, 2 spades.
Oscar just barely behind. Looks like he is going to bet.
He did bet this one out of the gut shot, betting only 10. Tree not connecting. Thor wanted to come along with the 2 overs and runner, backdoor spade draw.
He's in position. He's got a good spot. The next card is an 8 of spades. Thor holding the ace of spades should go all in right now.
Well, if you got Oscar making a pair finally, but now he's developed a gut shot. He's just going to keep it small.
And Thor makes the call.
Yeah.
Oh, and another call.
Chips there. Actually, Thor raised it to 45, it looked like there for a moment. Oscar with the check mark, board pairing deuce on the river, and bet there, and Thor was looking for a spade, could not quite get there. 75, has to let that one go, shows the ace of spades.
Yeah, just having a hard time with this deck. Really not connecting very well with the board here. But he is doing very well.
Yvonne in the box. 16 players remaining. If you are tuned in to YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, not only do we appreciate you for joining our broadcast, but stick around. Tell your friends. 6 more eliminations, and we're going to have the final table of the high roller event here at Kojak's. We're going to take it all the way to a winner of $17,000 and change tonight here on this table live. Right here for you. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. 16 players remaining. 6 eliminations. And we're going to be live. New player Sean looking down at King Jack offsuit. The Kojak hand raising it up to 35. Oscar with a very pretty suited connector. 8-7 cutting out some calling chips. Does make the call. Tree suited ace 8 of hearts wants to see a flop. Thor sees a big pot brewing and wants a part of it, so he's going to come in there with the queen 7 offsuit. Basel getting out of the way. Anderson, ace, queen. And then look at this, right behind him, Robin, pocket kings. And he's going to love Anderson's bet as Anderson has put on the squeeze. 3-bet to 200 right into pocket kings of Robin. And Robin is not going to waste any time here. Ships his whole stack, 654 into the middle. So this hand just went off the rails, and I don't know if anybody can make the call. Sean here says, why not? Let's just gamble some. And I don't blame him for that. He bought in for 200 and so much money in the middle there. Might as well try to see what happens. Tree going to get out of the way with his ace 8. Thor going to let his 35 go. And Anderson is going to make the call. And we have a massive pot just out of nowhere. Over 1,200 in the middle. We've got Sean all in for 200. Anderson 480. So he'll have a side pot with Robin. Robin here with the best of it, looking to dodge some aces. I don't see any cards showing up, so I don't know how many times they're going to run this one. 4-9-4. King stands strong, looking to dodge an ace. 3 on the turn, no help. 9 on the river. And Robin is going to take down the whole shebang with the pocket kings. Patience pays off for Robin. He moved chairs, tried to change up the cards a little bit, and just spun that one up really quickly. He got down, he was up quite a bit, and then sort of dwindled away a little bit on some tough spots, and now is just rocketed right up over 1,400 in his stack with a perfectly timed pocket kings with tons of action right before him as it was raised up, called in multiple spots, and then a 3-bet squeeze with the ace-queen, or ace-queen right into his pocket kings, and he ships the entire amount in and gets all the chips. So patience pays off. And I believe that might have been it for Anderson. He waved and shook hands to the table. But we have lots of outer tables out there and a list for the cash game. So there'll be more people joining in to the stream. Oscar makes the call with the 8 deuce of spades. Tree looking down at queen jack offsuit makes the call as well. Thor's 5 deuce into the muck, folds around over to Robin. 8-4 offsuit. I'm sorry, Tree raised it up and quick action. So let the graphics catch up. And a Sean 3-bet with pocket 10s. So things are getting spicy here. Tree cutting out some calling chips. So it went bet, 3-bet, call, raise, call, fold, fold. Sean and Tree heads up now. 7-6 deuce. Pocket 10s of Sean still ahead. New player to the table. Only the second hand he's played. First flop he's really seen. In the lead, and pretty sneaky check here. An overpair. Wanted to see if Tree will make any stabs at it, but he does not fall for it. King on the turn. It is a 3rd spade as well. Kind of a scare card, but Sean says, forget it, I'm going to represent it, and goes all in for 155. Kind of an overbet here, putting the test to Tree. Tree thinking about it, but I don't think he's going to get a call out of Tree here. No, he is. He says, why not? I've got a queen of spades. He's going to hit a queen on the river to take down this pot and tear it away at the last moment from Sean. Goodness me. He just called to see if he could get lucky and hit a spade and catches it the hard way, making a queen to take that one down from Sean, and Sean's reaching for more chips. Didn't expect that call out of Tree, but, Tree said, why not? I could hit a spade. It was a second nut draw. And hits the queen instead to take the pocket 10s down. So tough one there for Sean. Down to 15 in the high roller. 30 seconds left of level 10. These are 30-minute levels. Lots of poker being played. Blinds are going to be 4,000, 8,000 with an average stack of 114,000. $1.7 million chips in play. And 5 more eliminations, and we're going to get to a final table. You get to watch it live right here on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Chase out on the floor right now, checking in on the tournament. He'll be back in here soon. Give us an update. Let's see. Robin raises this one up to 12 with the ace deuce suited. And all players agreeing to come along. 5 ways to a flop. Basil with the ace 5. Thor with the ace 4. So we have ace deuce, ace 4, ace 5. All seeing a flop. Jack 10, king 10. 6, deuce 8. Ace deuce flops best. We'll see if Robin continues here. He does choose to check his option. So an 8 on the turn doesn't change anything for any players. First one to bet may take this one down. Robin here going to bet 20. Oscar with Jack 10. Not much to go on, but it looks like he does make the call. Maybe he's thinking about taking it away later here. The bluff. 4 on the river, no help. Now, Oscar, if he bets about $75, $80 here, it'll be a great play. Just looking at Robin here. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go check, check. Yeah, so he just throws it into the muck. So Robin on a sun run of his own now. Was card dead for a good while. Moved seats. Looks like he had a change of cards and has built up that stack. Let's take a look. We've had some new players join the table, so we have some varying chip stacks here. So to see Tree still the chip leader at the table after AK departed for the night. A little over 1,500 in his stack. Robin just barely over 1,500. Basil 1,300. And then on down to the rest of the stacks, ready to spin it up. Oscar been stuck around that 300 mark for a while, back and forth. Thor here first on it again with a king 10 offsuit, going to call the $2. Basil with the ace 6 offsuit. I think he threw in some chips there. Made the call as well. Robin 9-3 into the muck. Brett 7-4 suited. I like the raise. Raising it up to 11. Sean, king 8 suited on the button in position, makes the call as well. Oscar, pocket 5s. Decides not to squeeze, just goes set mining with the pocket 5s. Tree's going to call with the 8-7. And that's going to bring Thor and Basil along as well. So we're still going to see 6 players to a flop for $66. Oscar looking to dodge a lot of overcards with the pocket 5s. 6, 8, 9. Interesting flop here. Got Tree open-ended, middle pair. Oscar's going to make a bet right off the rip in the small blind here, testing to see where he's at, betting a good size 40. Tree makes the call. Basil bottom pair. Was going to let that one go. And Brett, backdoor diamond draw, open-ended straight draw, cutting out some calling chips here. Now, don't blame him. There's a lot of good turn cards for him. And Sean here, he's got middle pair. King 8 of hearts, no heart backdoor draw. So he does throw that into the muck. So 3 players here, all with a lot of interesting cards to come. King on the turn isn't one of them. May see this one check around unless Oscar wants to keep up the pressure. A good bet of about 60, 70 bucks would pull this one off here, maybe. But Tree with a pair and open-ended may not go under with his chip stack size. Oscar may just have to check this here and hope that it checks all the way through and he can get to a cheap river. That's what it does. Queen of diamonds on the river doesn't help any player. And so Tree going to take this one down if no one bets with the pair of 8s. But it's still anybody's pot if someone bets it. And it looks like Oscar is going to be the one to do it. Depending on the sizing here, he bets 100. And so Tree here, yep, going to lay down the best hand there. And Brett can't call. So Oscar, well-timed bet on the river to take this one down. And a good little pot there for Oscar. Much needed. Saw him rebuy earlier and has slowly built it up since. Now sitting a little over 400 in the stack. What's it looking like out there?
Looking great. Bo Walker, one of the top chip leaders, but I think Braxton has him just barely beat. couple other guys running with pretty deep stacks as well. Looking pretty good.
It's about time for my walkabout.
Yeah, probably. It is a lot of energy out there. It's not a 10 on the button game that we have going.
Oh, it's not?
It's a 10 to 25 Big O game.
We have not had that in a minute.
It's been a little while.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's been about a week, actually.
I can think of somebody who would be driving up here right now if he knew that they were playing 10 to 25.
I can send a text. Yeah, it is a pretty big game here. Mr. Sean raising a 12.
9 deuce suited.
I thought maybe he was going all in with it, but he's got a couple of chips behind.
Thor going to look him up with a 10-7 offsuit. A couple interesting hands here with a king 5 deuce, 2 hearts. Bottom pair for Sean. See if he keeps up the aggression, and he does, and Thor's into the muck.
Thor's out of there. And it looks like Mr. Reese going to stretch his legs a little bit, go check out the room, make sure everything is running smoothly. No, it is. It's running smoothly. It is. I don't know if you know this watching us, but running a poker room is controlled chaos. It never stops being crazy. And that's the lifestyle that we love to live. It's kind of like the being at the poker table in general. You never know what the cards are going to bring. You never know how your hand is going to connect with the board. You never know what the other guy is going to do. Controlled chaos. But we're having a good time. Making the most of it. We've got that high roller final table getting ready. We're down to 15 players. So just 5 more. And then we will be down to that final table. Redrawn for the button. Rebel Poker singing us a song. This is the stream that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. I like it. We're getting musical. This might be the musical episode. Thor with the Queen Jack here. Basil with the Ace 10 suited. I have a feeling he's going to call. Sure does. Sean with the 6-5 offsuit. Putting in some more chips. Oscar also putting in some more chips. And here we go. King 7-7 on the flop. No pair for anybody, except everybody has a pair of 7s. Basil going to check with the backdoor flush draw. The 1 overcard. 5 on the turn. No help to anybody except Sean. He has a pair of 5s and 7s, and he is going to go all in. That should do it. I don't expect any callers. Tree on the button, thinking about it. Going to make the fold. Thor out of there. Basil taking his time folding as well. And Sean is going to not show the cards. Oh, he does show one of the 5s here. Rebel Poker saying he's going to take the dealer home for one night. That is Miss Yvonne. She is excellent in the box. Married. And it looks like we are switching things up. Miss Crystal coming on in to the box here. And here we go. Crystal, one of the fastest dealers in the West. Doing a great job with it. All right, we're doing a bomb pot. That means 4 cards, 2 boards, and tons of action. First board is 9-7 Trey. Second board, Ace-8 Deuce. You know what? I've got a sneaking suspicion here. Call me paranoid, but I do think Reese took a lap to go check on the room. But I think he should have winked at the end of that. I think he's going to eat some of that delicious Chewy's food right now. Jack is the first turn, a 4 of spades the second turn. Got a couple of spades out there for Brett and Robin. And Thor, a couple of clubs out there for Oscar, but he's only drawing to the 9 high flush. Never going to feel comfortable there. And Thor is going to be betting $25 here. He's got a gutter ball on the bottom board. He's got a pair of 8s on the other board. Basil making the call here. The pair of aces and 4s. And there is an ace on the top board or bottom on the graphics. And another 8 comes off. Thor with trip 8s. Going to be chopping with Robin, who makes straight. No, Robin chops with a pair of 7s. And Brett also chopping. What am I missing here? The other board. That's what I'm missing. Both Robin and Brett have the wheel. Oh, Robin gets out of there. So does Brett. And Thor's aggression looks like it's going to take it down. Oscar, even if he calls here, not going to be good enough. Thor with the straight to the jack and the trip 8s. And that is a bomb pot right there. $320 going in Thor's direction. $235 in profit. And by the way, everybody, we are down to 12 players in the high roller. The time is approaching. We are getting ready for that final table. Just 2 more players. Average stack up to 143,000 thereabouts. Blinds now sitting at 4K, 8K. Brett with the 6-3 offsuit under the gun, throws it into the muck. Sean John with the Jack 9. That's a playable hand and does decide to throw in some raising chips here. Oscar with the 10-4, the affirmative. Tree with the Doyle Brunson, the 10-deuce. Thor with the Queen 3 of farts. Robin with the K6. Don't have a clever name for those two. 7-4-4 on the flop. 1 heart, 1 club, 1 diamond. And Sean John got a bet. And we are on to the next one. Almost done 100 hands on this live stream. We've been going strong for a good couple of hours now. Almost 5 hours on this stream. Thank you, everybody, for checking us out, making the stream a success. Let me know if you haven't shouted us out in the comments just yet. Leave a comment, leave a subscribe. If you've been here since the beginning, put a heart in the chat. Or put a spade in the chat. Either one, let me know. Who's been here since the beginning? Rebel Poker, I'm looking at you. Oscar with the Queen 8. Tree with the 4 tray. Thor with the 6-4. Thor does make the call. $20 to go. Basil with the dirty diaper out of there. Robin looking down on a premium. Big Slick, the Ace King. And he is going to make just a smooth call. Opts not to 3-bet. And he will be playing this one out of position. I don't hate it. I think that's a pretty good play. Staying conservative. If you hit a board like this, you can get out of there easy. 8-5-7, 2 diamonds. Tree looking for the flush. But Oscar's going to be betting out with his top pair face kicker. And Tree raising it up to 125, playing that draw aggressively. And with a deep sigh. I like to see it. Robin with the ace-king, the 2 overcards. A bet and a raise in front of him. Does throw it away. And I believe Oscar, yep, making the call here. Turn card is a 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tree gets the straight in addition to his flush draw. He's got the dummy end, though. Oscar saying something there. Pretty soon we will have Table Talk audio. A big upgrade for the stream. These players are hilarious. And Tree bets looks like 125. But it might be 175. That would be enough to put Oscar all in. Oh, it's 200. Effectively about the same bet. Oscar with a very cool, unique looking chip protector. And he does fold. Gets away from it. And Tree shows it. And we are moving on to the next one here. We're approaching hand number 100, and we're approaching the final table. Another one just clicked down to 11 players on the high roller. $17,000 up top, $10,000 for second place. Third place up to $73.50. Fourth at $53.90. Fifth place at $44.10. Sixth place at $39.20. We are paying 6 places on this tournament. We had 49 entries. Oscar with the Queen 4, Tree with the 8-4, Thor with the 7-6, Basil with the Jack 9, Robin with the 10-5, Brett with the King 7, Sean John with the Ace Deuce, and Brett is raising it up with the King 7 suited. Thor with a slightly worse 7, the 7-6. Sometimes you might look at it as slightly better. And there's a 7 on the flop as well as a 6. Brett with top pair, good kicker. Looks like he wants to lead out. The question is how much? 75? $100 in the pot. Sean John with the Ace Deuce, thinking about it, does make the fold. Tree out of there, and Thor makes the call. A 5 on the turn. Thor now with a gutter ball to go with his 2 pair. Brett is betting. And a 4 on the river. Thor gets the straight, but so does Brett. That is a chop pot right there. And Tree standing up, can't believe his eyes. And we are moving on to hand number 98. Very, very close to hand 100. We're going to have to do a celebration here once we get to hand number 100. Been streaming for about 5 hours now. Mr. Reese I think has partaken in some of that delicious Chewies. I'm going to have to ask him what he got. I'll admit it to you. But I won't admit it to him that I did eat some Chewies last time I was out of the booth. Sean John with the ace jack. Looks like he's putting in a raise to 15. Oscar with the queen deuce. One of the higher VPIPs in this cash game. Does make the call. $9-3-3 is the flop. Just about everybody missing here. Sean John going all in with the 2 overcards. And that should be enough to steal that pot. Robin doesn't believe him, but can't call with 8 high. And Sean John turns over the ace. We had the local news out here earlier today for our celebration. And Thor now with the A tray. Basil with the ace 4. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. That's why Thor calls and Basil does not. Robin with the 10-7. Throwing in 2 chips. Sean John raising it up with the fish hooks. He's got the pocket jacks. The jiggities. And Mr. Thor coming along with the ace, and Robin says, I'm in for 2, might as well be in for 20. We are 3 ways to the flop with $63 in the middle. Ace, queen, 7, Thor, flopping top pair. Sean John thinks better of it, does decide to check. Thor now with 2 pair with that 3 on the turn. And a deuce on the river, deuce of spades. See if Thor goes for any value here. And he does put out a bet, it looks like. And that'll do it. $20 the bet on the river. Gets a call. Miss Crystal, one of our fastest dealers here at Kojaks, put on a clinic for us a couple of weeks ago. And we are 7-handed at this table now, but we are about to go 10-handed for the high roller final table. Basil with the 9-5, Robin with the 10-6. And Robin does decide to call. Brett with the Jack-4. Nope. Out of there. What's a Jack-4? I don't know. Probably to fix the tire. Oscar with the King-Deuce suited. Does make the call. A good suited king never hurt nobody. Queen 8-7 on the board. 2 hearts. Pair of 7s for Thor. Robin technically with the straight flush draw. And tree folds. Thor makes the call. 4 of clubs. No straight flush for Robin. I know. However unlikely it may have been. And this is hand number 100, everybody. And the clock is paused on the tournament. It does look like we are going to be going to the final table. I'm going to take a quick break and allow the action to continue. Don't go anywhere. We've got that high roller coming at you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final table of the $20,000 guaranteed high roller event. Of course, we know that there were 49 entries, 40,000 or 49,000 in the prize pool, more than double the guarantee. These players that are going to be joining us here on stream shortly are going to be playing for $17,000 plus for first place. There's 6 places going to be paid, just over $3,900 for sixth, $4,400 for fifth, almost $5,400 for fourth, 7,300 for third, a little over 10,000 for second, and again $17,000 up top for first place. We're gonna watch one more bomb pot. You can see me there getting some racks out for the table, as these guys are going to be moving over to the outer floor, and we will be going on a short break while we get the final table set up. And Chase, it's time.
It is time. I haven't felt like this since I was 7 years old on Christmas Eve.
Oh, there you go.
This is excellent.
Not quite there, but I'm excited too.
Oh, I'm playing it up a little bit, I'll be honest.
So the final bomb pot of this one too. Very entertaining game tonight, Chase.
Excellent game. Great lineup of guys. We may have to get them back on live stream here before too long.
Absolutely. And if you want to join them as well, we do a live stream each and every week. This week it got a little bit messed up, and next week it'll be a little bit screwed up. But after that, we're back to our normal Friday night live streams, various types of games and various types of buy-ins. If you want to sign up, check it out on Poker Atlas or here in the club and get signed up for the live stream and join these guys. But they are going to be joining the rest of the field out in the main floor. And you see racking up saying, we're kicking you guys out of here.
And stay tuned to our YouTube channel. Reese, I've got some ideas. I want to start posting more content. I had a great time doing those interviews earlier, and I said, why not do that weekly? So we may have a couple more segments coming up.
Sort of a player podcast.
Yes, indeed. You know, a little 10-minute video here and there, I don't think would ever hurt anybody.
It'd definitely be interesting to see what's on some of these guys' minds, that's for sure.
Yes. Some of these guys may stay away from the microphone. I'm kidding.
3 players left on this final bomb pot of the 1-2, Sean, Thor, and Brett. I'm trying to figure out what Brett...
Brett's got a little equity.
Yeah. It's got 2 pair, 10s and deuces on the bottom. Sean's got pretty good 2 pair on the bottom as well, with some redraws and diamonds on that top board.
And it looks like he is going to bet 140.
He's going to bet it out here. And we'll see if looks like Thor made the call. And yeah, it's going to be chopping it up here. Thor's set of jacks is going to make a boat on that bottom.
Yeah, Sean John gets to Broadway, but it's no good. And Sean John's 2 pair, the ace and the 10, is going to beat the jacks on the other board.
Yep. So one last look in case you knew some of these guys here. Robin spun it up close there towards the end of 1,500. Of course, Tree over 1,500 as well. Basil had a great night. Thor, Brett, Sean John, and Oscar are going to continue their run on the outer tables out there, and you see the clock running right here because they are playing at that final table. We are a 15-minute delay, so we're going to take a quick 15-minute break because yeah, it's been a long day.
It took a little while to get everything set up.
But that's okay because we got the final 10 coming up, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'll put a countdown on the screen so you'll know right when we're coming back and see who you know that made these final 10 players. We're going to be paying 6 of them, and 6 of them, a lot of money.
A lot of money.
So we said almost $4,000 for 6th place. So
nice.
49 players, 10 remaining. We've had I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look. 5 hours on stream.
5 hours so far. And
5 hours so far. But now it's the big bucks time. We've enjoyed the 1-2. We appreciate each and every one of them that came and played, and each and every one of you that has tuned in so far. And stay tuned because, like I said, we're going to go $17,000 and change.
That's first place money.
First place
49K total.
49,000 total. So hang in there. I'm going to put a timer on the screen. We will be back. Stay tuned to see who takes down the 2025 August High Roller right here at Kojak's.
All right.
We are getting in time for one hand. The players had time for just a hand or two right before the break. But welcome to the final table. We'll talk about it here in a minute. We've got an all-in and a call.
Reese, I think I'm going to have poker whiplash going from that wild 1-2 game to a final table and a $1,200 buy-in high roller. The hands vastly different. Pocket jacks versus pocket tens.
Looks like we have all in Bo and Pete, tens versus jacks.
And Bo does have Pete covered. Pete is all in at risk, but he is ahead.
Yvonne here taking care of the operators here as they catch up.
Yes, indeed.
5, 3, 9, no help, running diamonds. Bo needs, and that's okay. So Pete's going to stay alive. And these players just now went on it was a quick 10-minute break. And let's get us we're going to catch up here on the seating and some chip stacks. We've still got the cash game chip on there, or the cash logo on there. Tournament chips, not actual cash money now.
That's all right.
We're going to do a tournament.
We're throwing it back to the old WPT days when
There
they put
you
the
go.
dollar signs on there.
Got the dollar signs on there. So Richard, seat 1 with 143,000 in his stack. Your current chip leader, Braxton, is in seat 2, 438,000 in chips. There's, like I said, MJ, Billy, Zach, Jose, Bogar, Pete, Matt, Bo. Short stack of Matt, seat 9, 62,000 in chips. The blinds will come back from the break at 5,000, 10,000. So there's still quite a bit of action left to be had, Chase.
Yes, indeed. Braxton with 43, almost 44 big blinds. Even the short stack, still decent amount of big blinds there. It'll be about 6 bigs. So he can be a little choosy as far as his hand selection goes.
Well, just, number of big blinds is always key in a tournament. But what's also key is, Matt, he may have 6 bigs, but, 9 out of the 10 players, that's a quarter of their stack.
That's right. That is very true. A very effective weapon. If you can yield that stack effectively, then you can definitely do some damage to some of these middling stacks. Places like Pete, Richard, 143 for Richard, 200,000 for Pete. So we're going to see a good amount of play here. 20 bigs is about the comfort zone. Anything below that, you're kind of in all in or fold mode.
Yeah, and that's going to only be about a quarter of the table. It's going to be at that level. But again, that's tournament play. And it's been a little bit slow because of the size of the tournament. I mean, just what they're playing for. So it's been not the tournament itself physically slow, but the play is kind of slow. It's more deliberate. People not wanting to put their stacks at risk. Making maybe a wider range of laydowns than normally they would just because they're playing for so much money, Chase.
Yeah, like I said, poker whiplash going from all ins with queen deuce off suit to now we're going to be seeing a lot of players waiting for premiums. And like you mentioned, even that short stack Matt, 62,000, that is a veritable weapon at the table. So I expect a lot of play, and those short stacks are going to influence the play. If you are out of position and you've got the short stacks to act behind you, you're going to start factoring those types of things in and starting to worry about what are the short stacks going to be doing.
Yeah, and looking at this, as we looked at the chip counts there, let's look at the player position. Braxton in seat number 2, you've got MJ, Billy, and Zach all to act before the big stack. So your seats, your 8, 9, and 10 seats, 9, 10, and 1 seats, those guys, when you have that big stack to act behind you, it's tough.
Braxton is actually in a very, very good position because he's got the short stacks, like you mentioned, generally going to be acting in front of him. 62 for Matt, Bo at 111, Richard at 143. So he's going to see what those players do. And if they go all in, Braxton's not looking down at a premium. It's going to be an easy fold, especially with Billy to act after Braxton on most of the hands.
Yeah, Billy, I don't mind Billy's position. You get to see Braxton act a majority of the time being a couple spots after him. He's nursing one of the shorter stacks. And so I don't mind his position so much. Matt, a little bit tougher position. I think Richard has probably one of the toughest seats in the house. He expressed to me as much during this break that these guys are on right now. Richard from Ruidoso,
Yep.
and asked him how he was doing, what he thought of the tournament so far, and he said it's been fantastic. He just does not like his seat draw here at the final table.
You can't blame him. That's some veritable sharks at the table. And, like you said, having the big stack to your right, you basically, even though he's got 14 bigs, it's going to be pretty much all in or fold because Braxton can apply a lot of pressure in position.
Yeah, anything that you choose to play, he can put pressure on, and he's obviously, if unless you're brand new to the stream, you know that Braxton, the chip leader here at this final table and seat number 2, is the third place WSOP winner this year, and a bracelet a couple years ago for the monster stack. So literally a litany of tournament wins and accolades to his name. So he knows what it's like to navigate a final table position like this and knows how to apply pressure or to let the other stacks do their thing. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a interesting final table.
Very interesting. A lot of interesting characters. I think MJ is one of the fan favorites here. He plays in a lot of these bigger events, does very well for himself just about every single time. And he's sitting pretty well in the middle of the pack. So I expect a lot out of him. Billy, we've seen on a lot of final tables. Zach is a great cash game player. Let's see how that translates to the tournament structure.
It's already so far so good. He's made the final table.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
of course,
true.
Jose, obviously a superb tournament player here at Kojaks and all across everywhere he plays. Now, I don't know Bogar. Do you know who Bogar is?
I know Bogar from the cash games. He comes in generally kind of late at night, playing some cash games, mixing it up on the 5 on the button streets. He told me that he's on call, so maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Well, hopefully he doesn't get called out, anywhere, considering these guys are playing for a first place prize of over $17,000. Absolutely incredible. Let's see who else here. Matthew Kessler. We've seen him on streaming here playing cash games quite a bit. Of course, like I said, Bo Walker. And one thing about Bo there in the 10 seat, he's got Braxton directly to his left. But, Bo is, we were talking about not being scared. He's probably one of the definitions of doesn't play scared poker.
No.
That guy can gamble. He doesn't mind getting it in, doesn't mind putting pressure on players. He's someone to watch here at this final table for sure. I kind of like his position.
Yeah, I like Bo's position, and I also like his game. He is one to mix it up, throw in a couple of bluffs, but he's also extremely patient when he needs to be. And I think we're going to see him kind of quiet at the beginning of this. I expect him to last into the money, if I'm being honest. And I do expect his game to change as we start seeing players drop off of this final table.
Yeah, we did see him lose a little less than half of his stack there on that last hand right before their break with the pocket 10s versus pocket jacks, but it just goes to show that he's just not afraid to get it in.
No, you can't blame him. Pocket 10s on a final table, pretty good hand, and he just happened to be notched against the other player, and unfortunately, that's what happens at final tables.
Yeah, Pete was the benefactor of that jacks versus 10 hand, and they basically switched spots with Bo on the leaderboard. But I'm definitely excited. Like I said, there's I don't know who to pick.
Yeah,
I don't want to pick anybody.
I don't want to pick anybody either because I feel like there are some rivalries at this table, and I feel like if I pick one, I'm going to be playing into one of those rivalries.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. So, like I said, they should be coming back from break here shortly. So let's talk about what we're doing on Monday for those that are just tuning in for this final table.
Heck yeah.
The end of summer series.
That's right. Cash game tournaments, free roll tournaments, both happening at the exact same time. I'm looking forward to the 25 on the button no limit hold'em on Thursday, which coincides with the Crazy Pineapple tournament. All tournaments will be free. Cash game tournaments will all be similarly structured as a cash game and a tournament hybrid. It's going to be pretty cool.
Yep. The long story short, for those that don't know, the cash game tournaments is something sort of unique we're doing here at Kojak's, unprecedented in a way. But the cash games you see there Monday, for instance, it's just going to be a 5 on the buttons, and it's a standard cash game we have here every day at Kojak's. You'll pay, the hourly access fees, daily memberships, and the window for the competition is going to be 4 p.m. to midnight. And it's going to be that way for the first 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And players will just play poker as they do every single day here at Kojak's. But we are going to be keeping up with the wins of people cashing out. You can play as much or as little, as long or as short as you like. The goal is to get into the top 12% of the net positive winners for the cash games in those windows. And if you get in that top 12%, you're going to be taking part in a tournament prize pool that is going to be funded through the cash games in that window. And so if you have the highest amount of monies won during that 4 p.m. to midnight window, you'll get that first place prize of whatever that tournament style total is going to be.
It's going to be an awesome hybrid. So we're going to be tracking all the buy-ins. We're going to be tracking all the cash outs. We're going to be displaying that on TV so everybody can keep up with it. Anything that happens during that window, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. for most days, that is going to be game on.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But if you're a cash game player, not a tournament player, this is the series for you. Like I said, it's a way to win additional monies just playing cash every day like you would here at Kojak's. And not only that, but it's going to be scheduled games. I said that Monday, the 5 on the button, no limit hold'em is normal. And then on Tuesday, we're going to be playing 5 on the button, pot limit Omaha, 4-card high only. Wednesday, 5 on the button, Big O, which is 5-card high-low Omaha. That's going to be an exciting game. And then the big high roller game, 25 on the button, no limit hold'em, $1,500 to $5,000 buy-in.
Ooh, go on now.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely electric here all week long. Lots of cash, all the tournaments you can eat, all increased guarantees on our free rolls every single day. 5,000 Monday through Thursday, and then the 4-flighted championship free roll with a $20,000 guarantee.
$20K. And I've got a sneaking suspicion we'll be live streaming that one as well. The final table, more than likely on Sunday. So make sure to check it out. Like, subscribe our channels already so that you have the notifications as soon as we go live.
Yeah, it's going to be a action-packed week. I'm already telling you right now, I don't have enough sleep.
Well, we've got the weekend. Hopefully we can get some rest, but you know how it is.
Action is underway. 5,000, 10,000 are your blinds. Richard here on the button, going to just make the call with the 6-5 suited. Braxton looking down at Jack 7 suited. Halfway there. A very measured pace already you're seeing out of Braxton.
Yeah, you can see him looking down, calculating what he wants to do, reaching for chips in a very methodical way. MJ just making the check here, not going to be raising it up. 3 ways to the flop, 30K in the middle already.
Ace, Queen, 10, 2 spades. Richard here with the flush draw. MJ, top pair, weak kicker. Braxton with the gut shot. Opens the action in the small blind, checks. MJ here going to test the waters. Like I said, the blind's only 5,000, 10,000. There's some bets to be had without putting your stack at risk right now. There's still some poker to be played.
And he does put out a little feeler bet, 20,000 to go. Richard may like his flush draw, but only 6 high in an event like this might be a little bit dicey. You can see him shuffling his chips, really thinking about it. I like those glasses.
Yeah, I think if you're going to play...
Oh, there he goes.
6-5, he's going to play it aggressively. He's going to go all in, 133, big overbet here and not waste any time and putting the pressure on MJ. Of course, MJ having an ace in his hand, which is strong, but that 3 kicker is just going to do it. So good play there from Richard, basically giving yourself an additional chance to win the pot by going all in there and giving you a chance for your opponent to fold.
Yeah, excellent play right there, playing it aggressively. A lot of 2-pair combinations represented there, a lot of bigger aces represented there. I think MJ was right to fold, even though he was ahead based on the actual player's hands. I think you factor in the ranges, and that was the correct move.
And I don't mind the feeler bet.
No, I don't think anything wrong with that either.
Still some room left for poker at these blind levels and these chip stacks. We've got 1.7 million chips in play. Average stack, a little over 170,000. Blinds are 5 and 10,000. So average stack still a little over 17 bigs. Plenty of poker left to be played.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we are going to see it. I'm looking forward to it here. Bo feeling the bottom of the table for extra chips, perhaps.
Maybe. Not real sure. But the Crystal's got jewelry on. She could backhand him pretty effectively.
A little extra weight behind it.
Long-term Kojak dealer here. Crystal in the box. No stranger to big events. No stranger to high stakes. Dealing this final table.
Billy in the big blind here, surrendering about a sixth of his chips, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's going to need to make a move fairly quickly, but at least he'll get to see what the big stack does in front of him more often than not here with Braxton 2 seats to his right. Richard also, like I said, played that last hand well, so I think he's not afraid of the big stack. He bet right, ripped it right into the large stack, so it's good to see him do that. Braxton here.
Mystery hand.
Mystery hand on the button.
And MJ with a very callable hand, the King 10 suited.
Now Billy here with the ace tray off suit.
This is a tough spot.
He does go ahead and put it all in there. Interesting. Thought he might try to see himself a flop there, but apparently not. Ace is good enough for him, and Braxton, it's only 54,000 more to him, but that's over 10% of his chips.
That is a big cut to his stack if he were to lose, and I think Billy just saw a couple of juicy big blinds in the pot.
MJ made the call. Wasn't much more to him, and
Billy ahead technically, but basically a coin flip.
MJ here looking for lots of clubs. King or a 10. Take the lead away from Billy. Queen 9-5 on this flop here. No help. 6 on the turn. And a deuce on the river. And Billy will survive with a full double up. And like I said, now he's basically switched places there with MJ.
Yep.
The short stack, but still effective given all the other stacks.
Yeah, 16 bigs, like you said, a lot of room for poker to be played. He can be very choosy with his hands. He's going to be in the small blind this time, so almost basically a full orbit before he really has to act again. And MJ gets the button on the next hand, so he'll be able to look at a good couple of hands before having to make that decision to go all in.
And just in case you are just now tuning in, let's have a look at these stack sizes here. Your current chip leader, Braxton, 408,000 in chips, 24% of the chips in play. A great place to be going into the final table that only pays 6 places. Only 6 of these guys are going to get paychecks. So having a quarter of the chips in play, 10-handed, maybe we see him be aggressive, or maybe we see him sit back and kind of wait a little bit. I'm curious to see how he's going to navigate this money bubble coming up in 6 places.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of options, like you mentioned. He could play it passively, or he could try to bully some of the shorter stacks, players like Matt or MJ. And, it'll be up to him. Now, he's got a lot of tournament sense, so I trust that what he does will be correct.
Yeah, I definitely would not be one to offer up advice to that guy. So I'll just sit back and watch and learn.
I don't have quite the resume of the Monster Stack champion and third place at the WSOP main event.
Queen 9 is good enough for him to raise this one up. Looks like make it at 20 to play. MJ on the button having to let it go. Billy in the small blind lets his go. Zach, King 4 off suit. Not much he can do about this one. Posture for a moment, fold it down, and Braxton picks up an orbit.
All right. And we are shuffling up the next one. Miss Crystal getting ready here. Now, we haven't seen a whole lot of hands, so VPIP is not going to be a big factor, but I will tell you, Braxton has played raised, actually, 3 of the last 3 hands that we've seen, so that may play a part in his image going forward here on this tournament. And the cards are out. Basil watching from North Korea. Good to hear from you, buddy. And Bogar picking up the pocket aces. Pete with the 10-4. Matt with the King 5 suited. Matt does throw it away. Bo with the King 8. Does look like he folds. Yep. Not a super strong hand. Bogar just making the call, though. And MJ with the ace 9 might get a little feisty. And he does throw out a couple of pink chips. Those are worth 5,000 each. Looks like a raise to 20,000. Billy with the king queen on the button. Bogar sets the trap, and it looks like it's working. Billy, no longer the short stack at the table, does make the correct laydown according to the books. Jose with the 10-8 here. Does fold as well. Now action on Bogar. Does decide to ship it. And MJ with a decision to make has a weak ace off suit. And if he makes this call, he will be at risk and far behind, but he does not. He does make the right laydown. Folds. And unlike that 1-2 game where we're seeing players going all in and then showing what they had, this tournament is a different animal. And Bogar does not show. And we'll leave you with that for 1 second. Here's a look at the chip stacks while Crystal shuffles up. All right, and here we go. Matt in with the king queen, Richard with the pocket queens. Matt is all in and at risk. 10-7-4 on the flop. Ace of hearts on the turn and a 10 of hearts on the river. The queens hold. And Matt will be the first elimination of the final table. And we got special guest Dawson here showing up.
I know y'all saw it. Chase missed it. There were 2 10s on that flop, right? Or on that board. Braxton folded pocket 10s.
Wow. Would have been quads.
Richard made an excellent reshove to get Braxton out if he just flats there. Braxton stays.
Excellent.
Very
excellent.
good. Very good play.
Yeah, what an amazing turn of events that would have been. And great reshove there. And now we are shuffling up here. We've done about 10 hands. So we'll pull up the VPIP numbers here after this hand. Bo with the 9-8 offsuit under the gun, throws it in the muck. Richard going to be folding here. Eight 4 offsuit, not going to be playable here at this stage of the tournament. Braxton with the 4 deuce likes it. Throws in a raise to 20K. And that'll do it. Braxton picks up a couple of tasty blinds using that big stack effectively here to apply pressure. Anybody calling that 20,000 chip bet knows that there's almost 500,000 more chips behind. And here's a look at those VPIP numbers. Braxton playing a little more than half of the hands in play. Again, utilizing that big stack to really make some moves, apply pressure to the table. Jose has yet to play a single hand. He is one of the shorter stacks, so he's really waiting for his moment. Bo, Pete, Zach, and Billy all at exactly 11%. And now we've got Richard under the gun here with the Jack-6 getting out of there. Braxton with the 7 deuce. Let's see if he pips it. Does not. MJ with the suited queen. All in or fold. He chooses fold. Zach with the bow wow, the K9. Jose with the 10-8 keeps that 0% VPIP. He is one off of the button. He could set up a steal here, but it would be a very risky play. And does do exactly that. Raises. And he knows his VPIP is sitting at 0, so these players are generally going to take that a little more seriously. And he knows if anybody else calls or goes all in, that he's in trouble. And that's exactly what happened. Bogart calling, Bo going all in. Jose going to posture for a minute here. 10-8, no shot. He makes a call here. And Jose does fold. Bogart thinking about it here with the house hand. King Jack. And I don't expect a call here either. If it were a standard raise, he might peel off a flop. Short stacked and behind, though. King Jack, a decently strong hand when you have position as an advantage, but in this situation, all in call. There's no poker left to play. It's going to have the cards speak for themselves. Bo lounging on the table. And Bogart does make the fold. Bo picking up pretty healthy pot there. 156,000 now in his stack. And here we go, shuffling things up. Final table of the high roller. We've got $17,000 up top. The players did decide to change things up a little bit, put in a save for 7th place, a $2,000 save. Braxton now with the house hand. I do expect a raise here. Again, using that big stack. And there it is. There's the raise. Bo with the 8-9. Not going to make the call. Richard with the queen 4. In the big blind. Has already put in 10,000. Would be another 13K to call. And he is one of the other big stacks here at the table. So this could be fireworks. And he does fold. Weak queen, not going to be good enough to tangle with Braxton.
Looks like we had an elimination since I stepped out.
Yes, indeed. We have had one elimination. King Jack versus Ace King. No, I'm sorry, Pocket Queens.
Pocket Queens versus King Queen.
That's right. Yeah, Ace King versus King Jack was the previous hand. Did not get to a flop. And now Braxton in the big blind, creeping around. MJ short stack really needs to make something happen here. Let's see what the cards are revealed to him.
Blinds are 5 and 10,000, 30-minute levels, so still plenty of time for these guys to make decisions.
And MJ did throw away the ace tray of spades. Out of position, not a great hand to be raising all in with. And those are basically his options, raise or fold.
Bo going to see what the blinds are made of, raising it up here on the button with the ace-6 of diamonds. Definitely a raisable hand here when it's gotten down to you and just the blinds, but Braxton's going to defend.
I don't hate to defend with the suited jack. And there's 2 clubs right there for Braxton.
Yeah, definitely not going to go anywhere. Bottom pair takes the lead for Bo. Braxton's going to bet out small here. No, he ripped it in. Wow. Never mind. We know how he's going to play the big stack, Chase.
Exactly. He's applying a lot of pressure to this table.
What I thought was a blocker bet was the ultimate bet.
A little more than a blocker. He could be blocking Bo's championship dreams here.
And there's no world here where Bo's going to make the call. He's just sort of posturing a bit, making Braxton think twice about doing this again.
I like the Hollywood. He's not laying it on too thick.
Yeah, he's just making sure that next time Braxton does this, it's not going to be that easy. You see a lot of players do this.
I think he shows the 6. Maybe he shows the ace. Bo getting a little sleepy, actually. He made a comment when we were setting up the final table. It's past his bedtime. He might turn into a pumpkin pretty soon.
Well, they're playing for $49,000 in total prize pool money. I think they can stay up a little bit for that one.
I would tend to agree. If that doesn't get you excited, put some pep in your step. I don't know what does. And we are moving on here. VPIP numbers tell an interesting story. Braxton at 58%.
Yeah, it's showing hand number 119, 120. I wish we would have.
I think it was 105
Was it 105? Okay.
somewhere.
I should have wrote that down.
Yeah, right. Hindsight's 2020.
But all the VPIPs, your showdowns, your win-losses, those are all going to be accurate given it's a whole new chipset, new player set.
Yes.
We just don't
indeed.
know the sample size of hands.
And MJ might get lucky with a walk here. Braxton with the queen 9 offsuit. Nope, never
Nope,
mind.
he's put him to the test, actually. BenJ, the short stack, 72,000. He goes ahead and calls it in. Jack 9 suited. I don't hate it, Chase. Let's try it.
I like it. I like it. You never know what the next hands are going to bring. Jack 9 suited, actually pretty decent when you're going blind versus blind.
And lots of opportunities here. Crystal going to decide the fate. 6-8 king makes Queen High still good. 8 on the turn. No help. 3 on the river. And Braxton is going to eliminate Mr. MJ in 9th place.
Yes.
Yeah, 9th place. And, man, the big stack gets bigger.
That's right. He's using that big stack to acquire a bigger stack. Using those tentacles, capture more chips. And we have our second elimination of the final table.
Yeah, I see that they took some of the prize pool. Where did they take it? Where did they get the 2,000 from?
It was 400 off of each place, 2nd through 6th.
So they didn't touch first place. Interesting.
Uh-huh.
They wanted to keep that 17,000 intact.
That's right. I can't blame them. And I think it was a good move. These players really want something to play for, aside from the title and bragging rights, of course. Like you mentioned, this is a very prestigious tournament, perhaps the most prestigious in the world.
Yeah, Kojak's High-Roller.
Zach with the ace-9 throws it away, chucks it in the muck. Jose with the suited queen, also chucking in the muck. Billy eyeing up his competition here. Yeah, very interesting to see the difference in that 1-2 game versus the final table of a high roller event.
Yeah, whenever it's 4, 5, 6 ways to the flops and the 1-2s go into high stakes tournament play. Quite a change of pace here.
Very big change of pace, and you can really see that with the eye contact also. Bogart with the house hand, speaking of which, the king jack, and he does make the call. Richard with the queen jack, Braxton with the ace jack. Lots of jacks out there.
Yeah, and he's going to make a squeeze play here, especially in position, ace jack. Looks like he's going to bump this one up 75,000. Bogart is going to make the call, thinking that Braxton could be just making a move. Richard has to get out of the way.
I don't blame the call one bit. Braxton's VPIP tells a very telling story.
Yeah, and if Braxton picks up another elimination here, which he is set to do 7 out of 10 times, this is going to get a dangerous final table really quickly.
Yeah.
With that man having the bulk of chips that he does. Crystal to a flop, 4-9-9, no help to Bogart, looking to hit a king and only a king. 3 on the turn, 8 on the river, and Bogart is going to be our 8th place finisher, and that means that these guys have made it into the money, Chase.
Yes, indeed. They have done it. $2,000 at minimum.
Yeah, money back plus a little bit.
That's right. Not a bad way to go about it. All right, on to the next one.
Bo's got to sit up and look at his cards at some point. He can't fall asleep there, buddy.
I've got some caffeine pills in my office, Bo, if you want one. Actually, I might take one. It's been a long day, Reese.
Well, it's going to be a long day for everybody at this table. Braxton having 64% VPIP.
And probably 64% of the chips in play.
Close to it. We'll find out here shortly. I'll pull it up. I'm curious.
And Jose with the ace-6 here. Under the gun, I don't expect a call or even a raise. This is the negotiation of the split.
Yep. We could see it on the board. Like I said, we're streaming 15 minutes in the past, but we were notified that they saved 7th place, money back plus a little bit.
I think that was a good save, $2,000.
And so, like I said, all 7 of these players in the money.
And Jose does rip it. Okay, making a liar out of me.
Maybe that little extra bit of money makes a difference. Open it up a little bit. At least you're getting your money back.
Braxton with the queen jack here.
Is it worth 7th of his chips, though?
That is for him to decide, and him only. I'm going to stay out of this one. Braxton with a quick check of the rollie. Yeah, that is quite the decision. Now, I can tell you Billy is going to fold.
Yeah, especially, yeah, he does make a good lay down there. Jose's got too many ace-X's in his range there, just shoving it. Even after a deal is made at the table, Zach not waking up with anything, it lets that one go. So let's have a quick look here at the stack sizes. We've seen Braxton put his chips to work and just increase 40% of the chips in play, Chase.
That is a wild number when there are 7 players left and you've got 40%, nearly half of the chips in play. Everybody made it to the money, but I got to say Braxton's odds are very good to end up 3 ways, even heads up.
Yeah, blinds of only 5 and 10,000. There's still room for some of these stacks to make bets and laydowns, but Bo, Billy, Jose, all around that 12, 13, 14, 15 big situation. It's getting down to it. They're going to have to make a stand at some point.
Yes, indeed. Now, there is still a little bit of room to play. Now, if something happens like Braxton folds around to some of the shorter stacks, they can just get in for a min raise. I expect if they like the flop, they can shove the rest. They are still above that 10 big blind magic number.
We got about 171 bigs on the table.
Beat with the queen jack. Out of there. Bo with the 8 deuce. Out of there. Okay. Out of there.
There you go. Always the Peterbilt hat with Bo.
I like it. It's good color matching. Braxton with the queen 10. I expect a raise here.
And the cutoff against a couple, well, they're all shorter stacks to him. Just a min raise, though. Just enough to make him decide.
And Zach with the 7s.
Yeah, you might. No, he's just. I thought he might repop this back here, but unless you're ready to put the rest of it in, because that's what Braxton's very keen to do sometimes. Actually, Jose's going to do it for him. Ace-5 off suit. May see Braxton get out of the way, and Zach may need to make that call here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough call. Jose, 114,000 in his stack, representing a huge percentage of Zach's remaining chips.
Yeah, it's effectively an all-in for Zach as well. Does he want to do it with 7s? Does he play 5, 6 hours, 7 hours of a high roller event to put it in with 7s?
Ironically, he would have 7 big blinds left if he were to lose this.
But he is in the money.
He is. That $2,000 sounds pretty tasty right now. Jose,
So the 17,000 sounds a lot better. So
yes, it does.
if he folds here, I don't hate it, and that's what he does. Decides to. He's only 15,000 lost. No harm, no foul.
And Jose stealing another one, picking up 40K in chips.
Yeah, Zach there realizing that he's got almost 20 bigs left, even with the fold there. There's no reason to gamble if you don't have to, I suppose, if you still got that kind of chip stack back. Like I said, he didn't invest that much into it.
Was already in the small blind, got a discount on that call. And Jose, that's one of the things that makes him dangerous as a player, is his pre-flop game is excellent. And he's able to steal in spots where most players aren't able to, but he's also able to get away from spots that other players might find enticing.
Well, I've definitely seen his name on the leaderboards in the tournaments. He's definitely has some tournament chops. Not much here for anyone who folds over to the blinds. Jose down looking at this Jack 9. Now, he's gone all in twice already. So he's going to start reaching that territory where people start looking him up.
There it is. Just making the call. I thought that was an all-in flick, but
Yeah, and Pete's going to check his option, 8-5 suited.
not a bad place to be in the big blind special.
10-7-5 does flop the lead here, bottom pair.
Jose with the gutter ball.
It's hard to make a pair. I'd like to see a bet here out of Pete.
And here it is. Pete, also a very accomplished player. We've seen him a couple times making deep runs. I believe this is his first live streamed final table.
Yeah, I haven't seen him before, but to get here, you've got to do something. Jose going to look and see if he can catch a surprise gut shot. Doesn't happen. 7 on the turn. Not a bad scare card for Pete. If you think you were ahead on the flop, you're still probably ahead here on the turn, obviously.
Unless you get check raised.
And try to do some pot control here. King on the river. See if Jose wants to represent a king here. Good 40,000 bet here would be a fantastic play out of Jose.
And it looks like he's cutting out exactly that.
Close to it, 35. He almost heard me. No, 25,000, but that's going to get about the same, about a half-size pot bet.
And Pete with just a pair of fives here on a paired board.
Yeah, it's a
Lot
scare
of
card.
overcards.
Scare card on the river. You know, it seems we can see the cards, so it seems like you could be ahead still here a lot if he's bluffing this, which he does make the call just to see, and he is going to be rewarded for his inquiry.
25,000, just not enough to get Pete to fold. I wonder if he had made a 40,000 chip bet, if Pete would have called it quits.
Maybe so, or it just would have been me losing 40,000. That's why Jose lost almost half of what I would have. That's why he's there and I'm not.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. Sizing your bets is a pretty good skill.
Good tournament skill to have. So we've played about, what'd you say, about 10 hands. We started this at 105, so 15, almost 15 to 20 hands here of this final table.
That's right. VPIP's gonna tell a story here. Braxton still near 60% VPIP and raised most of those hands. Richard up to 23% along with Jose. Jose shoving most of those 23%. Richard with the dirty diaper here. I would love to see him make a play with it, but I know this is not the time.
Not the time to get creative. Braxton out of the way with a little ace-4. Billy, ace-5. He's in the hijack. Could make a play for the blinds, but chooses not to. Lets it go. Zach letting his 7-4 offsuit go into the muck. And we're back to a battle of the blinds. Pete here just going to call with the jack-8, and Bo is going to punish him for that lead bid with the queen deuce. I like the play a lot.
Bo is dangerous.
Yeah, he's limp in, and he's going to make him pay, and that's going to send a message for pretty much every orbit right there.
Yeah. Pete got hit with the Peterbilt truck just now.
That's right.
And now we've got Mr. Richard in the big blind. Braxton first to act. Jose taking a break from the table, checking things out,
Yeah,
coming
they
back.
Probably go checking their cell phones, letting people know, hey, I'm in the money. They've made it into the money in the high roller event here at Kojak's.
Bragging to everyone they know.
$1,200 buy-in. Next person eliminated getting $2,000 for their efforts as they've chosen to save 7th place. 17,000 and change up top for first.
Now, our prize pools on the high rollers are automatically calculated, but I do have to throw a shout out to these players. I like the save. The $2,000 save for last place, I think, is right where it needs to be. Bo with the Jack 6. Going to surrender that. Richard scooping up a couple of tasty blinds. Wait a second. No, it's a raise.
It's hard to say. It looked like he threw chips in there, not cards. And Richard here, he's already got 12 in there. And it's 14 more, so it's pretty much a min click. He's going to defend his big blind. Going to play this one out of position with Bo. Bo's one of those guys that doesn't slow down, though. I think no matter what flop is going to come here, Bo's going to bet this one again. This is, again, one of those polarizing flops as well. Yep, in fact, he does the maximum pressure all in, and Richard's going to have to let that one go. So, like I said, I'm 1 for 1 on my.
Bo is a very dangerous player. I think if you want to get inside of Bo's mind, figure out what is the most dangerous move to make.
That's what I was talking about before the final table started, a no-fear poker player.
That's right.
He has no fear of going out, and especially now that we're in the money. And he's got his money back plus some, and going to bed for this man sounds pretty good probably.
Yeah, he wins either way. Either he goes home with $17,000+ or it's a good night's sleep. And now Mr. Billy going to be first to act here under the gun. King, Queen, good hand to do that with.
12 big blinds, as you see there on the screen. He's going to see if he can get away with the min raise here. He's got 148,000, raises it up to 25. Still leaves him a little bit of fold equity. Folds around to Bo on the button and to the muck. Richard in the small blind. Like I said, he's already a third of the way there. Pocket sixes go set mine in here. And, of course, you got the chip leader to your left against the shorter stack. You know, Richard could feel like he's throwing away 19 here, but he's going to take a chance.
And he sure does.
Going to make that call, hoping that Braxton just completes or folds, and that's exactly what he does. So that's a guaranteed sigh of relief there from Richard. Because Braxton put those chips to work, but maybe he's reached a plateau to where he's going to kind of back down and see what the table does in his wake.
Oh.
How about the set for Richard? And Billy's got the king-high flush draw. Could feel like he has lots of equity in this hand here. Of course, we see it doesn't matter. It's the same. Not anymore, as Richard is making drawn dead. Heart no good for Billy. Check, check. Richard slow playing it just for this right here.
Oh.
That is a huge. I mean, just Richard played this hand perfectly.
And now the question is, how much value does Richard go for, or does he give rope to Billy?
And he's reaching for some chips. I can see Billy not going broke here, though.
Yeah, I don't expect Billy to go all in.
He's putting him to the test here, 60,000. Billy may have to just call that, and I think he did. Yeah, he's got the second nut flush. It's 7-handed. There's not much you can do about that. I think any larger, he could have talked himself out of it. But this short-handed, you're just giving your opponent the ace of hearts, the one hand you think that can beat you. Even on a paired board, you can't really put your opponent on a boat there very often.
No.
So Billy there had to just make a crying call.
Absolutely great sizing.
Great
too.
sizing there, yeah, by Richard.
I would say max value. You're right. Anything larger, even I would say 70,000 might have been enough to get Billy to fold.
Yeah.
40,000 not enough to really make it worth your time if you're betting.
Yeah, it was about half of Billy's stack. Any more than that, and Billy might have been able to get away from it, but you never know. Like I said, there's only one card that you're really staring at. There's the ace of hearts, so you almost have to make that call. But Billy's a very experienced poker player and knows that there's a lot of ICM implications with these chip stacks and this prize pool.
Pete with the ace 10 here. Bo with the kings next to act.
Yeah, Pete in the hijack looked like he raised it up 25,000, and Bo here. He reached for a lot of chips there. It looked like he 3-betted 70, yeah. And That's going to send off a lot of red flags. 3-betting this late in a tournament is super strong, Chase.
Super, super strong. Yeah, that screams aces or kings, and
Yeah.
Pete is able to get away
Yeah,
from
just to show he does let that go without much thought.
it. What a sportsman. He
Little
hands the
smile
chips.
there from Bo. Is he going to show the kings? Is he going to show it? He's holding like he's going to show it. Nope, chooses not to.
Don't want to give any information away this late in the game.
I don't know that anybody was even looking at him just see what his hand was.
No.
They know, Bo.
Yeah.
They know that wasn't lightly done.
No, and like you said, an all-in would have been weaker than that 3-bet.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They knew that he was strong. And ace 10, while I don't mind the raise there at all out of Pete, you're just dead to so many other aces.
Yeah, and ace 10, bad spot against kings, queens, or even jacks.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chepe under the gun, throws it away as quickly as he can look at it. Pete out of there. Bo out of there. Richard, I want to say out of there.
Small pause here. Let the graphics play catch up, see what he's contemplating at least.
He is out of there.
And Braxton getting out of the way. So up to the blinds. Billy, king 7, puts it all in. And Zach frustratingly looks down at 4 deuce. See the shake of the head there. That's just poor timing for him. Perfect timing for Billy.
A couple of knucks over there, too.
Yeah, they're maybe a little trying to tilt Zach a little bit there, maybe.
Yeah, good mental games.
Yeah.
Very good point. And Zach not happy. You can see his whole demeanor changing after that hand.
Yeah, you can't really let that bother you, though. I mean, come on, you're in the big blind. That's going to happen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
If the button doesn't do it, the small blind will try. And when you're looking down at 4 deuce, what are you supposed to do?
Make your decisions easy. And that is an easy decision right there. And now Mr. Pete under the gun.
Now it's his turn to have pocket kings, Chase.
I like it. And it looks like just a min raise, 25.
Trying to create some value here with the pocket kings.
And let's see if he gets any customers here. Braxton might want to put him to test. Pete only 14 bigs behind.
Yeah, and Braxton's going to make the call here at the mystery hand.
All right. I'm guessing it's ace jack. Zach with pocket tens. This could be his moment to go all in. You saw him frustrated beforehand, but no, he does just make the call.
Yeah, I like just the call there. No reason to have to commit the rest of your stack because against the chip leader and someone who raised pre under the gun. And how about this? Pete top set. Zach should get away with this. No harm, no foul. Braxton here, unless he's got some spades hiding under there.
And Zach does make the check. Pete likely to go for some value here. I would like a C bet here. 25 sounds reasonable, up to 40. A sneaky check, also not a bad option.
Bet the down bet just a hair, and Braxton's going to be a customer coming along. Boy, I wish I knew what Braxton's hand was.
I'm going to say ace jack of spades.
Well, if it is, and Zach's cussing right now as he is just hold it to the turn to hit a set, but little does he know it saved his tournament life. 5 on the river. I don't know.
Yeah, Pete very afraid of that third spade on the turn, but afraid no longer, bets 35,000.
Yeah, if Braxton does have spades here, he's played this extraordinarily trappy. I could see a lot of 7s, 9s, 6s, that just maybe not believing that he has the king. And only a bet of 35,000. It doesn't show a lot of confidence, but it also, we can see that it's definitely a inducing a call kind of bet, even though the spades are out there.
Very much a value town type of bet. And it looks like Braxton does want to make the call here in yellow chips, he's decided.
He's cut out the call.
And he might have a pair of kings. I could see something like king 10 here.
Well, I think he would have made his presence known on the turn if he had spades or two pair. Maybe I don't think he's going to play slow play spades quite like this. Like I said, I'm putting him more in the pocket pair range. That's
Jacks or queens or nines.
I don't think it's that high. I think he would have played back at him 3. I think it's more like 5, 6s, 7s, maybe 9s. Just not giving Pete credit for a king, much less 3 kings.
Of Orient.
Yeah, he's
Trying to piece the action. That check on the turn, I think, really is throwing him right now.
yeah, and it's small betting sizes too, and that's probably sending out more red flags. He does make the call. We're gonna get to see if he has his hand. Please show the hand. I'd love to see if he had small pocket pair here, and we're not gonna know.
I think it's nines. You can
Really would have loved to have seen Braxton's hand there on the graphics. But like I said, I have a feeling that it was a kind of a middling pocket pair. Just wanted to look up Pete. Pete not betting too much on that flop or the river, just enough to drag Braxton along and make the call. And I think that was perfectly well played by Pete. Given the strength of his hand, I think he would have found out really quick if Braxton had in fact had the spades. And by just the call, knowing that he was good with his top set of kings. Have a quick look at the chip stack there. Braxton took a little bit of a hit, but not too much, not too bad. Still 33% of the chips in play, over 550,000 in chips. But that rockets Pete all the way up to second place, 322. Big, well-timed hand. Billy, the one down to about 5 bigs with that 63,000, having to make that crying call with a king-high flush. Bo here under the gun, 6-8 offsuit. Probably going to throw this one into the muck. Richard not having anything either. Braxton with the Charlie. If he plays it, it's only because of Charlie. Hope Charlie goes back and watches this. Nope, can't do it. Not even for Charlie. Don't blame him. A lot of money up top. He's giving back some of those chips, and it's going to fold over to the blinds. Jose looking down at an ace, ace-9. He's going to put it all in, and Pete just found these chips. Does he want to put a third of them at risk with the ace-8 offsuit? He's going to be in about as worst shape as you can ask with the ace-8 against Jose's ace-9. But this is the third time that Jose has jammed pre-flop without having to show. So at some point, someone's going to look him up and really wanted to know what kind of range he's pulling here. But Jose thinks the better of it that he just got those chips and doesn't want to put them at risk. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000 here in this high roller event here at Kojak's. $49,000 prize pool. They did save 7th place, giving $2,000 to 7th place. So next player eliminated, getting a little bit of money on their investment of $1,200. Taking home $2,000. $17,000 and change up top, though. Braxton, middle position, looking down at King 10 offsuit. $12,000 to make the call, reaching for some chips. Looks like he's going to min click it up. And Zach just can't find a hand and definitely showing it so. Bo going to defend his big blind, clicks in the $12,000 call. So Braxton, King 10 offsuit, Bo at 9-7 offsuit. Dealer Joey to a flop of 4-4 king. Braxton flopping top pair, nothing going for Bo. And Braxton's going to continue on the aggression here as Bo checks it over to him, betting 15,000, and Bo throws his hand into the muck. So Braxton getting some of those chips back that he gave over to Pete. Not quite, but almost double second place chips and third place chips. Braxton's sitting at almost 600,000 in chips, where Pete and Richard just over 300,000 in chips. Of course, Billy at the short stack, 63,000. Only 5 bigs left. Going to need to find a spot here pretty quick. Braxton here under the gun, ace deuce off suit. Has to throw that one into the muck. Billy and Zach folding as well. Pete on the button. Jack 10 suited. Grabbing some chips. Looks like he's going to raise it up to 25,000. Richard looking down at King 4 as Bo quickly folds his small blind. 13,000 to Richard with King 4 suited. Pretty much min click back. But Pete has almost as many chips as he does. Richard and Pete both floating around that 300K mark, and the rest of the field is at 150 or less. So Pete, one of the only other stacks between him and Braxton that can really put pain on him. But he does go ahead and complete the call. Wants to see a flop with the King 4 of diamonds against Pete's suited Jack 10 of spades. 4 ace 8. Both players here missing. Running diamond nut flush for Richard if he chooses to continue, but Pete's going to keep on this aggression here, and I do like it with the ace out there. Richard took a while to make that call. He's not going to have an ace here very often with just that flat and that taking that time to flat on a min click. But Richard here may not want to go away just yet. There's a lot of good turn cards. He does have bottom pair of fours. I'm sorry. He does have bottom pair of fours, so he has a pair, and a diamond here is what he's looking for probably the most. 6 of hearts is not going to be it. But Richard's still going to be in the lead with a pair. But he's making that call and convinced that Pete doesn't have an ace. And Pete slowing down on the turn's a huge red flag. 5 of diamonds on the river. A little too late. But Richard may feel like he still could have the best hand here. Baby Pete has a pocket pair of some sort, and he slowed down on that ace on the turn. Richard first to act out of position in the sand is the only problem. But if he could find a bet of about 65, 75,000, it'd be really strong here into Pete. And of course, you know, it's going to work 100% of the time. And he does find a bet, 40,000 by Richard. And what a bet. Decides to see if he can get Pete to fold any pocket pair. And that's exactly what happens. Of course, we see that Pete did not have a pocket pair, but Richard taking ownership of that ace on the board, picks up a nice sized pot there. And that's 2 decently sized stacks that clashed. And sometimes it's just not worth it to get that involved whenever the chip stacks have such a wide range. Let's have a look here. Braxton still sitting top dog, a little under 600,000 in chips. Richard now, after that pot there, taking some off of Pete, extends the lead between him by almost 100,000. And then it goes well on down from there. Bo had to sit at 177, Zach at 151, Jose 116, and Billy at 63. But like we alluded to earlier, even though none of these lower stacks have a ton of bigs because of the blinds being what they are, but it's still a big enough chunk of your competitive stack that you're going to get a lot of fold equity out of your hands, getting your opponents to fold on an all-in bet. So people still need to step pretty carefully. Richard here in the worst position that he's going to find himself in this final table as it folds around to him and Braxton in the blinds. Richard in the small blind looking down at 10-7. Just going to go ahead and give Braxton the walk there, as he should a majority of the time, since he is second in chips compared to Braxton's chip lead. And given that Braxton's got twice the chips that he does, there's no reason to tangle with the big stack unless you're well armed. And that one was not the time. Quite a few of you tuned in watching this final table stream of the High Roller event. $49,000 in the prize pool, $17,000 in change for first place. We appreciate you tuning in and watching. Let us know who you're rooting for. We can see all 3 of the chats, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, of these 7 players remaining. Who you're rooting on. It's still veritably anybody's game. Big all-in puts people right towards the top of the leaderboard. Takes a little work to catch up to Braxton right now, but not too much longer. These blinds are going up, and some of these short stacks get combined as some all-in situations, find themselves in the 300,000-400,000 range really quickly. Billy here looking at pocket threes as it's folded around to him. Braxton Braxton hasn't made a move yet. Him and Braxton in the small big blinds always going to be a tough position here for Billy. Braxton reached for chips and put it out there. Looks like he just made the call. And Billy's going to take the opportunity just to check his options, see if he can find a 3 on this flop here. Braxton 8-5, Billy pocket trays. Jack 8, Queen, all 3 hearts. Billy has the only heart between the two of them, but Braxton has bottom pair, which is obviously better than the 3s. Let's see if Braxton wants to put him to the test. No, he does check it over to Billy. Billy is going to make the check. Pot control, a jack on the turn. Puts both players check, and we're going to go to a river. 10 on the river. Braxton best with the 8s. Let's see if he puts any sort of value bet out here. Nope, it's going to go check, and Billy's going to see the bad news that Braxton did, in fact, outflop him. Billy having, he had hard outs, though. But now he's going to be down to about 50,000 in chips, needing to put 6,000 of them in the small. Players now about 5 minutes away from blinds going up. Right now, 6 and 12,000. 816 is the next level. The blinds are pretty gentle, but they're still effective with these stacks, especially 7-handed. Folds around to Bo in the hijack. Pocket 9s, reaching for some chips. Makes a raise here. He's got 177, putting 40 of it in the middle with the pocket 9s. Richard not having anything in the cutoff. Braxton on the button 3-2 into the muck. Neither Billy nor Zach waking up with anything. And Zach still disgusted. So he folds it over as Bo takes down an orbit worth of blinds there. Let's have a quick look. We've had several orbits here. Who has made the move here from the beginning of the final table? We see Braxton there improving his chip stack. Came in with about 400,000, sitting at 615 right now. Pete and Richard both well up chipped from where they came in on. Bo darn near even where he came in. And the only big loser that's still left, still alive, is Zach. But you say loser, but not really, as he has improved all the way up into the money. No losers left here in this tournament. $2,000 to the next person eliminated. Richard looking at it, Jack 3, and the hijack into the mug. Braxton, Jack 4. Not going to make much moves with this one into the mug. Billy, 6-deuce on the button. Can he make a play on the blinds? No, he does not. Zach disgustingly showing his cards. You know, it's kind of is like that sometimes, and you can't let it get to you. Poker tip to everybody out there, try to stay kind of even-keeled. Sometimes it just runs that way. And to be honest, he's in the money. He's made it to the money. He's still alive. And the cards can change. Stacks can change. He has 133,000 in chips. He still has a lot of chips relative to the other players. Still very, very, very much in contention here. Bo here under the gun. Nice, pretty hand. King, queen off suit. Difficult to play under the gun out of position. Does lay it down. Good fold. A lot of players wouldn't do that. But recognizing the position and the vulnerability of that hand at this stage of the game. Richard, king 4 offsuit into the muck. Braxton in the hijack. Might make a play on some blinds here. He raises it up, and Billy here goes all in with the ace, queen of clubs. And Braxton's going to make the call. It's not much more to him, and so we're off to the races. Billy in fantastic shape against Braxton. Billy with ace, queen of clubs against Braxton's queen 10 offsuit. Braxton looking for a 10 or some straight cards here. Big important double up for Billy here. Put himself in the best position possible for it. to a flop. King 10-6. Pair of tens here for Braxton. 7 on the turn. Deuce on the river, and Braxton has snuck through and made a pair of tens to eliminate Billy in 7th place for $2,000. Got his money back plus a little bit for his time and effort. Got his money in good, and that's going to be a big uptick again for Braxton to extend his chip lead here at this final table with 6 players remaining. Back to that 39-40% mark in chips in play. 678,000. Second place, Richard at 347. So a good $300,000 click between first and second, with the rest of the field having less than 300,000 themselves. So we say goodbye to Mr. Billy. Well played, sir. 7th place. Like I said, they chose to save 7th. Gave a little bit of money off of 2nd through 6th. And Mr. Billy Ward, your 7th place finisher for $2,000. And then there were 6. Braxton here with the newfound chips and the hijack, going to raise it up 24,000 with the king queen off suit. Folds on around to Bo in the big blind. Not going to put in the extra min click with the 9-5 suited, and Braxton going to take down some blinds there. We just lost Mr. Billy Ward.
Yes, we did.
7th place. Got it in good. Ace queen versus queen 10.
He told me about it. I did not want to come spoil it, so I held off.
Yeah, you just missed it.
I did. I missed it. I heard all about it at the cash out cage. And what is going on here with Zach's chip stack?
Zach has been a roller coaster of emotions. I think he's trying to channel some zen. You know, he needs to realize that all he's doing is laddering up.
He's got the goalposts out to intercept some more chips.
You can't win the tournament when there's 8, 9, 10 players left, but he's definitely trying. He's frustrated. And he's getting bad hands, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of people that might sit back and say, you know what, thank you for the easy decisions.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Something you have to think about, and especially this stage of the table. You know, he's got 133,000 in chips, which, don't get me wrong, it's not a lot of chips, but it's still a lot relative to, 5 out of 6 of them left on the table. So, he can sort of just ICM fold and not be that frustrated about it. But
just ladder your way up.
Yeah, it is what it is. 6-6-5. 3 players saw this flop here as Pete called on the button, and Braxton called on the button, and he's going to take an aggressive line on here, betting 20,000, and it's going to work here unless Richard wants to float with a couple overs.
It's going to be a tough call to make, even with the house hand, but it does look like he makes the call.
I don't hate it, but at the same time, you're battling with the only guy that can take you out.
Yeah.
4 of spades on the turn. No help to either player.
Braxton with a gut shot.
Yeah, and
that's about it.
And if Braxton checks it here, Richard may feel a lot better, and he does check it. Deuce of spades doesn't change much. Nothing really gets home that didn't obviously get home, but Braxton's not going to be playing a lot of these holdings under the gun. And can Braxton find one more bullet here, and a decent one? He could be holding, 3s, 7s, 8s, something like that, and get Richard to fold. Richard only has just king high, and it's a good size bet here from Braxton. Looks like it's about 70, and it's only 35,000, but it's for 10% of his chips. He's talking about king high here. Braxton's got a lot of ace X's in his hand playing under the gun in this position. And he plays right back at Braxton, and I love it. You can't just call with king high, but if you can sense weakness, you can raise it. And Richard, no fear, battling with the chip leader, raising that up. That's good intuition there that Braxton just can't have a lot of it there. And while you feel like you're good, if you can't call with king high, then raise with it. Have the guts, and that's exactly what he did. As he makes a fantastic bet. Stacks chips there. While we have Miss Yvonne into the box here, let's take a look at these chip stacks. Braxton's still 616,000, but a huge come up there for Richard, putting him at 450,000, closing that gap between him and first place and widening it between that third place. Pete with 220. Bo right behind him with 177, Zach with 133, and Jose with 116. Again, these blinds are only 6 and 12,000, so 10, 13, 10, 12, 13 bigs for a lot of these players, but with relative stack sizing, especially for the bottom four, you can put a lot of pressure on your opponents with these stacks, so it's still anybody's game. Yeah, Chris Gwynn in the chat saying he built a garage for his cards. Well, they need a little protection with as angrily as he's throwing them around. I said, granted, he hasn't caught much, but that's tournament play for you. And he definitely has laddered up as 6th place. Pull up the payouts here real quickly. We appreciate each and every one for tuning in to our final table, the final 6. Bo here in the cutoff, going to raise it up to 32,000, blinds 8 and 16, and min raise with King Queen off suit. Braxton in the small blind, 10-4 suited. Puts those cards into the muck. Zach, Queen Deuce suited, min clicks to him. He is getting bored and creative with his chips. He does make the call. Queen Deuce suited going up against King Queen offsuit. Queen 10 Deuce. Huge flop for Zach. Patience has paid off. Top and bottom pair. Oh, snap all in from Bo and a snap call from Zach. Bo having Zach out chipped. Deuce on the turn fills up for Zach, and that's going to be it. Unless it's a queen for a chop. 10, no help. Zach going to be good. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. As he complained about not catching cards and then catches them right when it means the most. As Bo rips in top pair king kicker and Zach top and bottom pair. And it's going to send Bo down to a couple and a half bigs left. Going to need to find something on life support now. And that rockets Zach up to about 274,000 in chips. Good enough for third right now at the table out of 6. Gives him more chips to build whatever designs on the table with the chips. Someone in the YouTube chat saying, let's go, Jose. Jose's chipped up here at this final table. 6 remaining. Zach finally picked up a pot, Chase.
Finally.
Yeah, he
good for him.
Says I said the squeaky wheel got the grease. He complained enough until it hit him right when he needed to.
Perfect. Yeah, Chris Gwynn, I read that comment earlier. He built a garage for his cards, and it looked like the garage worked.
That it did.
Making a little add-on. It's now a 3-car garage.
Needs to put it back.
Yep.
But he's not bored anymore, I guess, since he turns out that way whenever you hit,
Braxton
hit
with
third and chips.
ace of spades here. Should have gone all in, and he may have.
Well, he took the blinds.
Good enough. Get some tasty blinds in there.
Let's have a quick look at those chip stacks since you're back into the room. You can see the movement. Braxton creeping back up on that 40%, 640,000 in chips.
Very good.
Richard, like I said, took a big pot, 450,000.
That's
Zach,
a massive one.
Yeah, Zach got the full doublet courtesy of Bo, who is looking for a hand.
He's
got a
got
little over
crumbs.
2 bigs left. Under the gun, going to do it with the big blind. Lays that one down. Richard in the hijack, 9-6 suited, probably going into the muck. Or not. No?
Some players like that 6-9.
Well, he's in the hijack. And some newfound chips in the in the small blind.
And he is going to try and hijack some of those chips.
And that's what he does. Putting out a good bet here. Braxton getting out of the way with a jack 4.
Way out of the way.
We'll see Zach here, pocket queens. Poor timing here by Richard. And let's see how Zach plays this here. He's cutting out calling chips. And I don't hate that at all. He just makes the call. And Jose right behind him, pocket 8s. Here go the chips chase. And he's going to get snap called by Zach. Pete's going to get out of the way with his 7-4. Richard made a play. Wants a count.
Yep.
He did put in a little bit. It might not be too much more to him.
I think 40% of this is posturing. The other 60% is split.
10%. And depending on what he knows Zach may do behind him, because if you feel like Zach is going to reship it, then you've got to get out of the way. But if you feel like Zach's going to try to go for an elimination here and just flat, he kind of has pot odds to go ahead and get in there and give it a shot. He raised it up to 35,000, I believe it was, and Jose's all in for 100, so it's 70 more out of his little over 400 stack. He does have the chips to be able to afford it, but again, you've got a player behind you, Chase.
Yeah, the player behind you, I think, is going to make the decision a little bit easier. The 6-9 suited is going to be the other part of that makes the decision easier.
Yeah. And but you have to worry about Zach reshoving back over the top of you if you make that call, and then you're just giving away a quarter of your stack for no reason because then you can't complete the all-in from Zach.
No shot with 9 high.
Jack 10, 4, 2 diamonds. No help. Jose needed an 8 and only an 8. Deuce on the turn. Not going to do it. To a river. Is there an 8?
Oh, it's a jack instead.
So Jose, who navigated well with those well-timed all-ins, bought himself some orbits, but unfortunately picked up a real hand at the wrong time. And we're going to lose Jose.
Going out in 6th place for $3,520.
Yeah, a adept poker player here at Kojak's, no stranger to final tables and wins. And like I said, it's he's one that would have picked up a lot of bettors saying that he would be down there towards the end for sure.
Yes, indeed. You know, Jose came to me about a month ago making sure his information in our database is accurate because he wanted Hindenmob to know the full details.
Well, I would too if I had his finishing record.
Exactly.
He's definitely got some caches, not just here at Kojak's, but in many places all around the U.S. I've seen the photos.
That's right. Yeah, doing very well for himself. Great smile, great player, and went out with a good chunk of change.
I think he's got one of the best Hindenmob photos too. Have you seen it? Have you looked at it?
Yeah.
Wearing the colors at the WSOP or something. He's got a fantastic photo.
He's awesome. Very photogenic guy.
And Bo has found a hand he wants to do it with. Jack 4 suited. Pete forced to make the call.
Well, he's got Pete dominated, so Bo is all in and at risk, but is ahead. 3-1 favorite.
Got it in good at 9, 10, 8. A good flop for Jack 4. Even though Pete makes the pair, Queen is going to give Bo the check mark. Deuce on the river. Bo's going to get the double up. He needs to do that a couple more times.
Bo's face does not change with the win.
No.
I wonder if he's excited about it or if he's sad that he doesn't get to go to bed.
Are you getting photos with these guys?
I will. We'll do the top 5.
Top 5 getting photos because I want you to make Bo smile. if or when he does get eliminated.
You know, one of the first tournaments I ran, Bo won, and I said, Bo, smile like you won whatever, $5,000. And he said, this is it. This is what I got.
Well, if somehow he turns this around and goes all the way up to 17,000 plus first place, we're going to make him smile before I hand him the money.
That's right. We'll do it. We'll tell him a funny joke.
Of course, we might be ducking afterward,
Yeah, no,
but
yeah, we both will.
But still alive here with five players remaining.
I did actually cash out Jose at the tournament counter a good 15 minutes ago. And right when I walked back into the booth, Reese, you asked me how much did he cash out, and I told you to the penny what he cashed out.
Remembered it all the way across the room.
That's right. I've got the memory of an elephant and nothing else like an elephant.
Zach here making the call on the cutoff with pocket sevens, wanting to see what develops. It's going to fold all the way over to Richard in the big blind. He's going to check his options. So Zach here going to slow play the pair. Richard with 2 overs. 7, 5, 10. Middle set
Hits
for
the jackpot.
Zach. And Zach's going to have to check this here if he's going to have any prayer. Of course, we can see that.
He makes a liar out of us.
Yeah, but Richard here is not going to make that call. But Zach's going to pick up some blinds. Shows the pocket sevens.
And he does show. Look at him smiling.
Yeah, the mood's changed now that he got chips.
That's right.
You know, there's some players have what they call volume chips. The more chips they have, the more they talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Zach has mood chips.
Mood chips.
The more chips he has, the more he's smiling.
The bigger the grin. Yeah, I would believe that. Knowing what I know about Zach, that is pretty true.
Well, these players are slowly starting to accumulate the chips on the left side of the table on your screen, that's for sure.
Well, they've got about 4,000 reasons to smile about right now. 5th place going out with $4,010.
You're right.
Yeah. It's almost like I've got a board in front of me.
Had to look.
Yeah, Richard with the 10-8 here in the small blind. Going to play some blind on blind.
Wants to tangle with the big stack Braxton. Just makes the call. Braxton's going to punish the limp. He's going to re-raise it up here. Looks like 30,000 more.
And I do respect
24,000 more. And don't know if Richard wants to put it in, but he may. He's got almost 400,000 in chips.
10-8 offsuit, honestly, not the worst hand in the blind, but you do have to wonder, what is Braxton 3-betting with? What is his range here? He's had a very high VPIP so far, still sitting at 43%.
Yeah, it does lay it down. Even though Richard doesn't get to play with Braxton like some of these other Midland Odessa players, if he knew that Braxton's range could be literally anything.
ATC.
Yeah, anything at all. Doesn't matter what his chip lead is here at the moment. We'll take a look. He's got him to put the pressure on him. 656, still flirting with that 40% chips in play. But Zach had a couple of great hands. It's closed that gap. And Richard here still with 379. And then Pete and Bo, the ones needing to find a good double up here.
On life support, as we say. Very tight grouping, though, top 3.
Oh, yeah. And but Bo and Pete both still having enough to make a dent. They need one of these stacks, so they're not going to get lightly called, that's for sure.
I'd love to see Richard make a raise here with the 5-4. Some of my favorite connectors, though they are offsuit, he does throw them in the muck. That's why he's at the final table and I'm not.
And Braxton here going to raise it up with the 7 deuce. I like it just to put pressure on Zach with these newfound chips to see if he wants to part with any of them.
Getting feisty. Let's see if he shows it.
Chooses not
Does
to.
not.
No, I don't think he wants to reveal that secret just yet to Zach. I think he's going to be doing that a few more times. Zach in a very tough position here on this table now with the chip leader on his direct right.
And the second chip leader to his right. So, yeah, super tough spot. Really only seeing a little bit of relief when he's on the button.
Yeah, he's got to contend one more time here with Braxton getting to try to steal his blind away from him. But on the other hand, he gets to see what they do first.
And here we go. Bo with the A tray. This might be it. Nope.
Nope, decides not to. It wasn't suited.
Richard with this. Yeah, right. Richard with the 7-6 here. Also unsuited. I like Richard's look at the table. He's got a good poker look.
Braxton here, King Deuce, deciding not to steal this time. And it's good timing for him as Zach wakes up with a pocket pair of threes. Wants to see what kind of pressure he can put on Pete in the big blind. We see that Pete doesn't have much to fight with here. 8-4 suited. We'll see what the raise is out of Zach. Yeah, 43,000, a big raise there. And Pete getting out of the way. So Pete and Bo needing to find a hand here. Pete just under that 10 big blind mark, and Bo with less than that. 144 in Pete stack, 80,000 in Bo. They are in the blinds together. So let's see if either one of these other three larger stacks picks up on the fact that there's two very short stacks in the blinds. And Richard's definitely going to put it to the test here as he wakes up with pocket tens under the gun. 16,000 is the call for the big blind. Let's see what kind of sizing he chooses. Looks like it's going to be pretty decent, like 42,000 there. Almost 3x. Pete not waking up with anything. Bo, queen 9 offsuit. And here he wants to look at his cards. He says, this is it, or is it not? We see that it's not quite there, Mr. Bo. Yep, he does raise it up in a folding manner, and he does show and lays it down. So good choice there by Bo by not surrendering just because he had money in the big blind. Got to survive one more hand, and then he'll get to see a couple of hands for free as that button passes him by. Dealer Yvonne in the box for these final 5 players in this $49,000 prize pool high roller event here at Kojak's. 17,000 and change first place. Next elimination. Fifth place on the board. Just a $10 bill over 4,000. Folds around. Bo giving up one more small blind, but now he gets a full orbit to decide, find a hand, try to get a double up just like he did last time. Blinds are still 8 and 16,000 on these 30-minute levels. Plenty of time for poker. Folds around to Pete. He's one of the short stacks as well. Bo laying down an ace. It was an ace deuce. Don't blame him. Not going to get called by worse very often. Richard in the small blind going to give a walk over to Braxton.
And Braxton getting a rebate, picking up some of those chips. If I don't.
Braxton hit the 40% mark on the chips.
There it is. He's
Right
back in
to
black. And, oh, he's not away from the table. I was about to say he abandoned the 5 deuce.
No, we scooted over to a different seat there to spread out a little bit. We'll allow it.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. And a high roller, these players make the rules sometimes.
Here he's in the small blind. 5 deuce suited. Going to raise this one up. Zach with a decent holding. Queen 10 suited. But again, do you want to compete with the chip leader?
And you can see the frustration. I get a read that he does not.
Queen 10's very pretty, but again, this is the chip leader you're battling with. Cutting out some calling chips and does make the call. So, yeah, he's going to see a flop here. Braxton doesn't like that. He's trying to make a move there on Zach. Curious if he would try to wait for a ladder up with these other 2 short stacks at the table, but he's going to come to battle. Queen 7 king, second pair here for Zach. The king is out there. It's all going to be about Braxton's sizing here. 86,000 in the middle. Braxton with 637 behind could put a lot of pressure here. He's going to check it over to Zach. Zach's going to feel great about that check. And he's going to reach for chips. And Chase, if Zach can find a bet here, Braxton's going to lay this down.
Yeah, if he can find a bet, he'll scoop up 86,000 in chips, but he does not. He checks.
7 there. It gives Braxton a club draw. So now you're going to see Braxton maybe check again now that he's actually picked up more outs, try for putt control. Nope, he's going to go ahead and put pressure on him.
Yeah, he's going to play that draw very aggressively, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and, Zach here felt good about that check on the flop about his queen. But depending on the size of Braxton, only bet 45,000. And Zach lays it down, Chase.
That is wild to me. A board pairing 7, you got to expect that your opponent is not playing 7s very often. At that point, he's almost showing to everybody at the table that he's playing a club draw.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Zach folded there because he has 2 short stacks behind him. And just by getting out of their way can make a couple $1,000.
Yeah,
but if that's the case, you might as well just fold pre, because all Braxton did was just delay a little time there to steal that blind.
Richard with the 10-9, Braxton with the K9, the bow wow.
Richard want to make a move here in the cutoff.
Either Braxton likes the clubs or the clubs like him.
Definitely 2 clubs in a row. King 9, definitely a playable hand. Richard raised it up decently here, 16,000 big up to 42,000, almost 3x. Tough call here with King 9, even though you have position on the button. He's going to make that call. Zach going to get out of the way. Pete, pocket queens, here we go. You see a raise and a call in pocket queens, and you go ahead and ship it in. And even if they both fold, gets you a fantastic come up there on the chips. And Richard here, who is just making a move, is going to posture here for a little while, but there's no world where he's going to call this all in. Pete still has a pretty effective stack, even though we see that it's less than 10 bigs. Still going to be for a good third of his chips.
Yeah, that's right. A third is a huge blow were he to lose this pot. I got to say, I really like Richard's play. It's very aggressive. He's trying to steal blinds, but unfortunately just doing so at the wrong time so far.
Yeah, and even Braxton may or may not make this call. You don't want to feed the hungry per se. King 9, if you're hoping your opponent has 8s or less here, just so you can have 2 overcards. But there's a lot of ace-kings in the range of Pete.
Yeah, even the weak aces, you're still in a pretty bad spot with just king high.
Yeah, he's going to get a count here. And he does make the fold, and I like the fold. Like I said, there's no reason to feed the short stacks unnecessarily. He can play a little bit of poker with Richard, given their stack sizes, with some post-flop play. And I think Braxton has the advantage of the post-flop play. But whenever it's all in or nothing, as Pete put him to the test, and he's going to get a good chunk of chips there, even though both opponents didn't call.
And Pete stacking some chips very nicely, very neatly. And it's almost like he's been here before.
Pretty sure probably has. All these players definitely experienced.
You don't get this far without a lot of experience or a lot of luck, and these players seem to have both.
Well, speaking of luck, Braxton here in the cutoff going to have pocket jacks. Richard under the gun with queen 3. After giving away that raised almost 3x last hand, probably going to throw this one into the muck. Let's see what kind of sizing Braxton chooses here. You don't necessarily want calls, but you don't want to necessarily just get everybody to fold every time either. And it's unfortunately neither player works up with anything here, so Braxton going to pick those blinds back up, get a little of those chips back, and he shows the pocket jacks. Interesting choice there to show that he's not just picking on the short stacks, even though we both know that next time he will be picking on the short stacks.
He has been this entire time. Yeah, you show pocket jacks to me in that situation, I think, oh, you didn't have it before.
Yeah, so now you're not picking on me when you were the whole time.
Yep. Richard setting out that big blind. All yellows this time.
I was asked if they wanted to color up some of the yellows, and I said, you know what, don't even ask them. We want some chips out there.
Yeah. Not slowing down the game too much, and it looks very cool.
That's perfectly what it's for. Braxton here is still going to keep the pressure on. King Trey under the gun, going to raise it up to 32,000. Min raise. Bo going to go all in with the ace queen in the small blind. Braxton's going to have to be forced to call him. Only a few more chips behind. Braxton behind. Bo again getting it in best. Ace queen offsuit.
King Trey suited.
Braxton's king, 3 of diamonds.
And Braxton has 2 quad outs on this one.
Absolutely.
And I'm thinking it's going to be, it's diamonds.
Ooh,
Okay.
8-6 jack diamond draw now for Braxton. Lots more outs picked up on this flop. Bo still ahead with just the ace high. Board pairing 8 still help. Tons of outs at the top of your screen there for Braxton. Any diamond, any king, any tray.
Oh.
And it's a 10, and Bo's going to get more chips.
Nice.
Not super healthy yet, but still more chips, and that's 2 of the short stacks that Braxton's helps feed, Chase.
That's right. Yeah, I was about to say Braxton had maybe some would say too many outs.
Yeah.
And that was exactly the case. Bo chipping up.
Never over until it is over.
Always a sweat.
Still quite a few viewers on our YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and I don't blame them. They're playing for $17,000 plus, Chase.
Woo! Big prize pool here. $49,000 in a $20,000 guarantee. Do you think we undershot that?
Yeah, well, you know,
Too late now.
these guys are not concerned with guarantees if they're buying it for
That's true.
$1,200. We could make it 10, 20, 30, 40,000. They're going to play if they want to play.
That's right.
This is one of the favorite events here at Kojaks. We enjoy putting it on for not only everybody that plays, but everybody that gets to watch these high roller events that we enjoy streaming.
I'm looking forward to the next one. We don't have a date yet, but I can tell you it might be soon. A big sigh from Reese. He knows how much work goes into these things. And we're just very happy that everybody enjoyed it. We've still got a good many viewers actually right now watching YouTube and Facebook. So thanks for tagging along with us throughout the duration of this tournament. And thanks to all the players for showing up and having a good time.
Yeah, it was definitely a good night overall. We had a little bit of a celebration early with the catering by Chewy's and celebrating some Midland poker success that players have had here this year. And going to add to that list for this one tonight. Bo here, it's 96,000 in the stack, reaching for some chips. In the cutoff with pocket queens, he's just going to make a raise here.
From ace queen to pocket queens, you're quite the upgrade.
About a third of a stack. Richard into the mug, Braxton, king 4 suited. Does he want to try to go for some of those chips back? And he does. Zach getting out of the way. So same scenario here, almost as the last one. Braxton looking for a king and some diamonds to take the lead on this hand. Bo, instead of ace queen, has pocket queens. Saves it from a random 4 on the flop. But how about 2 diamonds again for Braxton?
That's right. Yeah, he flopped 2 diamonds on the last hand. Let's see if he can turn or river the flush.
Yeah, it's going to be a bet and all in. That's exactly what's going to happen. So Braxton again, tons of outs. Can Bo get lucky twice in a row, dodging many, many outs? Any diamond or any king. And there's a king on the turn instantly. Now Bo needing a jack or the last queen in the deck to stay alive.
It's a deuce.
That's not a good river.
No, it is not a good river for Bo, who had a great showing.
Absolutely great showing.
Hey. Net for one on says, I love this table. You are not wrong. I love it too. This is a great final table. Couldn't have asked for better players.
And Bo is out in 5th place for $4,000 and an extra $10 bill.
Congratulations, Bo. You had a great showing and a great job, buddy. And he did smile for his picture.
I'm going to need proof of that on Facebook.
Okay. One Facebook post coming right up.
A big performance there from Bo. Like I said, a 5th place finish, $4,010 for his efforts. And then there were 4. Next player eliminated, almost $1,000 bill improvement, $4,990. You know, Chase, why didn't we take the $10 off of 5th and put it on 4th?
We did that for a very specific reason.
Did we?
I'm not going to go into the details right now because it would take too much time, but it was a mathematical calculation.
I'll accept it.
Okay.
Ace Queen Trey heads up between Zach and Pete. No help to either player. Zach still ahead with his king high. Going to check it over to Pete in the big blind, small blind situation here. Pete's going to take a betting lead here, and I do like this play. He's got just enough chips to scare Zach. Bo coming to knock over Zach's chips.
Some would call that a party foul.
Yeah, it's
But with Bo, it's just personality.
shows the Kojak's camaraderie and family here when they can play in a high roller event for almost $50,000 and still walk up and knock over each other's chips.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're blessed to have such a good crew here. Very tight-knit poker community, but very welcoming at the same time.
Yeah, and that's what kind of today's celebration was all about, and to celebrate, not only a few of our members' recent successes, notwithstanding one of them still here at the table, Braxton, with his third place finish in the WSOP this year for $4 million in earnings. He still wants the $17,000 of this one. And then Alex Cruz with his main event, WSOP circuit event championship, followed by Daryl's Big O event number 7 winner in the same circuit event. And then Rudy with his Millionaire Maker event down in Austin, Texas. Thousands of entries for lots of money. Taking that one down, the lion's share of it. Just all in general, all 4 of those players from the same town, same area, same club is pretty astounding of a feat. And that's what we kind of wanted to showcase today, how amazing it really is.
And what an excellent showing. These players all doing very, very well for themselves, and we are excited to have them at our club.
I really didn't say that out loud earlier, but it does ring true. If you got 4 players left, and a month ago, one of them just won $4 million, and they're still here competing for $17,000 up top. Shows a competitive love for the game.
Yes, it really does.
And it helps when it's in your backyard and you don't have to go to Las Vegas for it.
Exactly. Yeah, where else can you get action like this? I mean, we are a humble club, but we are really doing big things here when we can smash that guarantee by almost 2.5 times.
And I hate to say it, but there's a 10 to 25 game going on out there that there's probably stacks bigger than second, third, and fourth place.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
They like the deep stacks out there. But this is a tournament play with the accolades and the trophies and the pictures and the bragging rights, which these guys feel is just as valuable more often than not.
Yes, when it comes down to money or the trophy, I feel like all 4 of these players would choose the trophy over the money.
Braxton here made a bet on this flop, and Richard stuck out with it. And Braxton's going to do pot control, checking on that turn. 4 spades show up that might ruin one of these players' plans to take this one away. Braxton's going to bet this one big here. And what a gutsy bet, 85,000. And Richard, with just the ace high, glasses coming off.
He needs to see everything right now.
He made a play back at Braxton earlier, so we know he has the guts to do it. Now, does he have the guts to do it again? 4 remaining. He's second in chips.
Braxton with absolute air right here. Not even ace high.
And Richard, like I said, is contemplating with ace high.
And Richard trying to piece it all together. Just a call pre-flop. Braxton bets on the flop. Turn goes check, check.
He's only got 252,000 in his stack. He's got 85. So they're facing an $85,000 bet. So it is going to be a big enough raise to get Braxton to fold, but it's going to have to be an all-in to do so.
Yeah, exactly. And Richard would have to put his tournament life on the line to collect this 215,000 chip pot.
Yeah, and he did it before without much, or nothing rather, when he thought that Braxton was making a move. But the problem is, Braxton could still be making a move and still be best with any spade.
That's right. Yeah, 4 spades on there. Even the 5 of spades is going to be good enough.
And so...
And with the Braxton in the big blind, it's any 2 cards.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's contemplating this here, but I don't see a world where he's raising. I think he's just maybe calling to see if his ace high is good. But again, any spade
Wow.
and he's no good. Yeah, he has to lay that one down. Even though he knows Braxton may have nothing, he could be
Ooh.
just bluffing, but still have the best hand.
And Braxton turned over the cards, if I'm not mistaken.
Did he? Yeah. A little tap on the table there from Richard. I
Yeah.
think he did. Neferton saying the prize pool is nothing compared to the fun of the poker itself. Absolutely. These guys are no strangers to final tables, playing with each other and playing for big money, but they definitely love the bragging rights and love the game.
Poker is a very ego-driven game. You do whatever you can to achieve those bragging rights, but the money helps.
Blinds are 10 and 20,000, starting to creep on up there.
Yes, indeed. Half-hour level still add a lot of play to this game. I think we've got at least another hour and a half.
You never know with this game. It can go kind of nutty really quickly. Braxton here, pocket fours in the small blind, may try to pick on Zach now that he's picked on Richard a little bit. Put that big stack to work. He did reach for some raising chips there. No, he just made the call. Interesting. That's interesting because you got pocket fours.
And Zach a little bit frustrated by the just call.
Yeah.
He wanted to throw the queen seven away, but he can't.
3-6 ace. Braxton here. Yeah, it's going to say he's going to check this here. It's too tough for him to make a bet because he would have raised any ace pre-flop. Board pairing 3, and now Braxton can make a bet here, and Zach, a non-believer, snap calls with just the queen high. Now, this means that Zach is going to have to make a play on this river. He can't believe that the queen high is good here very often. 9 on the river doesn't change anything for either player, but Braxton's still ahead, bluffing with the best hand. And it does go check, check. So surprising there for Zach. I think if you're going to snap call that turn. Oh, might have had a missed card reader there because.
Yeah, Zach bet.
Yeah, Zach
And
bet and Braxton folded.
Mm-hmm.
Lost the action there. Sorry about that. So he did exactly what I thought he was going to do. Snap called there on the turn and bet bluffed that river. So good because I was kind of wondering why you would call that turn and then just check it down, maybe thinking the queen high would be good. But it's a great snap call if you're going to make a bet on the river, and that's exactly what he did.
Setting up for a good bluff on the river and is a couple chips richer for it.
Yeah, great play there by Zach.
Richard now with the pocket fives. Braxton next to act with the king queen. These two have tangled a lot. I expect they're going to do it again.
Yeah, and Richard's got short on that last one. He's still got a little over $250,000 in chips. See what kind of sizing he chooses here. Blinds are 10 and 20. He's got to bet at least 60 probably to get much reaction. There's a 52, close enough. And Braxton makes a call, king, queen, offsuit, wanting to get back into the action after losing that pot over to Zach, who has pocket threes and puts him into the muck. I don't hate it. He just got those chips. No reason to battle. And Pete's going to complete. No, he's not. He's completing the big blind that he put in. I started to say, boy, he's putting in chips with 4 deuce. Just wanted to try to get an easy triple up here. And we have heads-up action between Richard and Braxton. Coin flip situation. King, queen, offsuit, and Braxton. Pocket fives with Richard. 9, 10, 4, rainbow. Braxton with the gut shot. Richard still ahead with his pocket fives. Let's see what kind of sizing he chooses here, or if he chooses pot control. That's what he does, the latter. Braxton chooses to comply with that. 7 on the turn. If Richard's going to take this one down, probably needs to bet here, and that's what he does. Betting looks like 40,000. And a snap call from Braxton. Again, maybe having the same play in mind that Zach had last hand. If we don't see a 5 here on this river, you may see a check from Richard and a decent-sized bet out of Braxton. But now you're definitely going to see it, Chase. King on the river takes the lead in the hand. And now you might actually see Braxton turn it over for showdown, to be honest with you. He may not make a bet, knowing that anything that calls him could be a 9-king, 10-king, or a jack-queen open-ended that got there. Richard made the check.
Braxton deciding to go possibly for some value with just the pair of kings. But you're right, he doesn't want to put himself in a position to get 3-bet here.
He can get re-raised and or called by, like I said, there's not much worse that will call a decent-sized bet. Unless Braxton just wants to hope that he can get value from a 10. He does make a bet here.
And it looks like a
And
call.
did a quick call from Richard? Is that what happened? Yeah, he did. Wow. Just a non-believer there from Richard. So Braxton able to extract a little more value. I didn't think Richard would make that call.
Yeah, I didn't think Braxton would make that bet either, but thin value pays off.
Yeah, and this makes that separation here. Let's take a look at these chip stacks. Richard no longer second in chips. He's all the way down at the bottom, 110,000. He's going to need to make a move as he's had a couple tough hands against Braxton.
And now that we're four-handed, those blinds are whipping around the table. Richard in the big blind now, surrendering 20,000 of those chips immediately.
Yeah, Braxton just shy of 1 million in chips, 1.7 chips in play. So you see over 50% of the chips in play. He's going to let the 3-deuce suited go under the gun. Wow. Small blind battle here. Pete, queen 9 suited. Richard, we see zip and pip in his holding. And Pete jams into him. Interesting play here. We're going to see that it works. Just hoping that Richard doesn't wake up with anything. That they're knowing that his play is either all in or fold.
That's
you
right.
Can't really raise. So if you're not going to give him a walk, you might as well go all in, because Richard's going to put it all in, even if you raise it any amount at all.
And Pete gets moderately lucky there that Richard had the dirty diaper, the 3-deuce. Never went on saying, I call 10 BBs left, the danger zone.
That it is. Need to make a move by that point. Here we see Monica getting some of those yellows out of play.
Uh-oh. And we've got our first card on the floor.
Too strong there by Brianna.
Brianna's got a pitch like a baseball pitcher. 100 miles an hour.
Floor inspection there. First burn.
And it looks like the 6 of clubs, 5 of clubs.
I'm going to say spade.
Okay. I'll take that bet.
I don't know if we'll ever find out.
King Jack for Zach. And he could make a raise here. He's got some chips. He's got a little bit of playing room. 20 bigs left. Not in the danger zone, as we call it. Looks like he's going to take his time sizing it out. And looks like it's going to be 50. Okay, 42. And Richard with the 7-6 going to fold, and that'll do it. It looks like Zach's going to take down those blinds. And we've got our floor extraordinaire coloring up some of those yellows already. Getting out ahead of that break that will be occurring in about 15 minutes. Zach with the King Jack. Taking her down. Now going into the big blind here.
Blinds are 10 and 20,000. Take a quick look at these stacks here. You see that Richard here needing to make a move. 4 big blinds left.
That is what we call the extreme danger zone. He's battling dinosaurs and werewolves at the same time.
He's got a couple more free hands to look at.
Suited king on the button may be the hand to do it with.
It's either all in or fold. And he chooses the former. See Braxton with a queen 9. Does he really want to feed the hungry? Decides not to. Zach goes into the mix. So good timing for Richard to pick up a round of orbits.
Yeah, much needed 30,000 in chips headed his way. And that'll give him, yep, like you said, another round of orbits.
You know, Pete has quietly chipped up here from being crazy short to now having some competitive chips here.
Yeah, about 210,000 in his stack. Richard with the 6-9, not getting feisty with it. Braxton with a suited queen does decide to put in some chips. Looks like it is going to be a raise.
It's going to work here. Braxton going to get some of the blinds.
And feeding the already fed.
Yeah. Like I said, Richard the short stack. Now in the small blind. Yeah, it's the big blind, actually, I thought. Yeah. Moved the button one too far there.
And it has been a long day for everybody.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah.
for coming along with the ride here. We've still got a good couple of viewers. Let us know if you're still watching. Late Night Crew, check in. It is 2:30 a.m. Best time for a dentist appointment is 2:30. Never too late or too early for a dad joke. Pete with the 9-7 suited here. Quietly chipping up. May decide to throw in a couple more chips here.
It's battling with a short stack here, so it's either walk or all in.
And it is an all-in.
Yeah.
Richard with almost the exact same hand.
Yeah, Pete with some great awareness here at this juncture. Richard here, he's got a lot of his chips in the middle, but can't battle with 9-7, even though that's what Pete had. It's much easier to bet it than to call it off.
That's right. The suit makes all the difference. That 3% extra equity.
Brian, can't sleep, won't sleep. Join the club, brother.
Yes, indeed.
It's not a happy place, but we do it anyway.
Yeah, that's us. That is this life we live. Yeah, Bree's shuffling up some more heat. I think this is going to be a spicy hand. Hand number 169 total on the live stream, but I believe hand number
64-65.
Yep.
Nefarian, 9:30 p.m. here for him.
Ah, nice.
Prime poker time. Folds on around. Richard is he going to give up a walk here, or does he want to put it in the middle?
And he would be stepping in it here.
He does go ahead and put it in, and Braxton, of course, going to make the call here. Richard going to see he has 2 live cards. Was hoping that Braxton just had nothing to be able to call with here. Richard need to catch a jack or a 5, and he does catch a 5. Ace, deuce, 5 here onto this flop. Now trying to fade a queen or a 10. 8 on the turn, no help, no additional outs. A queen or a 10, or Richard gets a valuable double up, and he does. Little table knock there. Not much of an impact to Braxton's stack, but definitely an impact to the next all-in that they're going to face from the short stack. So Richard, well-timed double up there as he's about to have the button and see a couple hands for free here. Kylie's saying, hey, no, YouTube chat, Braxton's not wearing his bracelet. It's a very nice Rolex instead. He brought the bracelet that he won a couple years back to show a couple players who wanted to check it out. It was very nice. Of course, he didn't get a bracelet this year, but he did get 3rd place in the World Series of Poker 2025. And that didn't come with a bracelet, but came with a nice $4 million payday. One of the players we celebrating here at Kojak's today for their fantastic finishes in tournaments all over the nation in a short period of time. We've had some fantastic finishes here in West Texas, and celebrating our members and people that come and enjoy our club. Much congratulations to them. So another quick look here. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. Players are going to be going on a short break here soon, about a 10-minute break. We'll put a timer up on the stream as Chase and I take a break as well. But don't go anywhere. Short break. Get up, get you a glass of water, because this tournament's going to come to a completion. We're going to have a $17,000 plus winner. Richard here under the gun with the newfound chips, back up to almost 10 bigs. 10-3 into the muck. Braxton 7-3. Going to put some pressure. Looks like he's grabbing some raisin chips. Quick fold there from Zach. Pete, Jack 9 going to let it go as well. Braxton here is in a prime position with the button, his button position. Zach and Pete both with a propensity to fold when Richard is right after them with the shorter stack, even though with that double of Richard has gotten a little bit closer to Pete. Richard at 180,000 and Pete at 210. So both of these players trying to outrace each other. Next elimination in fourth place is worth just a shade under $5,000, and then third place is just under $7,000. So definitely big differences here. The ladders are real. Folds around to Pete in the small blind. Ace 7 suited. You're probably going to see this one raised up. Yeah, he does grab raising chips. Richard has the Queen 8 offsuit in the big blind, but I don't think he's going to want to battle with this. Yeah, Pete goes all in. He's definitely putting maximum pressure here on Richard a couple different times. Richard here not folding yet, and I like this play to kind of contemplate, relax, take a look, act like you are thinking about it. And even though he knows he's going to fold, at least by thinking about it in a pause, it gives Pete a little bit of a signal that if you do this much more, it could cost you next time, because he's stolen a few of his blinds from the last couple orbits. Sometimes it helps just to pause a bit and give your opponent just a little bit of a thought about what he's doing, and maybe he won't do it so easily next time, even though you know you're going to fold. But it is a big fold, as Pete now 230,000 to Richard's 150. Zach now getting frustrated with the bad cards again.
Yep, as he is wont to do.
Folds over to Richard and Braxton. Richard looks down at an ace, all in. Don't blame him. And Braxton, it's more to call now than it was. It's starting to get into that fold equity time. Braxton's got a lot of chips, almost $1 million, but it's still 140,000 to call. No reason to give him any more chips, and he does lay that down. So Richard found a good spot there.
Going to pick up a full big blind there. All pinks. And user 3501. Nope, Braxton is not wearing that bracelet, but he is wearing a very nice one. Is that our Kylie? What's up, Kylie?
If it is the Kylie, the dealer over at Celebrity Card Club, our sister club in Odessa. Any of them coming to work next week over here?
Oh, yeah.
Good. How about this? Richard on the button. Pocket Kings. Pete under the gun. Going to be the first act with Pocket 8s, reaching for some raising chips.
Richard with the Pocket Kings has one decision to make.
Yeah, the question is, he's got to Hollywood just a little bit here because he has two players behind him, and you want as much money in the pot on this one as you can. Four-handed Pocket Kings, monster hand. And if he acts too quickly, it may send up red flags. Yep, double check. They're still there. Think about it. Ho-hum. Like I said, put on a little bit of a show to try to drag some others along into the pot. And actually, he's even going to do better than that by just calling, Chase.
Wow.
We see that Braxton and Zach with a quick fold. And Pete here, way behind, not knowing it. Not anymore, as he's flopped a set of 8s. This is just the way the cookie crumbles. This hand's going to play itself out, and Richard's going to need to catch a couple running clubs or a king to stay alive and not face elimination for fourth place.
Yeah, typically a safe board for Kings.
Bet all in, snap call, and Richard's going to see the bad news, played it perfectly. Lagged it in there a little bit, got it in way good. Pete flopping the set of 8s, and now Richard looking for some running clubs or one of the last two remaining kings in the deck. 9 not going to do it. Another 9 would be another out, though, but it's not going to happen. 10 on the river, and dealer Brienne will take a Brianna. Well, they've already done the looks there, and so Richard from Ruidoso comes all the way here to Midland, Texas. finishes in a very strong 4th place finish for just under $5,000, 4,990. Well played, well run, Richard.
Yes, indeed. Excellent job, Mr. Richard. And Farion going to play a deep stack on Saturday in the Czech Republic. Really looking forward to it. Small prize pool, just for fun and training. Hey, I approve.
That's what everybody needs, just that tournament training, learning situations. That's where all these guys started. And you've got playing now for tens of thousands of dollars, and one of them, 3rd place World Series of Poker finisher just a couple short months ago.
That's right. And now Richard Reeves taking home, like you said, just shy of $5,000. Congratulations, sir. Did an excellent job here at this final table. Getting in there, scrapping for pots, playing, battling, and doing a great job, making a great showing.
And now the chips have balanced out a little bit. Braxton going to put pressure back on these shorter stacks, raising it up to 55,000 on the button. Zach with the speech, let's go the small blind, and Pete folding as well. So Braxton picking up the blinds there. Blinds are 10 and 20,000, so it's 30,000 on orbit here to these players.
Whew.
And they're both, all 3 of them, not they can fold a few hands still, but they still need to make some moves. You see Zach there, the short stack, but he's still got 358,000, so can afford a few folds of blinds. Braxton still with over half the chips in play, 942,000. Players are about to take a short break, but that doesn't mean you need to. We're going to stay here and go all the way to a winner. Of course, we'll take a short break, but I'll put a timer up on the screen letting you know so you won't miss one hand of the action. Speaking of action, Zach's turn here on the dealer button. Ace, Queen of Spades, going to raise it up to 60,000, and neither Pete nor Braxton having much here to battle with. A little bit of a pause as Pete throws his hand into the muck. Braxton is going to do the same, and Zach going to pick up some blinds there. Shows the hand.
Leave it to Zach to get frustrated with ace queen suited.
Guys, man, it's a roller coaster of emotions here at this final table.
That's right.
And it is time for a player's quick short break, so that's what we are going to do. Like I said, we'll put up a timer. Sorry about that. We'll put up that timer back and let you know when to come back and see these last 3 battle it out. Don't miss anything. 17,000 and change up top, almost $7,000 for the next player eliminated. And we will see right along with you who's going to take home this title. Chase, we'll be right back.
Let's see you soon.
And we are back just a shade early here, trying to make sure we don't miss any of the action. It's late, but we're down to 3. 3 players left. See some stack sizes here. Braxton with 54 of the chips in play, 922,000. Pete and Zach, both with good enough stacks to do some damage with, though. We just saw Richard eliminated in 4th place. Just a shade under $5,000, 4,990. Great showing. We had 49 players in this high roller event. $1,200 buy-in, 49,000 prize pool, 17,000 and change up top to the winner, and it's going to be one of these 3. Braxton, the chip leader. You might know him from being in the area. If not, you might have seen him on Poker Go or any of the broadcasts recently. The 3rd place finisher of the 2025 WSOP had a fantastic dream run in the main event on the world stage right here from Kojak's, playing on our high roller tonight and having another good run. A little bit less money, but definitely a lot of good competition here. So he's having to defeat some pretty good players. We now have, like I said, 3 remaining. Blinds are 15 and 30,000. Chase, we just got back underway. Haven't missed a thing.
That's what I like to hear.
Still quite a few people tuned in on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Stick it out. Hang in there. We're down to the final 3. It's not going to last too much longer. These blinds are starting to force the situation, but there's still some poker to be played left. Some 3-bets and raises. Like I said, blinds are 15 and 30. Zach in the big blind, 11 bigs. Pete, 410,000, a little bit more than that. And but just like we've said, if either one of these players catches a cooler, they flop places with Braxton, the chip leader.
Oh, yeah. And Braxton right near 50%, or actually higher than that, of the total chips in play. So, I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx him, but it is his game to lose right now. He's in a great position, 3-way action.
Yeah, and depending on how these other 2 players, how much they want that second place money of $10,000 versus, the 7 for, almost 7 for 3rd place. He may be able to put some pressure on these guys. Here he looks down at ace 7 offsuit and raise it up to 70,000. Zach with a tough choice here. He's in a small blind, 343,000. About 10 bigs left, but does he want to hang his hat on king queen? Doesn't fall for the re-raise bait, just makes the call. Pete looking at an ace as well. Tough spot for him, but he does make the right laydown. Good laydown. And we're going to go heads up. Pot's 170,000, Chase.
170,000 chips. Jack 8-6 on there. No help to Zach. Braxton's still ahead with the ace high right now. Got a couple of runner outs for a straight. Both players.
Yeah, Zach makes a check here, and any kind of check here is going to get a bet out of Braxton.
That is the green light right there, and Braxton drives right on through.
Now, I hate to say it, but the play here is a raise. If you're Zach, you're betting looking at 40. I think if he does make the call, which is the second best option if you don't want to just lay it down and go to the next hand. 4 on the turn, still no help. Now's the time to play back. He's got 248 left in his stack, but I don't think Braxton's going to give him a chance here. He's going to check it, and we're probably going to see a river, which we do. Deuce on the river. Boy, I'd love to see Zach bet about 140, 150 right here.
Yeah, I think that would take it.
About half his stack. Just enough to send a very significant message to Braxton, knowing that he's not afraid, that he has a piece of that. Braxton's check on the turn does open the door for that.
But Zach does make the check. Now Braxton has the opportunity here to go for a bluff with the best hand.
I think he might just check back, and he does. Yeah, there's a lot of equity in ace high 3-handed, and he does turn it over and see it there. And boy, I wish Zach could have found it to make a bet there, and I think he knows it too. It was his to take away there on that river, if not the turn. But again, you got a $3,000 swing for between second and third.
That is a huge pay jump, and you can see Zach's body language there. You're right, feeling like he missed out on a bet. kind of beating himself up. And Braxton, cool as a cucumber. Pete over there just watching it all happen and surviving.
Yeah, Braxton now eclipses that 1 million mark over the 1.7 in play.
Yeah,
Zach at
huge
248, Pete at 365. Zach on the button, unfortunately not waking up with much of anything here. I like this play, though. Get some blinds, get you another orbit, make a raise. Take the chance that they don't wake up with anything. Get some of those chips back.
Braxton is a killer. He's looking at his cards thinking almost that they don't matter.
Yeah, he's
and he does put in the call.
He does make the call, so now Zach's going to have to follow through. No matter what flop here, if it's got any sort of paint or an ace, he's going to have
no.
That's nothing he can do now. Now he needs to just run for the hills, unfortunately. Checks it over, and there's no world where Braxton's going to bet here. He's going to check it right back and give Zach the green light. Zach's going to make a bluff on this one. No, I'm sorry. Every time they just do something different.
Ace on the turn. Braxton does make the bet.
Did check it, and Zach did the exact right play. Ace came out. He did raise it pre-flop, tried to represent the ace, but unfortunately for him, Braxton woke up with the queen and the trips, and we see the check mark. The river is irrelevant. Great play by Zach. He played that exactly right, represented the ace, but Braxton just woke up with the queen, flopping 3 of a kind. Well-deserved handshake there, and a third place finish for Mr. Zach of $6,950 for his efforts. Well played and well done, sir.
Yes, indeed. Excellent job, Zach. Like Reese said, perfect play, just wrong time to do it, and that's poker, unfortunately.
And now there were 2.
There were 2.
Heads up play, Pete and Braxton.
And Zach, 7,000 reasons to be happy about his poker run today.
Absolutely.
And Braxton, Pete, one of them will have 17,000 reasons to be happy.
Blinds are 15 and 30,000. Pete's got about 365 in his stack, a little more than 10 bigs. Going to need to find something here, and actually Braxton's going to put him to the test right here off the rip, and the small blind goes all in. Flashes him the ace.
And I think this heads-up match is going to be more of the same. Braxton flexing that giant chip stack. Pete trying to keep up.
He's got him out chipped 4-1. Just in case you can't read it on the screen there, a quick flash of the chip stacks. Braxton 1.3. Pete 335. Instead of 4-1. Not that difficult to overcome. It just takes a couple all-ins to go your way. Pete here needing to catch some cards. Braxton knows how to apply the pressure. Unfortunately for Pete here, first act on the button, 4-3 offsuit. You have to throw this one into the muck probably, and that's what he does. Give yourself a chance. Find a little better of a hand. Nefarian, that's a great chip stack. Got plenty of chips, some home games. That's where we all started.
That's right. Yeah, doing that WSOP feeling sure does feel good. And Mr. Braxton knows that all too well.
And Pete here just can't escape the rough cards. 4-3 again offsuit. Braxton with the 10 deuce. Wonder if he may just give him a walk back. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, even a 10 deuce, though, heads up, not the worst hand. You've got 10
he's
high.
Gonna put the pressure on him. He's going to continue it on him. Pete's going to have to lay this one down as well. Don't want to hang your hat this late on just a 4-3. Does lay it down, so Braxton keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, and Pete, unfortunately, just not a whole lot of play left. He's down below 10 big blinds, the danger zone, as we like to call it. So he's going to have to make a move and hope that it works out. Otherwise, Braxton is going to take down another one. Mr. Joey shuffling up here. It's like Zach making a little conversation, a little post-game, a little debriefing.
Debriefing on the third place finish, but great run. Defeated 46 other players. This high roller event. Pete here, first act, Jack 4.
It is suited.
And it looks like he's going to choose this one here. Does Braxton want to gamble here and try to end it? He's got a lot of chips. Like I said, he's got him 4-1. He throws it in the muck. Yeah, I don't think Braxton's going to just give him too many. Needs to be able to play the odds here. Yep, absolutely, Nefarian. That's the Doyle Brunson hand, actually. Doyle Brunson had the 10 deuce for his 2 WSOP final main events. Moneymaker was the 2001 winner that kind of set off the poker boom. But yeah, the 10 deuce known as the Doyle Brunson. Braxton here on the button. Gonna let that one walk as well. He's gonna be methodical on this one. He's not leaving it up to chance. He's worked this hard to get this far. He's not gonna gamble too much on these middling hands. He knows he's got the advantage. No reason to give it up very easily.
And I think this is going to be the one.
You think this one's it?
Okay, I take it back. I'm not sure if this is the one.
I think any one of these could be the one, though.
Honestly.
That's for sure. Pete here on the button. Queen 5. Getting a little warmer, but I don't know if it's not quite there yet. It does go into the muck. This is not the one, Chase.
I was right. It wasn't the one.
50-50 shot, 2 chances, and you got it. This is the dealer work time. Heads up play, passing the button back and forth. Lots of shuffling. But these guys have earned this spot. And you know what? No deals.
No deals.
We haven't had any deals yet.
No. They're not playing for the money. They're playing for the bragging rights, I think, at this point.
Yeah, the high roller here at Kojak's Poker Club.
Very prestigious tournament.
Absolutely.
All right, King 10 for Braxton. This could be the one that he goes all in with.
He's definitely going to put the pressure on him here. I don't think Pete will be able to call it off. Not the Jack Deuce does throw it into the muck. And so Braxton picking up a few more chips there from Pete.
And out of 1.7 million chips in play, Braxton has 1.4. Pete with just 10 big blinds. Actually, a little less.
Yeah, we're getting right there. Of course, it is pretty much an all-in or fold at this point, as it is, heads up a lot of the times in these styles of tournaments. But any hand can do it. Now, Braxton with the same King 10. Pete's reaching for chips. This is going to be an all-in and a call.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, Pete was trying to hope he could wake up and steal a blind, but he's going to get a snap call here from Braxton. Braxton going to be in the lead here with King 10 offsuit. Pete looking for a queen, a 6, or a lot of diamonds, Chase.
You got to respect it. Pete not backing down, going all in with what he was hoping was the best hand, and a lot of spades come out instead.
Yep, got some life, though. Board pairing 9, needing a queen, 10, or 6. No, not even a queen.
Oh, and
It's another jack, and so King High is going to take this one down, and there it is.
woo!
Your August 2025 high roller champion, a man who is no stranger to success this year, one of our 4 players with the crazy success of the World Series of Poker, 3rd place finish. And here he is taking down a pretty, close tournament to that sort of prestige.
Yep. And one of my favorite things just happened. Braxton set up the cards for a picture. He knows what's coming
He
next.
knows exactly what's going on. So thank you for staying in with us for this high roller event. A very familiar name here in Midland, a very world famous name here recently.
Yes,
with that
indeed.
3rd place finish in the World Series of Poker, brought to that skill and success down here just a couple months later, and takes down the high roller here at Kojak's.
Unreal. Congratulations on that massive run. And hey, this was a celebration of some of the champions that we had here in West Texas, one of which notably is Braxton Dunaway, and he took down the whole high roller.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's when you're good, you're good, and when you're hot, and you can't beat both of those things. He's definitely catching the cards and has the skill to put them to use, and shows that he is deserving of every accolade that he has received. A bracelet a couple years back, a 3rd place finish in the main event, another finish here tonight, and he's just a guy that knows how to navigate the card
He
table.
knows how to do it. Lightning in a bottle. Braxton Dunaway has done it again.
So stay tuned. We're going to be posting some photos of the winners. And don't forget, on Monday, keep an eye on our social medias as we talk about the end of summer series starting on Monday. Tomorrow is the big play Saturday.
No, tomorrow's Friday.
Oh, tomorrow's Friday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, do we have anything tomorrow?
We have cash games all day. We've
All
got
day.
a list going already,
All
so
day.
make sure to sign up.
And the big play Saturday tournament, and then the Sunday bankroll builder, and then Monday, be ready at the beginning of the end of summer series. We'll be posting a lot more of that on social media. You'll see this guy on Facebook talking a lot about the events coming up, and we'll be live streaming occasionally here and there next week. But Kojak's Poker Club is the place to be all next week for the end of summer series, and stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We've got a lot of big things coming.
That's it. Appreciate each and every one of you. Like I said, keep an eye on our Facebook. Send us a message if you have any questions. Can't wait to see you back here on Kojak's Live and here at Kojak's Poker Club in Midland, Texas, for the big week we have coming up next week. And like I said, it's
Can't wait.
going to be an absolute blast. So thanks for tuning in, and see you guys next time.